Can't get to you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Road to Esports World Cup here for the Western Europe closed qualifiers. Listen, it's the final day, the only day we have. We've got two slots that we're going to determine and work out for this amazing event we're going to see actually over in Paris. Firstly, before we get too far into it, how are you doing today, my friend?
Doing great, doing great. How are you? Looking forward to some good Dota?
Amazing. Amazing. That's so kind of you to ask, brother. I'm doing well over here. We're going to have some good games today.
Yeah, we're gonna have amazing games, and also a LAN event, by the way, in Paris. The last one was the Disney one, right? Like,
True.
In I think in France in general, we didn't have a Dota LAN in a really long time, so kind of looking forward to it as well. But of course, first things first, we do have a lot of games to go through. Well, not a lot of, some of the games to go through for these teams before they get there.
Yeah, we've got two important series to get through today. Both of them are going to be qualification series. Of course, we'll take a look at the format for EWC as well, the Road to EWC. So again, we had 8 teams participating here in the bracket. 4 of them came through the open calls. We had 4 invited. It was a double elimination. And we have already seen, shortly we'll get the bracket up as well, but there's already been games that have been going on. And then there will be 2 teams qualifying from Western Europe. So I know other regions have got different slots. Luckily for Eastern Europe, they've got 4 slots. So a bunch of teams over there are going to be playing over at Paris. But yeah, for Western Europe, we've got 2 teams that are going to make it. We'll take a look at what the schedule is shaping up for us today. I believe they're both going to be best of 3s, right, Liz?
Yeah, I believe so. Well, 2 teams going through, right? So 2 best of 3s, it does make sense. LGD versus Navi will be our upper bracket first final. The second one, Pipsqueak4 versus whoever loses against these 2. But I feel like both series should be a lot of fun. LGD versus Navi, of course, the new LGD roster, they had like 10 games. Well, it's not a new roster, it's a new LGD roster, new organization for the boys. And under this name, they played like 10 times. So far, so good. Like they're wearing the banner and doing it justice right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they had a incredible showing at Blast, right? I mean, that was actually top. They placed first, insane, in the group stages. So yeah, we'll see in a different tournament. That's why they're actually playing in Western Europe as a whole as well. I know some people were a little bit not unsure, but just there were questions on behind why LGD were in Western Europe instead of South America. And unfortunate for their oppositions, because Navi is going to be a difficult match for them. And you're potentially, if we see Pipsqueak, if LGD go up against them as well, definitely not the opponent you're facing with how strong LGD look currently. But that's at least the schedule for today. We'll see, of course, the teams that were participating as a whole in the entire thing. So again, we had LGD, Navi, Zero Tenacity, and Team Lynx coming through. I believe all of these teams came through from, they got invited, and then the bottom 4 had to come through from the open qualifiers. And then how we got to this position, we've had that, again, the double elimination bracket, where we've already said goodbye to a bunch of teams.
Yeah, already a lot of really good games. I didn't really watch too many of them, but I did check a couple where I have some friends or ex-teammates coaching or still playing, and like honestly, nothing too shocking. Like when you look at the results, maybe you could argue that instead of Pipsqueak+4 or current PS or FS, you could see Zero Tenacity or someone like that. But okay, it's Pipsqueak, and overall, they've proven a point why they are in the lower bracket final. When it comes to LGD and Navi, I believe these 2 teams, we kind of all expected them, right, to get to one of them, probably to qualify, maybe even both. We'll see if Pipsqueak can mess them up a little bit and put their name there instead.
Yeah, I think definitely coming into it, people would be LGD, Navi, and then I think that third team, the one that could potentially surprise, whether it be Pipsqueak or Zero Tenacity, like you're mentioning. So we'll see if we do get a bit of an underdog, someone who's able to actually make it through the qualifiers and play at Paris, because of course that would be amazing. These 2 teams that we actually have in the upper bracket, we've seen both of them play at the previous Esports World Cup. So we had LGD, of course, previously going as Heroic for last year's. That roster was pretty much the same, except they had Analog, and of course at the 4 they had Schofield as well. Instead now you have Theolacor along with Tylong.
Yeah, unfortunately, of course, for us, for all the fans of Dota, we are losing some organizations. Some organizations are leaving the scene, but like Tundra recently, what they announced. But fortunately, at least we do have LGD Gaming coming back and taking a roster. So ebbs and flows, comes and goes. We do have something going for us with LGD, and I'm kind of happy to see LGD branch out once again and get, for them at least, an international team, an SA team, and Navi as well. They dabbled, you know, if you remember Navi US, we've had some interesting eras with this organization as well.
Yeah, absolutely we have. So we'll take a look at the rosters though, again, for what the players are looking like for this qualifier as a whole. And again, LGD, and then really for me, Yuma is the carry, always the person that I'm looking at. I've always been a big fan of following Yuma. Tylong, you know, we've seen him on OG Laden as well, was that really first big stint he had. I know he wasn't there for too long, but everyone, you guys are familiar with this roster. I mean, they've been looking exceptional. We saw them again at Blast with that first place. And for Navi, recently, of course, we've seen Zayat replaced. That was the roster they had at the last EWC as well. They were actually previously going as Navi Junior then, and they got just promoted before EWC 2025. So it's the same roster, just with that one they had Zayats instead of Days.
Yeah, and I think they had Days before, right? So they had Days, then Zayats, now Days back in or something like that. But in any case, I feel like this is the kind of a team that really benefited from having someone like Zayats on it. So we'll see. Sometimes these new kids on the block, they get, sometimes it happens that they get carried away a little bit, you know, they do their 6-7 memes, and you're a boomer or a millennial standing next to them, and you're like, what the hell is this? I can't relate. And then they 6-7 you out of the team.
Oh, dude, there's no way. What are we doing? Come on, brother.
They replace you with some other 6-7er, or what's another? Give me some other.
I got nothing for you. I'm sorry.
No cap for real guy, you know. And then you have 5 broccoli heads instead of 4 broccoli heads, and 1 master splinter that can that can point them in the right direction. But yeah, Navi is looking all right. You could argue that this season isn't really as good for them as the previous one with Zayat was.
Yeah.
It definitely isn't, like, just objectively. But they're still holding on. They're still playing. They're still kicking. They're doing all right.
Yeah, I think we've seen them, like you said, it hasn't been the results we were expecting, because they were looking very good. There was that second place they had at Blast Slam 6 actually, where they lost to Liquid. I think that was still with Zayat at that stage. So apparently the second place wasn't good enough. Something needed to change. Days is in, and we'll see. We heard CY mention about some potential. Zayat was really that person with the age. He was able to just bring some maturity there, and something you mentioned that, you know, with 5 people that are somewhat young, maybe they doing too many 6-7 memes, and all of a sudden, you know, not concentrating on the games too much. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how they're going to be able to perform. It should be a very exciting series. Of course, we've got our draft underway. So LGD open with the Beastmaster. Navi respond with the Pangli as well. No real surprises as well with the bans. Maybe the only one, to be honest, is NP is a little bit interesting.
It is. But I have seen a couple of games on both sides, by the way, where they play MP and go ham. Tylong had like a 22-1 game or something like that recently, so he's looking pretty damn good on the hero. And sometimes you ban out the hero that you find really strong if you don't have first pick. Even when you have, sometimes you just ban it out thinking that they can play it. You know how it is, like the different teams value different heroes in a different way. But overall, so far, when I look at the bans, they're kind of straightforward, honestly. Maybe the MP stands out, but everything else is super high up there in the meta. This Snap hero, we had a long talk before the cast started. Yeah. You know when you feed to a certain hero and you feel like absolute garbage player, and then it turns out that the hero is just absolutely goddamn broken as well? It makes you feel a bit better, at least.
Yeah, it validates your crap performance. Like, okay, at least it's justified. We're playing up against some insanely broken hero that was just under the cover for such a long time. Like, what happened? Where did Snapfire come from?
Look, there was a couple of players like 2-3 months ago that I was meeting in pubs, and they were playing at mid all the time, and I felt it on my skin. I got flamed playing versus this hero. My teammates then again started feeding too. And I'm like, okay, there's something to it. Like, this hero was broken for quite some time. Not a lot has changed. Especially the mid snap. I don't think the support or offlane snap or anything like that works nearly as well. But the mid snap is just, dude, like, if you play mid versus her with a hero that doesn't have like innate huge armor,
10 seconds
2
remaining.
spells and you lose all your HP. It's like 50%
5
just gone,
seconds
deleted,
remaining.
with 100 mana that she uses. And then of course she scales very well,
Radiant
double
team
stun
pick.
from double cookie, the level 25 that you talked about earlier as well with those super speedy ultis. It's, yeah, she's in a good spot.
Yeah.
Let's leave it there at that.
Absolutely. So we'll probably see her continuing in game 2 and
10
hopefully game
seconds
3
remaining.
in this series. We got a Hoodwink from Na'Vi, Bane as well from LGD, so
5
some early
seconds
supports. We'll see if there's a second support to come out from LGD here. Is there anything that you're seeing at the moment?
When it comes to supports that are left in the pool, I feel like KJ and Ench, I value Ench quite a lot. I feel that the hero is ridiculously strong as well. Like with the Aghanim Rush, I value her a bit too much, maybe. I feel like Rubik is still pretty good. They go with the Grim because of the Pango counter, right? Like, you get a nice little Soulbind, you have double Roar, double Grip, a lot of good things, but also you work well versus the Pangolier. It's not only the Soulbind, I feel like Pango gets
10
countered
seconds remaining.
by Phantom's Embrace almost harder than by
5
Soulbind.
seconds remaining.
As long as you get like an early blink on Grim, or you have a way of getting on top of him and setting up for Phantom's Embrace, usually Pango just can't roll after, so it's a good pick. And by the way, there's a hidden, or not so hidden, mechanic that works well versus Hoodwink as well. You apply Ink Trail on Hood, so she cannot just scurry through the trees and escape.
Oh,
You
true.
always have vision on her.
Huh. I imagine that would really...
Navi's turn to pick.
I guess you're not laning though. Does that make you want to lane into the Hoodwink or no?
It doesn't really matter. It's just good through the game. Like,
Sure.
the lane itself, they're probably laning Beast plus Grim, not really Grim safe lane. So yeah,
10
overall,
seconds remaining.
eventually it will come into play. Right now, Navi, they
5
find
seconds
some ways
remaining.
of dealing with what LGD have got, and that's the Shadow Demon. You have now Disruption, that works, of course, extremely well versus Grip and Roar, but you also have Purge versus everything that they're bringing. So even the Inkswell and stuff, overall, it's a good pick. Like, I'm not really seeing too much Shadow Demon in my games, though. Are you seeing it in the Blast games that you cover?
No.
Team pick.
Yeah, this hero's popularity is definitely fallen out for a lot of teams. I think it's way more specific and situational in games when we're actually seeing the SD. So, like you mentioned, in a game like this, there's definitely reasons. My only concern is that maybe this now actually gives more value for an offlane
seconds
Beastmaster for Whisper, and you just go the Helm of the Overlord. So like, yes, you can get rid of the axes
5
maybe in the
seconds
lane.
remaining.
Yes, it's going to be saved versus the Roar, but you still have problems potentially with an SD Hoodwink about dealing with summons.
Radiant
Oh, absolutely.
team back.
Actually, when I saw the Beast, to be completely frank with you, because I'm spamming him mostly on offlane right now, even though I don't think that he's as strong an offlaner as he is a mid. It's just like a comfort pick for me. But you're absolutely right.
10
Beastmaster,
seconds remaining.
can be played on both sides, of course. In this situation, most likely
5 seconds
still
remaining.
will be on the mid lane as they pick the Timber. Timber, a hero that will do quite alright versus the Tiny, of course. They have flex though. Like Beast can even be carry, right? Like it's nothing crazy. Like Beast carry, and then you can pick something extra versus Pango. I think that's another option because
10 seconds remaining.
Pango overall isn't the worst hero into Beast in the mid lane, right? Like you get
5
rid of the
seconds
boars
remaining.
very easily with Swashbuckle and Jump.
Would you like there to be, if you put Beast mid, do you feel like there needs to be more of a like quote unquote traditional win condition hero, or do you think the Beast and Timber and the lineup you have from LGD like will be enough? You don't need kind of like that late game hard carry in a way.
Yeah, I think if you go Beast mid, you could get like a very active safe laner if you want to.
Okay.
It's like some matchups versus Tiny
Radiant team ban.
are decent that are left in the pool. Monkey would be that kind of a guy, of course. Depending on the build, of course, but right now it's mostly what Mate Slayer, Dezo kind of a thing that he goes for, so definitely could work. Life Stealer may be an option if you're looking for carries
10 seconds
as well
remaining.
versus Tiny. Not
Sure.
too terrible. Heroes that
5 seconds
like
remaining.
TA as well, maybe an option. You know, you can work against Tiny very nicely because he has slow attack speed. You have refraction. You can also deal with heroes that have a low amount of armor, which is Tiny at least in the beginning. So maybe another option for them. We'll see what Yuma wants to play.
It definitely is a hero that has fallen out of popularity. I mean, TA's been in the meta for such a long time, it feels like, but absolutely in a game like this, like you mentioned, with the value against the Tiny and overall. So we'll see if there's actually even something that Na'Vi need to consider about banning. We'll see what LGD even remove as well. You know, getting rid of an offlaner here for PMA. We still don't know as well. Like the can of course have the potential of the Pango being flexed to the offlane. But what do you feel like Na'Vi are lacking themselves? Is there anything in their lineup that they need to cover with the 24th?
Navi's turn to ban.
When I look at their two supports, honestly, like the moment you ask me what are they lacking, like I feel that they're lacking something. I'm struggling to convert it into an eloquent thought right now, but when it comes to playmaking, what do you have? You have Pango and Tiny,
Team pick.
which is alright with some items. I would love to see them have a hero that can go in and out easily without, how to put it, without needing a blink, that can just jump. I also would like to see more magic damage coming from them. You have Hoodwink
10
with
seconds
a shard,
remaining.
which is always nice. Pangolier is all physical though. Tiny is
5
almost all
seconds
physical.
remaining.
Hoodwink and Shadow Demon aren't necessarily the two heroes besides the Sharpshooter and the Shard from Hoodwink, but it's not enough, I feel like, for someone like Timber. I would like to see, if you put the Pango on off, I would actually like to see some sort of a Spirit, and they do have the ultimate last pick to adjust. So if Beast is confirmed on top lane, maybe they can play around that, but like Coral-esque hero that has been banned out, I feel like would be wonderful for them. Of course, they cannot pick it, and some other heroes like Storm, like Ember, could also work, but then you're playing into Grip, into Phantom's Embrace. Luna was another, like we mentioned TA, Luna works in a similar-ish fashion versus what they've got on Navi. It's a very stable core, farms a bit more, but more or less comes online
10
with two
seconds
items.
remaining.
You need your Manta and BKB, you can fight. After that, you
5
can wait a little
seconds
bit for
remaining.
the Butterfly and basically close out the game.
You may now select
So
your heroes.
Tiny mid? Is that what I'm seeing? Yeah.
Oh wow. Let's see then. Do you? I mean, you're probably going to be pretty content with putting the Timber mid. The question is if Tai Lung actually plays it. I believe he does. Whisper, of course, is exceptional on both, and there you go. So Tai Lung will actually pick up the Timber. Whisper's going to get the Beastmaster as well. What do you make of this Ursa pick? Is this not interesting? Because I thought the Beastmaster plays very well into Ursa inside the lane.
Yeah, if they put Beast into the Ursa lane, yeah, like they will, I think it should do fine. The moment you get level 2 boards, right? Like you should be quite alright.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it's able to perform here, but we've got our draft set. Of course, a qualification series. We've got to keep in mind, one of these teams at the moment will go ahead, play at Paris. What an amazing time that's going to be. Of course, we did, again, see LGD, or at least that was your previous heroic at EWC 2025. We saw Na'Vi there as well. Unfortunately, both those teams weren't able to get the crown. That was Team Spirit that were victorious in the end. But it all starts here for one of these teams. Again, the loser is going to play in the lower bracket finals that we have later today up against Pipsqueak. We've already seen LGD play against Pipsqueak. They did beat them in 2-0 fashion. One of the games was 42 minutes, the other was 63. So, if there is actually a repeat here of that series, it's going to be a pretty difficult opponent for LGD. So, we'll see if that gets to that stage or not, or if Na'Vi are going to be victorious. Do you believe in the Na'Vi draft? Do you like kind of the change they made at the end, or not even really the change, but just going for the Ursa as the 24th?
I think the idea is sound. It's a different, like, remember when I was looking at your draft, when you asked me about it, like what do they need, I said that they missed something innately. Like you can see, you can feel it, that the draft is incomplete. Whatever they picked on carry wouldn't solve that. On mid, that is. But now when they switch it up and they put Tiny on mid and put Ursa on safe lane, like I could imagine it working if Timber wasn't off, right? Like the idea was there. However, I think they tricked themselves in the end. I think this switch up, like the Ursa and Timber is really good if you can lane against them. If you're not laning against him, then the hero doesn't really care. Eventually, he still becomes a beast that you can't deal with. And Timber is going to have a pretty damn good lane playing into the Tiny. So, let's see. Let's see. I'm interested. I do like the Tiny overall as a hero that will bring a lot of magic first. That's something.
Okay, so are you expecting the Tiny to be more of your like typical mid Tiny? Because we are seeing some people that are playing the Tiny mid are still doing like some pseudo carry build where it is a bit more right click-esque.
I would like to see it a bit more classic mid Tiny, but the thing is, like, can you do it even?
Yeah.
Because right now every mid Tiny is maxing out retro, right? Like early on, you don't even have like a good combo early in the game. At least the Avatos combo it just isn't there. We'll see, maybe eventually an Aghanims or something on the Tiny, but I do want to see a Blink. I do want to see this hero making plays early on.
Well, we will get that at least. It's just a question of how fast the Blink is going to come up from Niku in the lane versus the Timber. We'll see how Tai Lung's able to perform on this hero as well. Bottom for LGD, you'd say this is a pretty strong lane, though. Like, Bane along with Luna have been known for, feels like the eternity of being exceptional laners.
There was even a meta, right, where you went for the passive on Luna when you gave extra damage, and then you play with Bane or Witch Doctor and they just buy a no tally early on and they hit you for like 80 damage
Sounds so
as
gross.
a ranged hero. Yeah, it was good times, good times. Of course, it doesn't work as well anymore. It's a bit different, but Bane is still a gross hero to lane into. One of rare supports that completely prevents you from creep skipping as well. So if you have a bad laning bad laning matchup, like you're forced into it. There is nothing that you can do about it. You can't creep skip. You have to play it out.
It does have to be said as well, like, what is with Daze actually being the safe lane here with the Hoodwink and the SD being down, of course, in the off lane? Not the typical lane partners for Na'Vi.
Yeah, like you could also consider the disruption into Luna, which comes in handy eventually, but it's not really a laning thing that you care about too much. It's more of like the in-game thing. Like Luna pre-lunar orbit was defenseless versus Shadow Demon. Right now, like, of course, you get disrupted. She can still pop the lunar orbit and pretty much deal with the illusions, but it still is kind of annoying. Maybe the Hoodwink Plus, by the way, Ursa deal better with the boars. That's another thing, right? Like, you have Acorn Shot versus summons. Definitely works better.
Yep.
Like, Shadow Demon does nothing to these classes.
Well, at the moment, top lane, actually, Bushwhack does connect from Daze. They're going to get a pretty aggressive Ink Swirl out. Is it fast enough, though? No. First Blood will come through from Na'Vi. But with the Boar Slow, surely Whisper's going to be able to run down Got the Juice. So you get the injection gold. Unfortunately, that didn't even go to the Ursa. So it doesn't even get the bounty for First Blood.
If you're Beastmaster, you're really happy with this. Right now, you start the lane off. By the way, you're extremely happy with this, I have to say, because this is a hero that now will have Helm of Iron Will very early on. Possibly Grimstroke will be the one TPing it in. It's a very interesting build as well, the triple Sage's Mask on Beast. Currently, if I'm playing Beast off, like what I'm doing is a null tally plus Sage's Mask. It also works, but actually, let me check. What's the difference in mana region? Like, null tally gives you +1, and one Sage's Mask gives you 0.7. So you end up with the same amount, more or less. No, you get a bit more. You get a bit more from 3 Sage's Mask, but you get less mana and those stats.
Well, it seems like he doesn't care about the stats, at least early on here for Whisper. Pretty happy with how his lane shaping up. Another lane that really going better than I expected is mid for Niku. It does seem now with second point in Whirling Death, he's starting to get pressured a little bit more. You know, the earlier waves were okay. But yeah, he's done a really good job on Niku. So 2-2-1 build, a little bit interesting. Well, is again, you know, there was a question of what was actually going to be the build. Whisper top, TP up.
Yeah, I saw a lot of tree grabs being skilled quite early on Tiny. Not only level 1, of course you get it on level 1, but I saw it a couple of times just get maxed out, so I'm kind of happy to see a normal build of Tiny this time around. I think it's definitely better for your game. People sometimes get too forced into the meta builds, and it's really important that this Tiny is doing well. We'll see how well he continues doing, because it's still a pretty difficult matchup. It's a matchup where he can die at any given point with one rotation. But if he doesn't die, if he does get to an early blink, it could make a huge difference for Na'Vi.
We're going to be careful now. Niku. Level 6 is on that line for Tai Long. So expecting, again, the Timber to play even more aggressive. You've got that Catapult Wave. You're already considering about rotating Theolacor to the mid lane as well. Niku may potentially be dived, and the question would just be Na'Vi, what can they actually do to protect him? And it doesn't seem like it's much. Riddies tries to get in range, but the Banishit's just too late, and he honestly may be ran down. They ping him out the once. They'll let him walk away. Even actually KJ was in a position to cut him off, but it looks like they want to try and prioritize the power runes. Unfortunately for Theolacor, well, the 50-50 means that he doesn't have Tai Long, because Tai Long wants to kill Riddies, and will easily be able to do so.
And it starts, right? Like, this is basically what we mentioned 30 seconds ago, more or less. Tiny is doing well, but one rotation and Timber just dives. On his own, maybe it's not possible.
Can Niku be here? Don't they just run at him?
Well, it's Bane, so probably they cannot just dive that easily. But can he defend the tower? That's a different story.
They need 3 heroes. Seems like it really doesn't matter though. I mean, Tai Long, he's got the bottle as well with the shield. Bottom lane, it means you leave PMA solo. Oh, Lizard Hound, what's going on, dude? We got Wisdoms up in 10 seconds too. LG here with the early game, just looking far too clean.
It's just mid-diff right now. Like, the difference between the mid laners and how they're responding to the difference. I feel like you could have given away the Tiny, maybe. But the thing is, this Tiny is so instrumental to your draft that if he suffers, your whole draft suffers. He's not one of these mid laners like an Ember. Whatever, you get level 6, you make a couple of rotations, you're back. that's not the style of a mid laner you have. He needs to have a decent lane. Because of that, they lose the wisdom as well. Yeah, it's looking kind of rough.
Feels like maybe you're looking to play through PMA potentially with this Rolling Thunder. Like, Day's going to come through the portal as well, so there may be a dive that they're looking to set up onto Yuma. And Ursa actually wants to come as well. British will start with the banish all the way over towards Theolacor. So it looks like at least the moment the Grimstroke's going to be the first point of contact, they'll secure the first kill. Now, Yuma's still here. The clip's going to be activated, but the Enrage got the juice, can easily tank through this. And Radiant will start to TP down, but yeah, even their rotation's going to be too late. Tai Long has got no points in Timber Chain. He does have KJ that can close the distance onto the Bane. Now, PMA does have Rolling Thunder up, but it's not going to matter. Tai Long will easily able to find at least one. Does importantly give some time for Niku to get some catch up in the mid lane.
It's a nice play. They needed to create some chaos, and that's what they did. With unexpected rotation by the Ursa, like foot rotation was already obvious. But the way they played it out made Luna think that Ursa isn't there. As well. However,
yeah, he's dead. Oh, is he actually going to be able to get bursted down before the Rolling Thunder PMA? She'll crash. Assist with the ultimate coming through. Might even think about getting the kill onto Theolacor. Oh, no, misses. Did that last little bit of damage there, and now PMA. They still want to run him down. Tai Long with the Arcane Rune should easily be able to do it by himself. So both offlaners, by the looks of it, dying on each side of the map.
Yep. Actually, I would say that Beast dying is maybe even more important. Because he used an aggressive ward to try to kill Ursa, and they counterplayed. And they played him well. Like, they managed to take down this Beast that basically has had an absolutely free time. He's chilling 8-minute Dominator, like he's going for this Overlord build, his standard offlane Beastmaster build, so they needed to take him down a little bit, slow his farm.
Has he got any stacks in the jungle, at least?
On Beast, not really, but a couple of stacks in the triangle, nothing massive. He's having a really good time. Even with this death, like, he's still on a pretty fast track towards Overlord.
See how soon he's going to be able to pick that one up or not. How's Niku looking as well? When Soul Ring, okay. He's going to have some supports look to smoke behind him. They will pop the smoke into Tai Long. Sharpshooter's online for days, which is something that they're looking to try and make a timing around. Tai Long still hasn't revealed himself just yet until Niku pops a little bit forward inside the lane, and with the Sharpshooter used, this Timber has an absolutely free time. They will be able to cancel Niku's TP. Even Yuma actually wants to show up just in case there were more reactions out of Na'Vi.
That's a really weird go, considering they knew, right? KJ is hunting the Ursa, but this is more or less just a bully maneuver. Can't really kill the Ursa, but can zone him out a little bit. In any case, the smoke broke, but they still went onwards. They still went like nothing happened. They still went for the kill.
Now this leads up to 3k in LGD. I try and find an angle. Might be potentially be able to got the juice, but is KJ baiting? Surely you would anticipate that the Bane shouldn't be in this position at this stage of the game, but they don't read it. Another death forgot the juice. Second of the game. Not even able to farm at his tier 2 tower.
You know what this was? Like, there are some players that just genuinely play out the position a lot. Tai Long, so no.
Should be able to... Oh, they got the toss though for Niku. So Tai Long, important kill finally there. Na'Vi able to bring down this mid Timber that was controlling so much of the tempo inside the early game. He was 5-0 by that stage. First death now for him.
Right, it's a very good buff. A very good kill for them. After losing Ursa, who managed to take down the Timber, slow his farming a little bit. But by the way, the Bane and the way he plays, some players, I swear, like true history, like through my competitive playtime as well, there have always been these players that are just always out of position, and you never really know if they have someone behind them or they're just plain dumb, you know, just like farming. I'm here, bros, under your tier 3, I don't care, go on me if you want to. Like, 5 times you go on them, you just kill them because they're solo. 5 times you go on them, you get jebaited and there's like 3 teammates around. So they're bluffing, basically. Which was more or less the read from Ursa on top, that Bane was bluffing, but he wasn't. Dangerous playstyle.
Yeah, I feel like one of those plays in particular was the Exposition 4 of LGD with Schofield. I mean, that guy is a nightmare to verse from everyone that, all the X-Pro players that you speak about, the pro plays you're going on at the moment, even talking about Schofield, just, this guy is so frustrating. You never know if someone's behind him or if he's, doing any insane stuff out of the map.
Yeah. It looks like illegal, right? Like, the plays look illegal. You're like, dude, what are you doing here? Like, you don't even go on him because the play looks so damn illegal, and then you check the replay and you're like, oh, this MF was alone the whole time. Like,
yeah, it's frustrating in that position. You take, like you said, look at the replay and it's like, oh, well, never mind. That was actually a possible kill that could have been had. See if this is also a possible kill into Yuma. Do actually TP out one of the supports. Both sides are going for a similar play, but a different side of the map. Dai will actually look to continue to swing back to mid. Still without the blink, unfortunately for Niku, but they really want to use the diffuser blade from PMA. Smoke will pop. GD have this read now.
if you're Navi, I think you still need to wait for your...
Got the juice?
No.
Oh, use the vision from Yuma, and then the Fiend scoop behind the tree line. Really nicely done.
2 heroes with extra vision, right? I believe Bane has some as well. So Bane and Luna during the nighttime at least. But Navi right now, it's kind of hard for them to play. And we circle back towards what we talked about Tiny and how this hero works from the mid lane. He truly needs the blink before making any plays, especially if you're not buying phase boots. And he is, what, 500 gold away from it. Once he gets it, the game opens up a little bit. But it's really hard with the Pango alone. Like, Pango's initiation is a little bit too slow, a little bit telegraphed. You can always respond to it.
Yeah. Yeah, so PMA's kind of just running around the map trying to find something to do. Still, this lead is continuing to grow. Unfortunately, we're in this position now where you've got the Helm of the Overlord creep as well from Whisper, so he's just completely cutting top with the Ancient Black Dragon. He's even like taking a bunch of camps away from Na'Vi too. So this lead it's not really going to stop anytime soon. They're going to have to get some kills, and surely with the blink now from Na'Vi, they can do it.
The thing is, like, these two lineups on paper play very differently. Like, Na'Vi were supposed to make things happen early on, and LGD are supposed to just be farming. And I feel like LGD are coming out on top when it comes to... They're definitely ahead when it comes to the strategy of their draft. Like, the Beast is... Like you said, he's farming top, he's also farming the triangle constantly. He's taking so much away from the map. Luna is farming too. She's almost with Manta 20 gold away, basically. She has it.
They are trying to force a fight down bottom. Got the juice. Gotta be careful with the wraparound. KJ Theolocore got a pretty good angle, but PMA is ready to respond as well. But the Bane slightly out of position as soon as the Pango shows up. Radiant will consider about bringing Tai Lung here. And with the Soulbind, the Ursa, they're gonna get a double Fiend Scoop. Now Necro's pretty quick to cancel the Fiend Scoop. It will enable Na'Vi to reposition. A 1-for-1 from either side, but still with the net worth advantage from Na'Vi, they need to get out. No Rolling Thunder. There's a big problem for them inside the team fight, so they'll cut their losses.
Rush, I think, maybe for them. Or is Beast just going for a Helm of Overlord? Like, the thing is, these kind of plays actually don't benefit LGD that much. Let's phrase it differently. Like, this kind of a play isn't that necessary, I would say, for LGD. Because your Beast is farming the whole map. His Helm of Overlord creep isn't there. he needs to TP in, and once he TPs in, he's a bit too far. So, sure, the fight is more or less even in the end. But if it was played on LGD's terms, this would have been like a wipe. If they had everyone together at the right time to take the team.
And so you feel like it's still more efficient for them to actually get back out of the map instead of even for Roche as well?
I absolutely think so. I think it would have been way more efficient for them to not take this fight.
Yeah.
They would have been like, they would have amassed like 2-3k extra gold lead in the last 2 minutes. Because of the time, like only now is Beast back on top farming. Only now is Timber back on mid. Luna taking over her own jungle. It wasn't a bad play, by the way. I would just maybe say it wasn't as efficient as it could have been. But in any case, they're in a really good spot on LGD.
Absolutely. And what about Na'Vi though? Like again, as we're looking at this Ursa, we see the problems that this hero has now brought the draft. You had to force the tiny mid, which he did okay for a little bit, but then we just saw what happened in this matchup. You played way much through Tai Lung, was able to control the early game. You got an 8k lead now. And it begs the question, like, was the Ursa pick really worth it? Like, is this hero actually going to be able to carry Na'Vi through the later stages?
I think they have played a little bit in the drafting stage with the Ursa pick. Just with the swap of Beast on off and Timber mid. If you're picking a hero to counter the Beast, you're not picking Ursa. You know, you're picking it maybe to do well into the Timber. But in any case, Ursa eventually can come online. Like, you have some nice combos. You also have an Rage to work with versus the Luna. Like, it's alright-ish. You have a lot of stats resist versus Bane versus Grim. Even though that is being lowered, by the way, because of the debuff.
True. True. Always forget about it.
In general, what I'm waiting right now on Na'Vi is to see how well Hoodwink plus Tiny do once Hoodwink gets a shard. And right now I'm looking at Hood and he's not buying it instantly. I don't think that's accurate. I feel like they're desperately going to need this bonus damage. He's gonna go for Blink instead, which is also a very good option, of course. But let's see, 20 minutes Tormentor fight coming up.
Yeah, they were aware of this. Radiant, of course, they had the Observable that scouted out Na'Vi smoke, and hence why you already have Whisper bottom and KJ dropping this Observer Sentry. Smoke's gonna pop, and not a bad person to initiate on as well, but the Bane's gonna be picked off early. And now Na'Vi might just try and take this even though there's a 10k lead and LGD still have 4.
They will smoke, they won't fight this. The Torb falls pretty quickly though, so they will not get to at least get the shard Radiant, but maybe they can take a fight after.
Oh, you gotta get out, Na'Vi. You're still sticking around, Tai Lung. Just go random Tippichin up to the high ground. Niku inside the Treeland Man will Whisper with the Roar as well. He'll catch out the SD lacking. Meanwhile, the rest of the other heroes are trying to retreat down the bridge, but Yuma's stalking them. Eclipse from afar. Not a whole lot of damage though, unfortunately, but the follow-up wasn't really there from LGD. Now, Na'Vi actually might look about stepping back inside to fight, especially if they can find a toss under the tower. Yuma doesn't get stunned though. A BKB to protect himself. Now they turn towards the Tiny, blown up in an instant, but they've lost the Luna as well, finally. The Ursa showcasing the true prowess of this hero, but got the juice. He needs to find a second round, a second angle to actually re-enter this team fight. He hasn't found it just yet, but at least it's enough to get PMA out. And a successful team fight for Na'Vi nonetheless.
A really good team fight, a really good bait. I mean, not necessarily a bait, it's just LGD. I don't know, that Eclipse honestly was hope Dota. You're hoping that something good is going to happen. You're hoping that someone is going to misclick on the enemy side, but they realistically had no ways of catching heroes there and following through after the Roar has been expended on the Shadow Demon. So, another play that was maybe not super necessary by LGD. They disconnected.
Oh, this ward's still up. Another 10 seconds. Look at mid. I'm seeing everything from Na'Vi. Seconds going to expire, and then all of a sudden they're going to be like, oh, had a ward on us the whole time.
They have a shield rune on Timber, and now he's going to have an arcane rune as well. It's rush, most likely.
did see though, of course, I mean, Yuma exceptionally quick on the BKB. I mean, how different this actually would have been if that toss back Rolling Thunder did work instantly. It was great to be able to get the kill, but potentially if he dies straight away, there was even an opportunity for even more that Na'Vi could have been able to attain. Unfortunately for them, the teamfight victory wasn't good enough. LGD still back out of the map. They get the Aegis now in the hands of Yuma, and this is a scary timing. You got BKB, Manta working on Butterfly, but importantly, you've got the Assault Cuirass already online for Whisper as well. This guy's top net worth. Whisper is massive.
He's been farming. He's been farming quite well and for quite some time. This was one of those ways to play the Beastmaster, which is basically the greediest. Like, he is... Sometimes Beastmasters, the moment you get Overlord, you want to start playing with your team. You want to start taking objectives. But his Overlord, as it just has been killed, by the way, again, 230 gold for Tiny. His Overlord is always on the opposite side of the map, just pushing in and farming the camps. 15k net worth, not out of nowhere, basically.
Well, I guess with the greed, though, we're going to see it pay off more than likely. At this stage again, with all the auras, just sit behind the Luna. We've seen the toss previously. How are they going to try and craft the team fight? They'll just go directly at the Luna. Can he activate the BKB on the second round? There we go. Yuma protecting. Now with the Soulbind, double raw. They're going to have some problems. Got the Juice still playing with the BKB, but they've lost PMA. He can use this to protect himself. He wants to enter up on the high ground once again, and Tai Lung will make sure that there is no toss play.
I think that's a decent trade for Na'Vi, right? Like, you force out the BKB on Luna, you get the Aegis down. Sure, you lose the Pango, but I don't think you could have asked for much of a better trade there. Maybe if Pango survives, but that was very unlikely. The Roar, by the way, the double Roar, I believe was on a rage to Versa, so he hasn't really lost a whole lot for long. He gets away easily.
Oh, hold that. Niku bottom. Observer ward out of Radiant, but you know, it looked like they were kind of setting up. My question for you is what do you actually feel like Radiant, how do they construct team fights around this tiny toss? Speaking of that, kind of Niku? Fiendscript's there. There's going to be multiple Na'Vi heroes in position. LGD are nearby as well. Now just get the pick off onto one, but the rest of Dire are quickly moving to bottom. Whisper's going to use his neutral creep to get inside the middle. And now we've still got the Roar as well if he can catch up to PMA. Anything else? Niku?
Yeah, he's going back in. He has a BKB, but won't really be finding anyone. When you... Going back to your question, I think like Tiny and Noodle are an insanely strong combo. Together also you have Disseminate from Shadow Demon. So you have like this triple wombo combo that can eliminate the target very quickly with the Ava Toss. So if you can combine all of that together, I think that you might be able to get some easy pickoffs even on core targets.
Okay.
They have a blink now on Hoodwink too. Actually, I take that back. They don't. He's going for Lotus. But he did buy out the shard, so you have that shard now. It's a lot of amp damage.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see like how OGD play around this tossback as the game goes on. Because so far we've seen it's really caused a lot of problems, to be honest, inside these team fights. And we know this, you know, Tiny Hero has done that through the whole history of Dota with the repositioning. So my problem is like if LGD get Ages and you start walking high ground with, you know, Luna Butterfly and AC on Beast, then is the toss play going to actually be enough? And you know, because eventually LGD, how do you even respond to that? Like how do you set up on a eventual high ground push? We'll have to see that they need to put themselves in that position. They're not there just yet.
You have some things against it, right? You have your Beastmaster and Timbers, so Luna, honestly, in this kind of a game, might not even be necessary to constantly hit objectives. And she didn't reach her pike by the big power spike. So far, she has been in a stage in which she's an active hero, but she's not like the strongest that she can be. once she gets this butterfly, usually this is like the major power spike for Luna, and it's coming at a decent timing, honestly. So no MKB on the other side, of course. It's going to give them at least 3-4 minutes where she should be untouchable, even with the tossbacks.
You've got that MKB queued up for the Ursa, but like you said, it's going to take some time. So
Tower is under attack.
at least, hopefully for Navi's sake, we see a long Roche spawn. This is going back to kind of what you mentioned before about it's kind of maybe nice for them, the fact that they got the ages in giving up the T2 tower and that BKB. Because they haven't had to lose too much out of the map. The gold is continuing to grow from LGD, but maybe the smoke from Navi can start to turn things a little bit more in favor. They will just slip by Whisper.
Timber always has 2 runes, dude. Like, now has haste and DD. It would be ill-advised to fight into this beast. And by beast, I mean Timber saw.
It's alright, Tai Long he's playing like a beast this game. 6-1 and 2. Has been very important for how the early game look. Put them inside this position. Might be able to get Riddiz. Riddiz at least gets the wisdom, but oh, quick fingers as well with the banishment. But there's another person that apparently is able to blink behind, and they'll use the roar as well. And they know how important this kill is going to be, just with the gem that they're able to steal from Riddiz.
Stun on Bane, by the way. He was trying to TP back to set up, but the Centaur stunned. The neutral creep assisting a little bit and probably saving PMA, by the way, on the other sides. Even just TPing without the grip, just sleeping him is usually enough to set things up.
Still, Navi, what are we going to be able to see out of them? Do they kind of huddling together? How's Niku even scaling as well? It's another big question. We weren't quite sure on what the build was going to be from him. At the moment, he's got the Silver's Edge queued up with the Tiny.
Yeah, the problem with the Tiny from the mid lane, of course, is the fact that you're not doing Echo Saber Silver Edge, right? Like, you're not doing the standard build. And if you're not doing the standard build, so once you do get the Silver Edge, you don't pack as much of a punch. Of course, your Daedalus afterwards is also quite delayed. So his scaling is, yeah, not as great as your classic current position 1 Tiny.
Do you even, like, is it really necessary, the Silver's Edge, with the breakout of the Hoodwink? Or did you feel like maybe not every fight it's realistic that the Hood will get the Sharpshooter out on Timber?
I don't even think it's that, like, super Timber-oriented item that he bought. I just don't know if there is anything much better for him right now to buy.
I see.
You know, when I look at Tiny. Because you cannot only play around the Blink Dagger. And Silver Edge has like a 5-second downtime that you can keep just being in invis, that you can connect on targets. I guess the other option was perhaps Harpoon, that is kind of this same item for the mid game, where it's not really like, it's very easy to build up. It buffs you up in a certain mobility way, but it also adds to damage. Silver Edge and Harpoon are kind of similar in that aspect, but Silver Edge definitely gives you a bit more mobility, at least early on.
Yeah. Which is a very important thing, especially, again, like it's really felt like Tiny has been his positioning inside the team fights, and if he can put himself in a spot where he can then, you know, get those blink tossbacks and find at least the chance for Navi to be able to take a successful team fight. You know, down 12k gold, like it's really just growing. We had that, you know, one pretty decent moment for Navi, but probably sitting at 80% so far. So LGD really had the lead from start to finish. I mean, you got your 20 out of Whisper. Luna's, of course, pushed past that as well. Timber's getting close to his 20 talent too.
Yep. The only problem that I would see from this Silver Edge that he has purchased is the fact that there's already not only 1 but 2 gems on LGD. So you've got the gem Beastmaster, you've got the gem on Bane. Good luck approaching this team from any direction.
Yeah. Definitely a shame, unfortunately. I'd love to be able to steal those gems, at least get their one back and take the other one out of the hands of LGD, but unfortunately not going to be able to do so. Looks like this time LGD, they're going to make sure you don't lose Theo or core, but it's alright. We'll even get the Ag shard as well.
Yes.
Not the worst, not the best shard, I would say, in this kind of a game. Like, you are still playing into Shadow Demon with Demonic Purge. It's a scissor to your paper, basically, when it comes to these two heroes.
Oh, Yuma top lane. Well, but the one person without the gem, Niku's going to run into the Luna. Doesn't really toss him too far back, though, unfortunately for Niku. Now, he's going to be in a bit of a problem. If he can be used defensively, but PMA rolled up and instantly cancelled the roll. They want to get out. This is not the team fight they were hoping for, but the only problem is the communication wasn't perfect from Na'Vi, and they're going to be punished because of this. Ursa will BKB and escape, but man, you lose the SD as well. Now the Timber, sorry, now the Ursa's BKB is on cooldown. The Tiny's is as well. On this high ground, it's going to be besieged pretty shortly from LGD.
Yeah, I think this is high ground push. Like, you could argue that maybe disciplined approach would be to go Rosh, but without BKBs, with the BKB on Luna, this is high ground. Look at, they go on Tiny, but they don't really aim Tiny. You see how Timber is instantly in the backlines? The moment Tylon connected on the backlines, this fight was over. It was over before it even started, to be honest, because they just didn't connect fast enough with Navi. They were kind of all too disconnected. Tiny goes in, but his team needed like 10 seconds to reach.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Yeah, it's unfortunately just been a bit of a messy game from Na'Vi. Not what we were expecting from them at all, and especially in a qualification series 2 to make it into a LAN. Like, this is a time where you want to be playing as clean as you possibly can, but unfortunately LGD just really brought too much pressure. Like a full set of barracks top, now you can go back, do that disciplined play like you were saying, but you know, they max it out. They get the greed, the efficiency, and it looks like they might be able to get the objective before Na'Vi respond.
Let's see though, it's a little slow.
Timber's very far away from the team. Tylon activates the BKB, looking for an angle for the Timber chain, doesn't get a whole lot of distance away. And now that he's going to be purged and bashed, he will still be able to make it down to the low ground. Hasn't died just yet. They need to find a little bit of damage. The tree, finally, Niku secures the kill. Meanwhile, PMA also creating chaos inside the river. They're going to get a buyback out of the Timber, actually, so they want to re-enter this fight. And they should be able to do so off the back of the roar. They're going to be careful, though. If Niku can find that angle for the toss back, if they get too close, it will not, though.
I was thinking about it. Yeah, he had the BKB as well, but he couldn't go possibly because of the buyback on Timber. The buyback is really important because it might prevent Navi from taking Rosh. Of course, Ursa can still perhaps go ham, go inside. He will not. In any case, this is why we mentioned that maybe it's more disciplined to go into the pit first and then you push high ground. Because this kind of a scenario can always happen, right? Like, by the time you finish the high ground, they are ready to fight you in the pit. And if you lose this pit, suddenly they have an Aegis, and who cares that they're a side down? They can still play Dota very confidently. However, with the buyback, they have prevented at least Rosh from being taken by them.
So we're not done just yet in the mid lane. Niku able to activate the BKB, looking to try and separate himself, but the Roar's going to be there from Whisper. Meanwhile, the left side as well. They've got the Nightmare and Fiend Scoop onto the Ursa, and my god! Got the juices down in an instant, 80 seconds, no carry. And if they get more kills, it just might be game. With how fast the Luna sieges, LGD will go back. Unsure of whether Ursa has got buyback or not. I mean, he did buy out for MKB, we know that. But LGD, they'll play the discipline game.
They also want to give the Aegis now to the buyback hero, right? You don't even have to. Like, Timber is such a difficult kill that you can perhaps even just give it to Luna or Beast anyway. Possibly to Luna. Yeah, Luna will be taking the Aegis and this will be the next icon push coming up shortly. The MKB, of course, has been there in the Rosh fight as well on Ursa, but it isn't really doing a lot because Ridis is getting baited. Like, he got baited by the Roar. The Roar was the Roar unit was the one disrupted, but the disrupted unit hero had to be the Ursa. Like, he was the one that got ripped immediately after. So if you use the disruption on one target, the secondary target is gone. And I like this. Like, he's actually trying to... I mean, he's trying to position himself so that both targets are in range, but you still have to, on Shadow Demon, decide who do you save. And it's not an easy game for him.
Why do you think that OGD actually... Because they were starting to consider about sieging through mid, but they've actually just walked back instead, maybe thinking about wanting the tier 2 and going through bottom? What are the reasons you feel like?
Well, it's easier to close out the game that way. If you go mid, you have to go strong, right? If you go bottom, you can get mega creeps. You still need to take down the tier 2 tower too. And this one.
Well, he's actually going to be able to get the Avatos onto 2 with got the juice in the middle as well. They're going to be relying on the Fury swipes to bring down Yuma.
Okay.
They've killed the Aegis, now Whisper as well, refreshed up, double roar over towards the Ursa. They're going to have the damage inside the chain control. Got the juice okay for the moment. The BKB is going to be activated, but he's just unable to right-click anyone. 80 seconds, no bear. PMA's gone as well. Triple kill for Whisper. I mean, he's top net worth from start to finish, 8-1 and 6. It's been a hell of a performance from Whisper.
And it all started with that trade in the laning stage, where he gets the Helm of Iron Will, he gets the kill. Like, this is a dream for a Beastmaster. Beastmaster truly is one of the best tempo heroes in the game if he can get Helm of Overlord by, let's say, minute 13, 14. Every game where you do that looks like this. Bottom lane, of course, is gone already, so back to mid. Ursa is down for 30 extra seconds. There's no defending this.
They're going to try Tai Lung. Looking for the closeout here. Niku's gone. Is going to buy back, but we've got Makers and tier 4s are going to be going too quickly as well. Na'Vi looks like in our first qualification series, they will be playing with a game deficit as LGD. Very, very clean for them. Just a pretty easy victory, to be honest. Really no blips on the radar.
Yep, very straightforward. There was that one fight down bottom that perhaps they didn't have to take, and the Tormentor, which could have been perhaps played a bit differently. Like, they didn't necessarily have to even fight the first Stormy, or they could have connected with the Bane a little bit earlier. They were a little bit late, so Na'Vi did show some promise in this game. Like, they did have a general idea, but I think their draft was really difficult to execute. You asked me what are they missing in their draft. When I saw the Ursa, I'm like, damn, great, Ursa into Timber. Suddenly you can deal with the Timber in the lane, so maybe you don't have to deal with the Timber in the game. No, Timber just goes mid. And then you have to deal with the Beastmaster now, and also with the Timber. So the draft was, I gotta say, a big part of this W from LGD. It wasn't unplayable for Na'Vi, but I think this game was much harder for them to play than it was for LGD.
Yeah, you kind of, at the end of the day, you shot yourself in the foot, right, from Na'Vi. I mean, this was a last pick Ursa. Like, usually the team with second pick, I mean, you see, like, you can have you have this gotcha pick, you've got some pretty decent core matchups overall, so yeah, unfortunately, maybe there's just like, you know, Tyler, he's only played, I mean, he's level 10 on Timber in Dota Plus. I don't know if he's, you know, smurfing, anything like that, how many Timber games he's actually got, but he looked very comfortable though on the Timber, so it doesn't matter how many games he actually has. It looks like, you know, he's absolutely able to play this hero with a lot of comfort. And of course, everyone else on LGD on, you know, some of the more, you know, formidable heroes as well. Again, Yuma with the Luna, Whisper with the Beastmaster as well. But LGD, one game away now of going to represent South America, kind of slash China, being, you know, still LGD in a way over at Paris for EWC. We'll see if Na'Vi have what it takes to send us to a game 3, or if they'll be playing in our lower bracket final series of the night. See you guys after a quick break.
trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got game 2 getting underway here. LGD 1 game away, moving over to play at Paris for EWC. Let's see what Na'Vi are able to pull out of the hat. I know, for our pre-game heading into game 2, Lizard, I feel like if it's a draft problem, there's not as much we can really say in regards to like, well, what question do I ask you? It's like, Lizard, what was wrong with the draft? You say the Ursa last pick, and then what else is there? What else have we got to work with besides a draft in a game like that? Is there any gameplay problems that you saw at all? Or really, unfortunately, a lot of it just comes down to the draft that we saw.
I think, considering what they were given, what heroes they were playing, they did all right. I don't think that they could have done a whole lot better. I think also that LGD played a really good game of Dota. The buyback on Timber actually was a crucial strategical part which helped them quite a lot to take this one. But overall, the game felt much easier for them to play. It was on Na'Vi to play the game offensively, to get the ball rolling, but they never could. I guess now that I think about it, the only thing that maybe could have been a bit different was the over-defensiveness of the mid lane, where they had like double supports camping mid for quite some time on Na'Vi to rescue the Tiny. But that again stems from the fact that Tiny needs to be rescued, right? That he's not a hero that can stand alone and defend the tower, which is something that most mid laners can do at this
10
point.
seconds remaining.
That led into losing the double minute 7 rule, by the way. Not the shrine, that is. And losing 2 minute 7 shrines is like a really big deal. Like, I think there is no understating there. You need at least 1 shrine at minute 7. If you aren't getting at least 1 shrine, you have to make sure that at least you're balling out in the laning stage and everyone has enough XP to complete.
5 seconds remaining.
Because it's just hard when your supports can't get 6, right? Like, if Woodwing doesn't have 6, Woodwing cannot play the game, cannot join these fights early on to get some kills on the sidelines.
Time for some revenge, apparently, huh? Alright.
Seems so.
Timber response. Wasn't entirely sure if we were going to get a Kez here actually from Na'Vi. Surprised it did slip through the pool considering both teams run the Kez in 1 and 2, which some very few teams at the moment are currently doing as well. So I thought that was going to kind of be perma first phase banned in this series.
I think it was banned in the first game, right?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Second game, still not, but maybe gets banned out here. Yeah, I think Kez is still a ridiculous hero. I don't like him on mid lane as much as I like him on safe lane. I feel like on mid lane he can be abused a bit more, and you need to
5 seconds remaining.
draft accordingly. Like, you need to draft like you have a Kez mid. You can't draft like you have a mid laner mid. You have a Kez mid, and then you need to set things up a little bit differently, like you have a Tinker mid or something like that. But in any case, most likely will be banned out. When it comes to these 2 heroes that got picked, I actually like Clock into Timber quite a lot. Like, just the constant mana burn from Cogs is good enough for me to call this matchup kind of Clock favored, even though the hero-to-hero matchup isn't really a thing here, but still, I really like burning mana from Timber. Timber Chain versus Cogs also works in a very wonky way. You still get pushed back, you still get burned. So overall, yeah, I like the Clock here quite a bit. LGD, they didn't ban out Huskar, by the way. It's a hero that doesn't get abused by Clockwork at all. So maybe something to look into.
5 seconds
True.
remaining.
I think even with the Clock, haven't we seen like traditionally this matchup be actually pretty decent versus Timber as a whole anyway, even besides with the new Cogs at the moment. I feel like Battery Soul for all of its kind of history has always been really annoying for Timber. Just the mini stun, the hook shot to be able to initiate on him as well. So now you have these insane Cogs as well. Makes the matchup even better. They're actually going to pick a Bane as well from Na'Vi. So already 2 heroes that LGD had. Apparently Na'Vi feel like they're pretty strong. They want them themselves.
10 seconds
yeah, the Bane is being picked up a bit more in pubs as well.
5
not
seconds
really still
remaining.
the go-to position 5, but he's alright. He's in a pretty good spot. What I'm interested in is Techie is not being touched at all, by the way. I still feel like even after the nerfs, this hero is...
Dire team pick.
So I'm surprised that he is completely ignored, but I gotta admit that I haven't really seen the last couple of last days. Has Techie's been around over there, or is the hero ignored as well?
It's been getting picked, but I think actually less than what I was expecting, to be honest. But no, it is still getting picked a lot.
I was wondering because Taser is still damn busted. The damage amp is still very good. So.
Yeah, it just still feels like everything else the hero provides, even just with the mind control across the map. It's just another thing in itself. So maybe not as likely this game. I mean, we'll see. You know, with the Rubik, I mean, I know a lot of the Techie's damage, maybe not as too impactful with the Viper. Nonetheless, though, you would like a little bit of AoE, a little bit of magic damage because of your Bane being your current support.
5 seconds remaining.
I would really like an Edge. Like when I look at these three heroes on LGD, I would really like an Edge on Navi.
Okay.
Like Edge 4 with Bane. If you want to play Chen as well, sure. I don't like him as much, but Rubik and Clock really don't do anything to Edge. Viper hates playing into just a bunch of summons or units getting behind him in the laning stage. Of course, they can go for a different kind of hero characters. We'll see. Portal gets picked up. Of course, can be mid as well. Doesn't have to be played on a support role, but it can also be support. Like you could play this Portal plus Timberlane. That's it. Just have a decent
10
offlane
seconds
duel.
team pick.
Like Chakra Magic works. All right. Chakra Magic works really well with TB. It's the only ulti that Keeper of the Light refreshes, by the way. So, nice to see people abusing it.
Yeah, I think this has also been one of the most important things we've seen at the moment, especially in Blast in particular, because I know Kottle's getting picked a lot there as well, even as a 4, that teams are making sure that you don't just have like your Kotl TB or a Kotl Ember, whatever. It feels like there's 2 or 3 heroes that get so much value out of this spell.
Kotl Ember, Kotl Timber, Kotl Pango.
Yeah.
Back in the day, it was Kotl PL, by the way, on the safe lane.
Really?
It was the perma-lance spam.
It's gross.
Like, one Phantom Lance after another. It was gross. Kotl Bristle, of course, as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Another one. A lot of good combos. But they get Enigma for themselves. So you have Enigma, you have Rubik. It's kind of soft covered. Now it's on Navi to decide which way do they want to go with this. Which way do you counter the Enigma? I would actually argue that maybe putting Kotl on mid would be the easiest, and then you can pick a support that can deal with it. Maybe put Bane with Timber and pick something like a Warlock or maybe a Silencer, by the way, that works really well into Rubik too. Like you'd have Silencer plus for the global versus Rubik and Enigma. Then your lanes, your support duo would be super wonky. They need a stun, by the way. That's something that Navi really do not have. Yeah, I take that back. Let's give these guys a stun.
Okay. Do we still, if we're looking for a stun then, do we stick with like wanting the Kotl mid and just going for like a position 4 or 5 that can provide a little bit of control?
I think that's maybe the easiest way to do it, right? Like if you're getting it from a support. But right now LGD, they banned out the Invoker, so I suppose they will ban out another mid laner and they'll just... They're expecting a mid lane. You could get some Spirit here as well on Navi, but the thing is, like, you'll be laning into a Viper.
10 seconds remaining.
LGD, they have had some games, and overall, Tai Lung has had some games on Viper where he is 14-0 in the laning stage, and then he just loses after. I hope that they have like a really good plan on LGD around the Viper, because right now their draft is really slow. Especially if Enigma isn't going for the utility build, but more of the BKB blinks, you know, like super self-centered kind of a build. I'd like to see maybe Bearing Vlad's kind of a build on Enigma rather than that. But if it, after all, when you think about it, actually, Navi already have grip versus the Black Hole, right? So it's something that you can always use, even through BKB.
Yeah, it's just a question of
Turn to ban.
the Bane's positioning, I suppose, inside Defiance. Is the clock going to be able to find him as the potential carrier for
Because-
Yuma?
It doesn't really matter if you get found or not. As long as you press that grip just to cancel the Black Hole, you're already fine. Unless you're killed, like you said. Unless clock
10
finds you and actually
seconds remaining.
kills you immediately, then it's a different story. But you can see the bans from LGD. They ban out a Hoodwink, they ban out Invoker. They're not really certain on which way Navi are going to go for. They need a carry of their own. You're picking something into the Terrorblade. Usually heroes that don't really care about too much armor are good.
10
A lot of
seconds
burst.
remaining. 5
These
seconds
kind of carries,
remaining.
Morta of course being one of the best armor
Yeah.
ignoring position ones.
Unfortunately, not going to get that in the hands of Yuma. So let's see what his options are.
If not for Timber, PL would be a really good idea, right? Just absolutely destroys TB, but Timber would maybe just be absolutely free in that lane.
Navi's turn to pick.
It's not enough. It's that go back.
Interesting. Luna into TB. Of course, you have the Luna into Timber as well, which is probably the more important thing. Plus, again, very strong lane matchup. You don't know whether it's going to be the Timber off. More than likely it is, apologies, because you're going to avoid the Viper. So happy with that matchup. We'll see what Na'Vi go now for. Again, you were mentioning about having some stuns, that being some problems for them.
Yeah, I'd really like to see something with a stun. It would be nice not to play only around the grip and around Solar Bind, because the thing is, if this Coddle is mid and you're playing with no stuns, every time you Solar Bind the target, they just TP up. That's it. Like, that's the main counter to Coddle from the mid lane. There's no way of preventing it. So on Navi, a mid laner that can, if they're going for mid, something that can jump the backlines would be very great if they can deal with the Viper. Like your Pucks, your Embers, your Void Spirits, they're all great for them, but Puck of course banned out, and the other two just struggle against the Viper way too hard. Another option is to just go full on Viper counter, like a Sniper or something, but I'm not really a big enjoyer of having Sniper and Terrorblade on the same team.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they kind of overlap each other a little bit, unfortunately. But this is kind of the problems that come when you are faced with a Viper. So they're going to
Choose
task.
your hero.
We will see that the Coddle is going to get put in the mid lane. They'll go for, of course, one of Daze's. I think this actually might be his best hero, to be honest. I know when he was on OG for that stint of time, I felt like there was so much important. I always saw his task, and really, if he wasn't on this hero, it felt like the kind of OG weren't winning, and that's at least your since then. I've always kind of, when I see his name, instantly think about Tusk. So he's on some comfort. They get some control, which is, again, something that you were mentioning. But is this... Yeah, this is your 24th pick. Arguably the most important pick for you in the draft. And we get a support. So how are you feeling about this draft overall, though, from Na'Vi? Because, again, the previous one, we had some
10
problems
seconds
with it.
remaining.
I think it's good. I think it's a good approach. Why? The multiple reasons.
5
First one,
seconds remaining.
you can't get anything from the mid lane versus a Viper that works right now. Like, it just doesn't work against... You could go for one of these heroes, Storms, but Spirits that is, but you would get too demolished in the lane. Coddle, on the other hand, does not get demolished by Viper. Like, it's a lane that you can... you aren't necessarily winning it on Coddle, but you don't really care. As long as you de-ward the camps in your own jungle, like, you always be able to go back in and recover, get your level 6, get the urn, start the ball rolling. And speaking of that, like, you have Tusk as well now. A hero that is super good with Coddle in the early stages, because Tusk, he doesn't care about anything but kills. Like, he just wants to set things up early on, get some stuns going, and with Coddle you can always make sure that every Solar Bind, every Illuminate connects. You're actually not that bad into Viper, because you can get on top of him easily, Ice Shards to stop him from running away. I actually like what Na'Vi have. I think this draft of theirs is really not half bad. I feel like the tables have switched a little bit, where they're still playing the tempo on Navi, just like they did in game number 1, or they should have in game number 1. But I feel like the tempo is much easier to play this time.
A wise blade shakes a
What are the big problems that they might face in the early game from LGD to stop that tempo?
You mean, how can LGD stop it?
Yeah. What are the big problems
General?
yeah, just in general, and even like, you know, aside the lane, or what hero needs to have a good time, a good early game from LGD to really, you know, minimize the ball that Na'Vi want to get rolling.
I don't think they have like a good lane in general. Maybe top lane is the best one for them. Like you have Luna plus Bok. It's a very difficult lane, of course, to play into as Timber. Like your mana is burned, your HP is gone all the time because of Lucent Beam spam. A lot of damage coming from both of them. When it comes to the offlane, like Ruby plus Enigma, honestly, it doesn't strike me like the best lane versus the Terrorblade. Terrorblade Bane should do quite fine there. Even Bane, by the way, with Brain Sap, it's pure damage. So the magic resistance from demonic summoning from Eidolons isn't really there. It's not great. Overall, Bane is a good laner into the Enigma and the Rubik. And Terrorblade generally was always good into Enigma because of high armor and just the illusion spam on the Eidolons. Basically, where I'm leaning is game 1. I really liked LGD's draft. I think they executed it very nicely. This game 2 is a real test for them. Was that only a draft, or are they just playing better right now? Is a question that will be answered. Because I think the draft is way more even, if not even benefiting Navi this time.
Okay then. Yuma's at least aware of what items he needs. He's got Treads, Mask of Madness, Windlace, Yashin, plus 21 items queued up. Is this
By the way, mid lane.
Yeah.
Just a small detour from Yuma's build. This is the one lane where I'm interested in. I want to see what happens. Coddle versus Viper can go great for Coddle, or it can go really south real quickly.
How do you actually even skill build in this lane with Tai Long? Are you wanting more points in Corrosive Skin because the blast? Do you even care?
I think you can get it. Yeah, I think you can get more Corrosive Skin earlier on. But you're basically playing around poison attack anyway. You're trying to get boots and spam. I played this lane, by the way, recently. A couple of days ago, I played it versus some 500-600 ranked fighter. Not necessarily as good as Tai Long, but it's an annoying lane as Coddle. Like, you have to play on the stacks. His camps have been blocked by LGD.
Unfortunately, it'd be problematic for them. I'm gonna have to bring a sentry out to the mid lane and then have the mid laner. Oh no, what a shame. This person has to go D-Ward instead. You know, Riddies can't leave his carry. We can't have Daze leave PMA as well.
Like, already I would say maybe a little bit of a mistake from Navi, because whenever you're playing Coddle, you want to defend those two camps before the rune spawn, before the bounty rune. They didn't really do it, not super successfully at least.
See if that's gonna go bite them in the back as this one continues. How's our side lane shaping up at the moment? It's nothing too crazy. Your Timber at the early stages looking pretty comfortable. We've already seen some constant spam from KG with the power clogs. And we'll see what the build is going to be from PMA on the Timber, and if he can have as good of a performance as we saw from Tai Long. Is it a... Yeah, like, what build can we actually see out of Timber? Do you want to, like, a bit more of utility-esque? Or we need just, like, raw damage? What are some of the options for PMA in a game like this?
There's a couple of options for him. I think... Oh, Coddle made all that thought. I think he... Wow.
Okay, Whisper. Have we got our first blood? Blood grenade. He is actually okay, and it's actually got the juice that ends up dying. So Thelacorp with the assistance of the Eidolons.
Luna top.
Oh my god. Dude, what's going on?
Mudbath.
What is happening?
Literally everything was happening in a span of 2 seconds. Like every single lane, even Coddle, by the way, almost solo being killed by the Viper. Ring around the Rosie trying to get away. He's doing a good job. Bok though TPing in. Couldn't go for the water room because of the TP from the Clockwork. He'd probably get the power cog to the face. He solves it. Is there a rocket? There's no rocket. Okay. Lucky. We'll see some replays happening everywhere. This was a massive win, I would say, for LGD down front. Like a massive win for them to take down the turtle blade with meta, by the way, as well. This just shouldn't happen. It's a lane with, I would argue, Navi are even the strongest. I'd say this is the only lane where they feel all right. They're losing.
They're gonna try and TP a support down to bottom, but unfortunately Britties might die before Daze gets here. It's a nice nightmare, but they will still get Whisper. That's the important kill. Nice snowball out from Daze as well. Level 3 online. So he has all the spells and plenty of mana to play with. Got the juice. Really beautifully done.
Really good from Daze. Of course, has Windlace and Boots, so he's able to get into one target and then snowball to the other, and body block, by the way, the Rubik, because of the Windlace and Boots. A lot of movement speed.
Man, I can't work out what's going on mid. Why is Niku not D-Ward?
I really don't know. It's when you're playing Coddle sometimes in mid lane, you get stuck in this situation where every time you want to go and D-Ward and pull, maybe the range creep is too low and you want to stick around to get the experience. Especially when you're playing versus heroes as Viper. I don't know how to explain it. It's just hard to play these lanes. Hard to be efficient. Let's put it that way. When you're constantly pressured, it's hard to use Illuminate exactly how you want to get the range creep, and then go back and stack at the same time. Because usually you're using the Illuminate to perhaps kill a small creep, like the normal melee one. And by the time you kill that, like, you're losing some HP, you're not able to run back, and of course now he knows that it's blocked anyways.
Look at him!
All the way to the left.
What's he doing here? This is not where I want to see my Coddle farming.
Absolutely not, but he's zoned. He's completely zoned from everywhere else.
At the moment, Whisper's getting zoned back as well, but this is, of course, you're happy with that on die. You've got 2 supports on LGD just bodyguarding mid. And this is the catapult wave as well. They're going to glyph early. So the blast will actually come through, but as soon as I see the blast, KJ is going to start to run towards that direction. Bottom though, yeah, Whisper. Dived on the tower, Tylung should be able to secure the kill, but the Nether Strike with the snowball will stop some of the damage over time. But it looks like nonetheless, surely got the juice, will still die. It's just a question if the Viper is going to be able to survive. Daze along with Bane don't particularly have too much damage, unfortunately, and Iridius won't be able to TP, and Daze is also going to be run down as well. So you got Viper problems in the mid lane, and apparently Viper problems bottom as well.
I mean, Ridis did the play there. He hid behind the tree and planted the branch in front, trying to block the vision completely so he can TP out, but unfortunately it didn't really work out the way he imagined. This is a disaster, by the way. I picked them up. I think LGD recognizing who the biggest threat is on the map, and they've acted appropriately. The same way they shut down Niku's Tiny in game number 1 is the way they're shutting down Coddle. But the difference is Coddle is way more early game oriented than Tiny. And let's see, it's minute 7, he finally got his level 6. He's starting to rotate, but
yeah, they smoked under a ward though. So it doesn't matter. Now look at top, actually. They're already going on to Timber. And I was gone in an instant. As soon as you get the break, the Eclipse damage as well. Usually it's not even necessary for a break to be out this early when you have the damage from the Lunar.
Blink Viper, that's what.
Did he go Blink? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Whisper? Yeah, we're a bit too late here for Wisdom. Maybe they're trying to get through to anticipate where Whisper's farming, so they will still run into the Enigma with the damage from Niku. Really important kill. Can the neutrals help in any way? Well, the damage almost enough, but we're still needing that urn charge. Oh!
Pain dies to the Eidolons.
Alrighties.
He was body blocked the whole time. Like, he tried to get away, but the Eidolons, the micro from Vincere was really, really good. So, no way out for Pain. So, if they don't get the kill on Enigma, and they also lose Vincere, and they
No
might
TP on
lose
Coddle. Coddle's dead. Yeah, so I am well aware that Pylong is a massive Viper spammer. I know they've been playing a lot for LGD. I actually haven't been able to cover any of those games, so I'm not sure if this Blink build is something that he typically goes, but... Okay, it's not?
Not in the games that I have covered, at least. Like, I've covered a lot of these Viper games he's been playing. Travel this a bit earlier. But, this is definitely an adaptation. I've seen a lot of V-lands, Dragonlands, with travels, and then you scale. But I've seen a lot of games where it goes this well, and then it just all falls apart eventually for him. I think the Blink Dagger is really good versus Bottom, versus Terrorblade. Like, you can just jump on top of them, use all your spells, force them to fight you. Versus Timber, of course, as well. Coddle's hardest matchups are heroes with time to go. Blink Dagger takes.
Yeah, usually this Viper hero is not too mobile, but it's even with the treads now just moving at 320. I don't know if he had boots beforehand, that's why I said treads, but yeah, he's a bit of a slow one. No, they get the kill into the Tusk, Radiant. What do they want to do? Niku and Redis is kind of standing hand in hand. He's got an earn charge at least now. But unfortunately, we see the levels being a little bit problematic for Na'Vi considering they lost both Wisdoms. It's not going to be an issue though for at least Niku and PMA. Both the cores should be able to output the damage that's necessary to get the kill onto KJ.
Finally.
Let's just see what happens now on the map. I mean, Pylong has got a Arcane Rune, and the big question is LGD if they defend their safe lane tower?
The thing is, like, he's already forced to fulfill, but he doesn't go for it. Like this, these two items he's going up in Coddle, travels short with Vessel.
Speaking of the Viper and the Coddle,
It's kind of rough.
Pylong going to be able to get the Viper strike out early, but no more extra control. Theolacor, well, he's got it himself onto both supports, Nightmare, Riddies. Still a little bit vulnerable. Shortly, Tai Long's going to be able to secure the kill. Actually, not enough damage. So, Na'Vi do a really good job to just disengage as a unit, not overplay their hand. They bring a lot of reactions towards this top side of the map, but LGD are going to be quick.
Straight up down bottom. This is a really nice disengage. And a little bit unfortunate for Tai Lung. He used the Viper Strike just as Spirit Orb was running out, I believe. So, if you waited like 2 seconds and then jumped the Coddle can't get away. Because his movement speed is basically half. But this time around...
Oh, no. What a read from Got the Juice. He scanned the Fiend's Gate because they knew they were rotating, but unfortunately his farming pattern back to safety was under this Observer that actually just expired. So in the end, they actually still get the kill, and this tower will die as well. And Whisper's got a blink, even getting delivered now too.
Yep, even with Sunder, by the way.
Dire's middle tower
Managed
is
to
under
take him down.
attack.
Another hero, by the way, that doesn't really care about armor
Radiant's
on
top tower is under attack.
our boy Turbo, right? Viper. Just magic them to spam.
Yeah, he's absolutely chill. No cares about it all. Tai Lung once again. Gotta be careful with the Fiend's Scoop, but Whispers there. There's your black hole and an instant tip as well. Yuma is well aware that this fight is over. And honestly, it's feeling like this series is over. We haven't seen Na'Vi. There's just nothing from...
You can't see anything from them. Why? Because their mid laner is an absolutely tempo-based mid laner. Coddle has to have a good start. And this is one of those heroes who really has to do something the moment he gets level 6. But his level 6 was delayed. Like, minute 7 more or less. And now he's kind of struggle city, you know. It's hard to do anything on the map with this hero. You need to have like 404 very quickly. Models. Let's see.
Smoke might work down to bottom, but they're going to be pretty quick because they've already jumped the Terrorblade without Sunder available. Got the Juice is dead, and now Radiant. A 4-man move to bottom. PMA's going to chain further behind, trying to catch up to Tai Lung. Won't be able to get the glimpse of him, so they'll go for Theolacor instead. They got the damage, and they got stuns. Okay. They got one of them at least, but again, like we're losing our carry, and it's just a support.
And even that support was almost not killed. the only reason they kill him is because of the chakra magic,
Radiant's
right?
top tower
That gave
is
some
under attack.
extra spells to the Timber to refresh very quickly. Because the sleep actually saved the Rubicon from initial damage of the bottle.
KJ. He's got a glimpse of him. He's pinging him out. KJ is going to be fine. Yeah, 5k lead, 14 minutes of the game. You still got Yuma farming up a storm. And with this is the thing about the Luna TB though. Again, as the game goes on, Terrorblade, you're pretty happy with the reflection. I know maybe Luna can get rid of it with Manta. BKB is another aspect, but I feel like always late game carry TB is going to be pretty favored. But the only problem with that is, but the potential pace that Luna can put on the game. With you getting ages early, taking out other objectives, being able to play behind her. It's not going to get any easier, unfortunately. They're going to smoke, try and wrap around mid. Once again, try to put them... Did they get a glimpse of Tai Lung? Yeah, they'll get an angle in to find the initiation. Tai Lung surely will be bursted down. A beautiful pick off for them, and they should be able to cut their losses at days unless the hookshot from KJ connects onto PMA with the double cogs. PMA tries to get away, but... Beautiful spell casting. It's just perfect from LGD. You lose one, but it doesn't matter. Look at what they take on the map. It always feels like they're just getting more and more out of these trades no matter what is happening. Are they even going to be able to get Nico as well? Actually, Malefice is back up. That stun enables KJ to get in range here with the power clogs. Who cares about battery salt? Got a lineup like this.
Any mini mistake that they make, like a small little mistake that they make with their play, that's fun. Like this jump could have been perhaps a little bit faster if Solar Bind connects on Viper on time. You see, it's a bit late. Timber jumps in, and then the Solar Bind connects. The Solar Bind is there the moment you jump in. Maybe he just instantly evaporates it. You have like half of a second, maybe a second more to back out. But the more time you waste on the Viper means more time for LG to respond. Now you lose 4 heroes for 1. Silver lining, you do manage to kill the Viper, of course, for now. But the problem that they have on Navi is they're on a timer. The more you wait, the more defensive tools they have on LGD, and that's all they need. Like, they need a couple of Mantas, maybe a BKB, maybe a Lotus on someone, and the mid lane of Radiant will literally be impossible to play. Like, Coddle without Solar Bind is truly not possible.
Whisper bottom. PMA getting an opportunity to start onto Whisper, and with Niku nearby, this is finally a real big mistake from Dire, where we actually see nothing else come as a result of it. Usually their mistakes are actually you're turning it around and getting kills, objectives, whatnot. Looks like this one, there'll be nothing but their claim across the map.
A really good pickup. This is like one combo that is working for them, right? The Timber plus Coddle is pretty damn fine. Some mobility, of course, on Coddle now with the travels, with the force, so he won't be killed off by Tai Lung that easily any longer.
Radiant's top tower
Can they maybe even get Riddies too? Oh, sorry, can they get the clock? Riddies being a little bit hesitant. We don't want that Fiend script, the potential of people tipping into the tier 2 tower.
This Rubik, by the way, has had a pretty good game so far as well. He went for not really the most selfish build. I mean, Essence Distiller, sometimes it's Essence Distiller and Glimmer when you want to not really play on your own spells, but for your team as well. You go for these 2 items. So far, 4-2-10, and it's not really the easiest Rubik game, I've got to say. One of the reasons why Tusk was also picked. I was calling for Ench. Tusk kind of works in a similar way. There's nothing that Rubik can steal that is red. It's okay, but steal some shards, some snowball, but so far he's been stealing shotgun and he's probably the best help.
Yeah, we're gonna see it potentially here in a skirmish around the mid lane. Na'Vi actually wanting to force the issue, but Riddies, with the Bane's gonna be initiated on, it looks like they're gonna lose their support already to start the fight. It's not an easy kill, apparently. Riddies steps over towards the river, gets a little bit closer. Yuma and Cole were trying to burst him down, but now Theolacor actually went too far forward. So with the eye of the side, trying to find that chink in the armor. It's Na'Vi that find it first, and now they're looking to try and get a little bit more as well. An early Scepter from KJ, but once he falls down, That hook is not going to be able to get him out to safety. Not only is it a tier 1 tower, it's 2 kills as well.
Yeah, they're coming online a little bit. You have the Terrorblade power spike, right? Like the D-Lance Manta. I feel like the Terrorblade power spike with just a couple of items is much higher than the power spike that Luna gets at this point. Due to a bit more to the fight. Once Luna gets a BKB, perhaps that changes a little bit, but as long as they're playing around the meta, they can make plays. It's not nice. I was thinking a very grim picture, by the way.
Might have to go back live. Bottom lane Whisper. They want a black hole solo onto the Timber. Absolutely, they do with Human nearby, but this cancel's going to be quick from Bane. PMA's actually still alive, and now the rest of Rainier are nearby as well, but they got to be careful because Dai will respond. Tyler, a jumper to the middle, but Yuma's health pool isn't looking pretty. Is there any extra damage with Kotal controlled up to the north? Niku will not be able to get the damage required to kill off Yuma. It was a nice start, but unfortunately not good enough. Now Yuma might still be ramped down. PMA finding an opening with a backline. This observer about to expire in a couple of seconds. He'll use that perfectly and escape as well, but the hook shot sliding past him.
This Clockwork is doing some massive work through the game. This time around, of course, doesn't connect with the hook, but yeah. He's going for Wind Waker, by the way, on Clock. If only he had an item that allows him to fly anyway, you know, with Shard and stuff like that.
Yeah, you know, Shard plus Wind Waker apparently, just for your extra, so you can't give the Shard to a teammate.
That's, of course, all jokes aside, it's a really good item versus Rip. PMA, by the way, they're still fighting while the replay is going on. Might kill the Timber.
Ah, they got him. PMA, what
This
are you
time
up to
around,
there, brother?
he went a bit YOLO. Up to this point, like, he was really treading the line finally. Like, it was a fine line. He managed to get a lot of aggression, but also not die in a lot of these fights. This time around, he went a little bit ham.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. You guys ain't
four
missing
heroes.
anything. Yeah, what can you do? You know, you get Cogs twice, there's a Malefice on you, there's Stolen Chain for some pure damage as well. Like, it's just... Unfortunately, it's not too fun of a time for him. He's had a really great showing, honestly, from PMA. He's a large reason of why they're in this position. Got the juice as well. It's only a 5k deficit, but he's sitting second in net worth. Manta, D-Lance, into the Skadi for him.
I would say he's the main reason, by the way. Timber is basically keeping them in the game right now. So he's allowed one mistake. Another one, and the game might be a bit too rough for him, because he's not only playing versus Viper with a lot of magic resistance lowering right from poison attack, but he's also playing against percentage-based damage. You have Midnight Blast to worry about moves. Gotta be careful.
Well, this BKB definitely should be able to help PMA then. Protect him a lot inside these team fights. He's going to get there pretty shortly as well. He's got one component, enough gold for the second. We shall see how long that's going to be able to take him. Of course, we do have some objectives out on the map as well. We just got the Wisdoms, 1 for 1. Went to the cause. Whisper took Dyers. So saw the TB get the other one. Both of them are getting close to the 15. But really, the important thing is going to be that Tormentor. And potentially Roshan as well. Pretty good read there from Na'Vi. Lots of scans around the mid lane. So lots of lines getting drawn. And there's a big X down bottom towards the Tormentor. I don't know what that means. Whether they want to... X marks the spot. They want that treasure or they want to get away. Unfortunately, Niku is running under the ward.
Niku, no. Managed to win the fight in the last game next to Dormy.
I'm sure this time around, I don't know. Like, unless Daze might... What's Daze up to here? Don't get too close.
He wants to snipe it.
How close can you get? I thought that was already close enough for the laser beams to go through. Does he get the timing? No, wait, Daze? Wow, super close. Really nice try.
I mean, it's already like trying to get Shard, of course. 1400 gold swing or 2.8k gold swing. You're not getting the Shard. They are pretty big.
Got the juice. I run into Yuma first. Now he does have the rest of the team smoking as two. Yuma also has some heroes relatively nearby. Is he going to be able to stay alive long enough? No, he won't. The damage is too quick, but they will still try and respond as well from LGD, evening up the trade, but not making it as valuable. The TP kill needs to happen, and maybe that can come through with the back of the black hole from Whisper. With the connection onto two, Whisper once again. Even Daze ran into it as well. PMA now waiting for it to expire. They're going to try and actually TP out on the Enigmas, and then he stuns as not. Whisper will make it. Unfortunately, KJ in the end is going to be left to his own devices here to prove to be a little bit problematic, but this will be a kill that nonetheless will come through from Na'Vi. So a trade that goes back and forth from either side.
Yeah, but overall, PMH, very happy, right? Once again, he comes out on top. The BKB, by the way, is still unused. Double BKB has that 9 seconds BKB up available. Not too shabby, not too shabby. I feel like this game could be won by the Timber. Not necessarily terrible, not necessarily the like Timber. It just needs to be up front with massive chaos. So the Black Hole is really that easy to do.
Well, maybe, let's see. You got the AD onto the Terror Blade, so they're actually going to try and force Roche, and we'll see if you give the Ages over to PMA or stop the Juice. You need to get the Roche first, though. Dial. No Black Hole.
Have rocket
fire. Using actually the Nether Strike over towards the task. They're going to try and force him out of the pit, so they won't be able to continue the objective. Tylon with a BKB that doesn't really provide a whole lot with this on cooldown. Now has to be very careful.
Roche is switching up, They can kill it
inside the river, but LGD still at no. They won't be able to now. PMA surely with the Ages. How aggressive do you want to play? He's going to blink directly on top of LGD, but the Malefic's going to be able to hold him back at the moment. The BKB finally used from PMA to run them down, but a nice telekinesis. Gets the Viper out of danger. They won't continue to die. The respect will be there, but they separate from Daze. The Shard's going to stop them from running down Tai Long, and a hookshot from KJ will not escape as the Timber able to pursue, but PMA once again is going to be a little bit careful now. He's got no BKB. They're going to Fiend Scoop. That's going to be cancelled early on. PMA will still die, and he's away from the team. Are they going to be able to get back in time to protect him on the respawn? Controlled the once around the secret drop, and Maleficus again with the damage that's going to be coming through pretty quickly from Yuma. A defensive Sunder just to get him out in the nick of timing. Man, how close that could have been, especially with Black Hole up in 5 seconds from Whisper.
If they manage to just slow the fight down a little bit longer so the Black Hole is there, maybe they could counter it. But the sustain is there on Navi's side, by the way. This Keeper of the Light is not a massive problem when it comes to the damage output, but he's healing them. He's giving them mana with Chakra Magic all the time. Like, he almost has Octarine as well on top. Like, this is a game in which I would argue Navi are pretty comfortably back in. Kind of hit spot. They're still in the 5G deficit, but definitely pivotal now. They're in a horrible position. We can circle back to what we talked about in the draft stage. Navi's draft looks nicer, easier to play, but the laning stage just went so terribly for them that it was hard to execute anything.
At least they're getting to that stage where you're broken through the problems that were made inside the lane. They will kill off the TV though with the Black Hole out. Oh man, got the Juice, is dead in an instant. Daze as well is going to be ran down as well. Or maybe they want to separate their attention with a hook shot from KJ. Briddies will try and do his best, but nicely done. KJ instant yours to make sure that there was no Nightmare shenanigans. Now Briddies is next on the chopping block as well. We just praised Na'Vi, but they lose 4 and they don't get anything.
It's always like that. The moment you praise them, it all falls apart. Now it's a 7k lead. What's the difference, by the way? Can you decipher this?
Oh, where's my PMA hero?
Exactly, like there is no Timber. For Navi to win fights, this Timber needs to be up front. He needs to be creating chaos. He didn't have him at all in this last game.
because of that, now we get tier 2 tower that was claimed, a little bit of damage onto the tier 3. They'll put some pressure on the tier 2 as well, but Radiant are respawning, so might be able to kill KJ. I don't know, he's up to some crazy stuff. They see him? Yeah, they got a glimpse of him. That's a hook shot, actually. Nice, force hook. We'll help you guys out. That one, he doesn't die, he gets out. We want to see what did happen in the previous fight.
Yeah, see how different the fight this is, where they can jump the artists really and hold them up one after another. Of course, Navi, they need to keep formation. Let's do that. I don't think this is a game where they can really far across the map. They will be hunted constantly by Clock, by Enigma. Refresher, by the way, I believe is almost done. It is done on Whisper, so he has that in the inventory with the Aghanim Scepter.
Dyer's
Black Hole's on cooldown currently. So at least you're going to be able to get this tier 2 tower top lane. Some objective. What about the items in particular for Niku? I know you mentioned previously in some of the other fights, the blast and the chakras in general, like he's playing maybe a little bit more of a backseat role. This guy's got Basher and Abyssal Blade queued up. So I was going to joke about it in the drop, but I saw the Bane. I'm like, you know, at least the Bane can cancel Black Hole. But Niku says that's my role this game.
I don't know if he truly needs an Abyssal on bottle. I feel like maybe there are better options. But sure, I've seen crazy. I don't think I've seen a crazier item on crazier mismatch. Let's put it that way. I was just gonna say Aghanims, by the way. Literally, it doesn't work the same. Like it wants to stop the black hole, I believe. Like it will still continue channeling, but it's a. You have ways of dealing with the black hole that isn't only Bane.
Yeah.
You have Tusk as well.
Have they got a smoke on die? You just got an Arc and a Whisper. You want to force a team fight here. I mean, Whisper is itching to go. Tai Lung as well, actually. An aggressive jump into the middle. Yuma's going to follow with the BKB. Tronic's zone got the juice away. An early meta is going to be activated and got the juice. We'll be able to reposition, but the Black Hole's there from Whisper. Catching two importantly with the Timbersaw. Hold into place. Double Black Hole. Terrorblade's caught as well, but he didn't get the BKB. Whisper doesn't have any way. Without this, it's not going to matter though. Surely got the juice. He's still going to end up dying. But it's just the one. Your three heroes are dead on Viper. Didn't matter in the end. There's Niku. Maybe with Riddies can kill Theolacor. He has to force away. It's 4 dead. They're looking for a fifth as well. KJ's being problematic, but Riddies surely... Is he going to get him?
Has Hook?
Is KJ going to kill him, actually? I think KJ might kill Riddies.
Radiant's middle tower.
Let's go with the support battle at the end of the fight. The encore.
Yeah.
No.
He wanted to give them a full wipe in the end because he's just not ever killing a Bane one-on-one in that scenario. Asleep, brain sap, both go through the battery ticks, so it just wasn't happening. By the way, I love your calling out. Where's the BKB? He has no BKB underneath. That's the main reason why they managed to take this fight. And this fight from LGD is... I feel like they tried to do to Navi what Navi should be doing with Reaper. They tried to create this chaos, to jump the backlines with the cores, but the two cores are not strong enough to do this kind of play. They just got evaporated. Like, you lost the Luna and the Viper before anything else, before anyone else fell. So I don't think this is the right approach. They have 2 blinks, but it's a scary way to play this game. You have Clockwork, you have Rubik on your side. I feel like you have other disposable heroes that can start things off.
Well, he seems like he wants to continue to play a similar playstyle though from Tylung. He has a Crowler's queued up as well, so this will be interesting.
It's good though. Versus Terrorblade, it's good.
TV, wow, that is well. Firstly, perfect chain control from Daze, and then of course tag team plus the Terrorblade. There is not many heroes that are able to survive that.
This Viper, you know, we talked about it when they picked him, but he was owning mid. I've seen a lot of games where he owns mid and then falls off. AJ as well. None. This feels like one of those games.
Dyer's middle tower has fallen.
Absolutely. I mean, this TP is... He is massive. Daedalus is not... He's not even the highest net worth inside this game. But you've got a Daedalus Terrorblade with Meta still pumping out some damage here for a little bit of time, so... They're actually going to be the ones to crack high ground first on Na'Vi.
Full set of cracks, maybe. They have Black Hole, but Enigma isn't even around. Keep in mind that this meta is going to be off cooldown very shortly. I think it's 50 seconds, it's 38, 25 every time Chakra is used. It's just lowers and lowers the cooldown.
Nice read from Whisper. Went outside the base under the Observer and then the Watcher, but TP'd back.
You mean nice read that he needs a BKB actually, and
Yes,
all
yes.
his inventory is basically useless without it. It's a good read.
Finally, there's still a couple of fights we're going to see without him having this item, but the Greedy would definitely help out. You know, he was wanting to also follow through with the Greedy enchantment. He wanted to continue that with his items too, but you know, sometimes you're going to need a BKB. Unfortunately, even with all the BKB, sorry, yeah, all the control Fiends group, still thoughts of a Basher from Niku. He's queued this one up again. So we'll see actually what this BKB is able to do for him.
There's also Tusk, right? Like you have Aurus Punch and you have Grip. One of these two, if they're still around, Enigma shouldn't have the easiest time to use the Black Hole. Might be caught here though.
Speaking of Whisper, yeah. Okay, call Hex out from PMA and 1100 crit to take away the life. Whisper even tips PMA as well. Meanwhile, Day's also got another core. Luna's going to be caught outside the base. They've got a way to be able to cancel the Fiend script. They do. KJ does a pretty good job. Snowball Lotus is actually going to drag him further inside the middle of the fight, and LG kind of forcing the issue even without their Enigma. Yuma's just dead! What? I mean, this is an amp damage Terrorblade. They're trying to force the team fight, and even with the buyback out of Enigma, there will be no team fight.
I don't even know what this buyback does on Enigma. I feel like it's probably just to push the waves top and mid, but they have a wave down bottom. Like, it doesn't really matter. They can go for throne, they can go for megas here. Like, they have what it takes. They truly don't have... I think this is game. This Luna just evaporates. By the way, no butterfly on Luna, nothing like that. With Satanic Blink, a little easier for Terrorblade to shoot through.
I wonder if that's...
Honestly feels like game at this point. Unless we see some insane double Black Hole without the BKB, because he just lost all of his gold that he was saving up. He bought back.
Yeah, true. Looks like I was unsure on if this was going to be a very clean, quick 2-0. We're not there just yet. At least it's not going to be clean if LG do win. Yeah, we're going to get a competitive game 2 now where Na'Vi are actually definitely the ones in the driver's seat. 88% probability for them. They're going to get second Roche for free. And this can really be the one to close out this game here. They're looking great towards the mid to later stages. And they might even be able to get Tai Long as well. Now, Daisy's already kind of scouting out the Viper. Stalking his prey, just waiting for some extra assistance. And that will come through shortly in the form of the Timber and the Coddle.
Some extra hex as well, of course, on the Timber to help with the proceeding of that kill.
Dire are scanning.
How do you mount the defense? You're going to have to force out another buyback out of a core here from Dire. KJ, they're going to be able to get him as well. The ward that we spoke about previously from Na'Vi. Net them another kill, and last set at barracks, they're going to have to do something, LGD.
Enigma is not in the base yet. Like, he's really far from the BKB, by the way. I don't think he can finish this in time. This is most likely going to be Megas before Whisper is available to fight. And I think they need to wait for his BKB. If they take this next fight, it's just waiting. They will play against Megas instead.
Megas, and you know, the fight's going to be brought to them, though. Again, these buybacks haven't come through just yet, and well, they're going to need to. These buildings are probably going to fall too quickly. 15 seconds out of the Viper. They'll try and hold his, and they'll actually disengage. I mean, got the Juices metas down shortly. Or will they back out?
That's the BKB, by the way.
Yuma, look at the initiation of the Tussle. A pretty easy kill from Dire now with the numbers advantage. And Na'Vi, They will disengage, happy with what they've gotten so far, but they're actually going to back away to where they have the high ground ward currently.
Yeah, they just don't see Whisper, right? Like, he's still in smoke, so this is definitely a better option for them. They got Megas, they got Tier 4s, pull back, reset. You'll still have Aegis to work with for 3 minutes.
Now they're coming out of the base, PMA. Instant solo kill. Gem dropped as well, if someone would like it. And Waddle to get it. And that ward as well. KJ's finally going to get in the area to D-ward. At least the Viper's able to get back inside the base, but really, I mean, the clock brought back previous, so this is a dieback now. Your throne's exposed as well, and Die don't have a glyph. I mean, they're going to have to force the team fight. They're going to have to do it in a crazy way. Yuma's going to jump outside the base to try and kill off Friddies. He has been Fiend Script. Meanwhile, inside the base, though, early Hex on the Viper. Tyler doesn't even get a spell off. Whisper does get the Black Hole on the 2, but you've got the Aegis, so yes, you're going to kill him. He doesn't have meta on the respawn. Importantly, you'll kill PMA, who can buy back. Yuma is even going to be able to get any health back. He will not. No buyback on him. No Black Holes, and we are going to a Game 3 decider. Na'Vi, they will not roll over and die.
Yeah, they most certainly will not. This was... Yeah, this was just a fantastic performance by Na'Vi after the most abysmal laning stage that I have seen in quite some time from the Coddle. Like, he had no stacks. He was forced to go all the way back left to farm the small camp, but they found a way back in off of Chakra Magic plus Timbersaw. That's all they needed, apparently, and it worked out really well. I gotta say, this one was on Na'Vi to play it right, and they did, but it also, I would maybe say on LGD, they dropped the ball a little bit. Like, the itemization from all 3 cores, Viper, from Enigma and Luna, I feel like all 3 of them going for, like, from Enigma, of course, like the Blink Dagger, definitely necessary. From Viper, sure, early on, it's good, it activates them. Did the Luna also have to triple down on it?
Yeah.
Like, couldn't they have maybe just bulk up, become a little bit harder to kill? Maybe even a Butterfly earlier, I'm not really sure, but the fight in their own jungle, where the 2 cores just jump together and literally get obliterated before the Black Hole even does anything, was the absolute turning point. They lost the game right there.
Yeah. What do you want to see now? How do you respect Na'Vi heading into this upcoming game from what we saw out of them? Is there any adaptations now specifically you want to see from LGD? Besides the items.
Yeah, the itemization, of course, is not that relevant. But when it comes to respecting Na'Vi, I feel like LGD just needs to focus on themselves.
Okay.
Like, there aren't any massive bans that they have to get rid of. Like, the Timber played well, so that everyone on Na'Vi did their part. Their laning stage was still very difficult, where it could have went a lot better. I feel like LGD, they just need to clean up their own playstyle a little bit. And because even in this game, which they lost, I feel like they maybe looked like a slightly better team. Like, they were a little bit more precise in certain fights. They were just a little bit too cocky with the itemization in the end. I still roll back to it. I feel like that's what perhaps hurt them the most.
Yeah. All right, well, we get a Game 3 decider here. Ever exciting. So one team, our first team, surely we're going to see whether it be LGD or Na'Vi will qualify to EWC. We're going to find out who that will be after a short break.
しようよ準備外的早まだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみた瞬間
We get a Game 3 decider here for our first qualification series of the night. Either LGD or Na'Vi will get that first ticket over towards EWC 2026 over in Paris. Of course, again, the loser, to just reiterate, if you guys are tuning in late, they're going to face Pipsqueak in the lower bracket final. So don't want to be put in that position. Would love to qualify now and see who is going to be able to do so. Is there, again, any adaptations, anything crazy that is standing out to you that hasn't already been mentioned? Any wisdom that came during the break?
I feel like both games that we have watched so far have more or less been, what's the best way to put it? Both teams have the same idea in game number 1 and game number 2 on how the game should be played and how they should play versus one another. Like on one side, you had a team that is a little bit oriented more for the late game, not necessarily for the laning stage itself, and that's the LGD. Even though, like, of course, they had the Viper in game over to super laning oriented hero. Like, you had this Enigma that eventually just should, on paper, win any game if it goes long enough. On the other side, you had super lane oriented draft in game number 1. Not necessarily lane oriented, I should say, like early game oriented draft, tempo oriented draft in game 1 and game 2 from Na'Vi. But the lanes themselves were kind of cooked and hard to play. What's the difference though in game number 2? I feel like Na'Vi, even though they had the tempo, the carry to carry matchup was a lot better for them, and they had like a couple of insane combos with Coral. So the mini things helped out a lot, right? Like the check on magic with Metamorphosis, with the Timber as well. And on the other side, LGD, like, even though they had very strong ulti from the Enigma, besides the Enigma itself, there was no big damage in it, right? Like you jump with the Enigma with the Black Hole, but most of the time they didn't really connect with other cores. There's no Luna to hit targets in the Black Hole, there's no Viper as well. Usually they're just fighting the battles of their own. So for LGD, maybe just connecting together and itemizing truly. Like I can find a lot of different BS reasons if you press me, but I feel like a couple of items could have been a bit different from LGD.
Okay, well, at least now they get a new star. You can wipe the slate clean, heading hopefully with a fresh mind, but definitely Na'Vi. I mean, that's got to give them an insane amount of confidence as well, because I mean, with how demoralizing game 1 was, and then game 2 potentially it was heading down the same road. And something that really needs to be mentioned is the fact that this team, it's been mentioned multiple times, the fact that they have got problems with kind of tilting and just that aspect of Dota where they let their emotions kind of get the best of them. I know CY has mentioned it multiple times. I know there's been some other interviews that have been going around as well. It's something that they've been working on. And if that was in a position where if you lose that game 2, go to the lower bracket finals and face Pipsqueak, then that's a very difficult reset for them. At least we ain't there, and hopefully for them, we aren't going to be in that position as well. As we take a look at the bracket and kind of how we got there, and Pipsqueak being down there at the moment waiting their opponents. So we shall see. But yeah, it could have been very difficult for Na'Vi again with some of the problems that we've seen from them in regards to just their mental.
I mean, yeah, it comes with the age, right? Like, they're one of the youngest teams in Dota, and even if they're not the youngest team, like any Dota team, honestly, when it comes to maturity and some social aspect, it's a thing that all of us have to work on, all of us gamers in general, and Dota players are, no different. So I would say that maybe emotions go both ways. Sometimes they can. When you're losing, they can be detrimental, but sometimes when you're winning as well, they can be detrimental. You feel a little bit too loose. It works for some teams, for some it doesn't. Like feeling a bit too loose, especially for teams that have like a very strategic formation that they need to follow in a lot of their games. I feel like if you get a bit too loose, it becomes a bit too clowny. And if you don't know how to dig yourself out of that clown nest, it becomes you just make easy games harder for yourself. And I'm speaking of LGD in game number 2. I feel like a game that should have been quite easy for them wasn't in the end. or at least a game that shouldn't have been as hard as it was. Another good example of a team that could go full clown and still win was OG back in the day, right? Like this was a team that thrived in chaos.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not too many teams like that old OG lineup that was able to thrive in chaos as well as they could. Definitely, don't have as many of them. Unfortunately, at the moment, some of the, if we even go back further than OG, I know unfortunately they didn't have as much success, but you're looking at like the likes of MVP Phoenix. Holy crap, I can't speak. Yeah, MVP Phoenix. We saw they were a insanely chaotic team as well. The Korean lads, but we'll see. We'll see if LGD or Na'Vi, if they can, in particular LGD, if they can just weather this out a little bit here and come back in. We do have our draft. We're ready to go. So we've got our first phase done in regards to in the bands. We should get that one up on our screens pretty shortly. So it's going to be LGD playing on Radiant. They've got second pick. We've got Na'Vi on Die with first pick as well.
Let's see. Let's jump into it. I'm expecting maybe something a bit different from both sides. Like you played the more or less the same play style in game 1 and game 2. Perhaps it's time to never mind. It's clockwork.
10 seconds remaining.
Just do the same thing. I mean, realistically, you can play a different game, but still have clockwork on your side. Still have the most broken hero regardless.
Na'Vi's turn to ban.
Let's go.
There we go. Okay. So we brought it up in the previous draft. We did see first phase banned in game 1. Game 2, last phase ban, I believe. And I was a hero I was expecting just to be really perma-banned in the first phase. Because again, LGD and Na'Vi have really the only teams. I know some other teams are attempting to play it mid, but Niku along with Pylon have by far looked the best on this mid-Kez.
Yeah, like overall, all the mid-Kez emulators that I'm seeing in my games in pubs and in general in pro scene, I'm not impressed with. I feel like to play this hero on mid lane, you need a specialist as the first thing, but also you need to have a good draft around it. I don't think that Kez can work in any given game on the mid lane. I don't find him as strong. Snap, on the other side, by the way, the hero that has been banned out in the first stage, I feel like the hero just does well in any game, like on the mid lane, even when she's countered. She just does way too much in the mid lane. In any case, we'll see how they'll deal with Kez. Kez, of course, there are ways of killing him. There are ways of dealing with him. If you can just blow him up before he manages to use Raptor Dance, of course, it's always nice. If you can disrupt his Raptor Dance, that's good. Clockwork overall for me doesn't feel that bad in Kez. Grappling hook into Cogs, of course, will bounce him away as well. So a couple of nice things that you have with Clockwork. Kez desperately needs a lot of mana to work with, so another thing that Clock can mess up. Just speaking of Clockwork, like this hero just messes everything up in the game. There is just every time I pick Clock, all chat is like nice hero after 15 minutes. Nice hero Russian smiley face, just the open bracket or the closed bracket.
Yeah, but what do you want to do, bro? This guy just runs in lane. Like, whoever thought there would come a day where Clockwork doesn't level battery assault and is throwing cogs at you? Like, what?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah. When I saw him broken, I started playing Clock again. Like the moment, not necessarily he wasn't still considered broken, but I saw people started playing him. I was still going for max battery assault and Cogs level 1, and then I'm like, okay, wait, why do Cogs take like half of their HP and half of their mana with one hit? Never mind, Cogs are better.
All right.
Okay, switcheroo.
Enigma from Na'Vi, huh? So, see what LGD wants as a response to the Enigma. Of course, you already have. How does Kez play into Enigma inside the lane? I know physical damage is pretty important against the Eidolons. Echo Slash is okay.
Yeah, I played the matchup. I played the matchup actually on Enigma, and like overall, it's not that bad for Kez. Like with the Echo Slash, you can deal with the Eidolons, but like Terrorblade also, I was arguing that does all right or well versus Enigma in the lane, and he got kind of bodied last game too. So maybe I have a wrong read on the matchups right now when it comes to Enigma. Maybe my Enigma just isn't as great, or the Enigmas that I'm seeing in pro scene didn't do as well as the one we saw in the last game. Maybe this one as well. DMA probably will be playing it. Overall, I'd like to see LGD deal with the Enigma. You have a lot of options left.
Firstly, we're gonna have to see what Na'Vi want. What other hero in the second phase? Sometimes we've been seeing pretty often teams with first pick. They will of course leave 23rd for the support, so might get another call and a third at the 18th. We'll get the Doom from them. So more flex.
Yeah, just absolute flex from them right now. They are a team that will not shy away from putting Doom on position 1, by the way, but maybe even some Enigma support. You never know. With Enigma being picked this early on, you kind of have to be able to flex the hero.
I'm just double checking if Yuma played the Kez actually at Blast. All the Kez games I've seen so far has actually been Pailong that's been the one playing it. So
even if you put Kez mid, I think you can find carries that kind of can deal with the Eidolons. Unfortunately, for most of these carry players, Gyro right now isn't really in his best spot ever. So picking Gyro into Enigma does not feel as amazing. Instead, they go with the Bat. Still a very strong hero. Like was first phase material for a couple of months. Suffered a couple of nerfs, but still super viable.
10 seconds remaining.
yeah, absolutely. Definitely want to Whisper's better heroes as well. So
5 seconds.
of course have the potential to flex if that's going to be the case. But would you say still Bat the strongest role is off lane?
I think so, yes. Like maybe you could argue a support role, but I don't really like the mid lane Bat. Unless your matchup is just absolutely OP, then Bat mid as well works. But overall, offlane Bat is probably the best position for him.
Is there a support that you'd like to pair with a Bat Rider in a game like this?
Well, Hoodwink is perhaps not the best because of the way you work around trees, and every Bat Rider can very often mess up your bushwhack. But overall, I think even Hoodwink plus Bat can work. Usually, with the Bat, you enjoy having some frontliner that you can play around, that you can dive the towers with. I've seen a lot of Grim Bat, by the way, even though that's not what I talked about right now. Like it kind of works well because you have Inkswell on Bat, and then he dives anyway with extra movement speed early on. They did play Grim before as well, but the Rubik, by the way, is left in the pool. You're playing into Enigma. There you go. Perfectly timed, LGD. Thank you.
Enigma plus Doom as well. That's another one. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've seen some games where the Doom just gives his ultimate over like every single time, and then some games where he's far too quick with the Scorch Earth. So we'll have to see for Theolacor.
5 seconds remaining.
Can have some
Yeah,
problems.
that's the problem, right? Like the thing about Doom is you want to use Scorched Earth for movement speed, jump in, and then Doom. And Scorched Earth is the spell that you first want to use, so Doom gets given away. But if you have a good neutral creep, perhaps you can mitigate that by Scorched Earth, Dooming, then using a Stomp from a Centaur or something like that. It can be helpful.
They're going to show straight up that the Doom will be played from Got the Juice. The Pain Go as well. Heading over towards the mid lane. I don't know if Niku actually in the past has experimented with running the Enigma as the mid. We've seen, of course, really Whisper has actually done that. Well, some other people have tried, but we have a very, very heavy lineup for Na'Vi based around team fight. I mean, this is a hell of a team fighting lineup they've got.
Navi's
Black
turn
Hole,
to
the
ban.
Rolling Thunder. Like, this is a dream for Rubik, by the way. This is heaven for our green boy. Like, which spell do you want to steal in every fight? Maybe the only thing is there's too many. So you get... Actually, I take that back. You buy Aghanims, you steal 2 ultis.
10
Yeah.
seconds
Aghanim's
remaining.
Doom
Radiant
and
team
Aghanim's Black Hole. You're pulling them in as you're dooming them at the same time.
God damn. It's a
Or
nasty
maybe Rolling
combo.
Thunder.
True. Rolling Thunder with the
put the
Doom
Doom-
activated.
Yeah. You put the Doom on yourself and you just roll
10
around.
seconds remaining.
That'd be fun to see. I hope we see it at
Stunning
least one
them as well.
time.
Navi's turn to pick.
Abaddon ban.
I'd really like the Aghanims on Rubik Abaddon ban because of the bad off lane,
Sure.
right? Like, it's maybe something that they're covering for. Doom is still kind of flexible. I know that Doom is most likely position 1 here, like 99%, but Abaddon
10
could have been
seconds
picked.
remaining.
Then you flex it a little bit. Doom is maybe a
5
the
seconds
support.
remaining.
but of course hasn't been
Radiant
really
team
played
pick.
that for quite some time. You could also arguably play Abaddon support 2 versus the Bat. Go with the Silencer.
Not a bad pick, though.
Just to cover it. Yeah.
I feel like... Didn't you bring this up the last game? With the Rubik plus the Enigma, right? It feels like now it's Rubik and Bat
Yep.
Rider with the Silencers a lot of value.
Absolutely.
5
It's good in the lane
seconds
versus
remaining.
Bat. It's decent versus Rubik through the game. And you get the cover for the Enigma. Every time you use the Black Hole, you can cover it now with the Silencer to prevent any Rubik shenanigans from stealing it, from using it. It's also really good into Kez. Like, Kez doesn't necessarily want an early BKB or any sort of a dispel on himself. He's usually Mage Slayer Dezo Enjoyer,
You may
right?
now select
So you
your
get to deal
heroes.
with that with the Silencer. But Huskar last night.
Yeah.
Tylong really likes these cheesy heroes from the mid lane, you know. He really likes to... The thing about him is he's really good on the classic mid laners, but they keep on picking in different all tournaments. They keep on picking him these like Vipers and Huskars and stuff.
No, he'll keep the cheese up. So, how good of a Huskar game is this? So, like a 20... Usually, a couple of years ago, you run into a 24th Huskar. Sometimes this can just be wraps. Like, GG, game done. We can go next. I know 24th picks, for maybe a year, even 2, and at this current stage haven't been like super game winning. Is this one of those picks though, where we're pretty concerned about the Huskar?
I feel like Huskar is no longer the insta win that he used to be. I think this hero is definitely something that you can play against. Suddenly, fortunately, you can buy Vessel again against him because he's basically early on working with only 1 Dispel. So it's another thing that you can do. Overall, yeah, I think it's a strong Huskar game. I don't think it's like a straight up, this is game over Huskar. You are playing into a Doom, into Black Hole. There's a lot of control on their side.
Well, I think the value with the Huskar that at least provides OGD is just solely off the back of the laning phase, which we've seen has been problematic at the moment for Na'Vi, and not only just the lanes, but how the game then actually develops after the lanes. And you have a lineup on Na'Vi that is incredibly cooldown reliant, especially going Silencer as well. We spoke about the value from this hero. It definitely is a good Silencer game as we get to the stages where I know you mentioned about the lane, but of course you're throughout the later stages, the mid game with Global Silence and whatnot. The problem I may have is just the tempo again from Na'Vi. You're more than likely this is going to be a very good matchup for the Huskar in the mid lane. He's going to win this. You've then got Bat Rider, which we know can control an insane amount of tempo with 2 supports that can be very active, and a Kez hero who is one of the most strongest heroes at the moment. I do have questions how well Hume is actually able to play the Kez, but what are your thoughts in general about just how do you think Na'Vi going to be able to reach the stage where we will truly start to feel the prowess of their lineup, or do we have some concerns that they may be run over?
Well, I had that concern in the last game, but it kind of worked out for them really well. Like, they had a very bad laning stage. Mid lane got destroyed. Their safe lane didn't go too well. Um, like the offlane, Timber wasn't really doing a lot early on either, but they managed to crawl themselves back in. So I'm kind of expecting the same from them. A very rough laning stage into let's see what happens after. The heroes on the other side do play a lot faster than they did in game number 1, though. That's one thing to say. You have a Huskar you're playing against, you have a Bat from the offlane. A huge difference between Enigma and Bat, right? Like, when you look at these two offlaners, one plays the map constantly. The other is, like you said earlier, super cooldown reliant. So we'll see how much they can do, they can do about that, and how many fights they can dodge. Because you need to use your ultis in the right circumstance, right? If you're Navi, if you manage to use your ulti every time there's a huge objective fight, like you use your black holes for Aegises, for big tier 2s, for tormentors, then the game looks alright. This Doom carry is not that bad at all.
How do you want him to itemize this game for Got the Juice?
I think there's like a couple of builds for Doom carry right now. One of them is the Radiance build. That's the most popular recent one. I really like the Echo Saber and Silver Edge with SNY. I really like that build as well from the carry Doom. And then you get like a Harpoon. I feel like Radiance has its merits this game, but it's not maybe as strong versus Huskar. I would like the Silver Edge Harpoon build, to be honest, but it depends on the player. I feel like this hero is, when you see him played as a carry, it comes down to which way does this carry want to play it, and he has Radiance queued up, so it's gonna be Radiance.
Okay. Oh, let's see. Got the Juice. A little bit more late game-esque.
Life just got interesting.
Like your point as well, what you touch on in the draft as well with the Kez item build against a Silencer in particular. We have seen kind of the one nice thing about some of the mid Kezes is they don't mind this like Mage Slayer Manta. I know Tai Lung goes down this route, but yeah, it's like the carry Kez, not a lot of really diverging from Mage Slayer, Deso, your BKB Scepter or Scepter BKB, whatever it be. So you know, we'll see. I have seen still some dabble with like a Manta every now and then if there's like a tree in the game. See if there's going to be the value if he wants it, of course, against a Silencer, or if you can go down that route, because you mentioned it doesn't really feel the best, unfortunately, for the Kez.
Yeah, you get the BKB, but then you're also playing versus an Enigma. You get the Manta, but then again, you're still playing versus an Enigma. Just gotta really be careful with the positioning, how you play this game versus Global and Black Hole.
Better check it out.
They're swapping, by the way. It's Enigma mid. They're putting the Pango on offlane, even though Niku is playing it. Okay, so this is their way of dealing with the Huskar.
Okay. Alright, alright.
Let's see. Let's see. On paper, this should be kind of good for Enigma, right? Unless you get absolutely destroyed too early on. But this is one of those heroes that might be able to lane into Huskar with Eidolons. I mean, I actually haven't seen this matchup, but like, my heart tells me Enigma should do fine, but my brain tells me Huskar is still going to somehow come on top.
Bro, it's so hard. You see this Huskar hero, we just know how much he dominates lanes, but the Enigma also can as well. So it's just very different. I actually wonder even if Whisperers even played this matchup on the other way, with him being the Enigma mid against Huskars previously, of course, when he was had that stint in the mid lane. I don't know if you can quickly give over any tips if that was the case. Start him fine though. 6 last hits. We'll see how many Eidolons he's going to be able to farm up as well. Any side lanes you're really looking to pay attention to now?
The top lane is very interesting to me. Like the Rubik plus that, I feel like there's some kill potential anytime Silencer is out of position, even kill potential on the Doom. But it kind of goes both ways. And bot lane may be a little bit more farming oriented. You know, you have Pango and Fok, where Fok is there to secure your farming, and that's pretty much it.
Just interesting to see Niku down here, to be honest. Like, yeah, obviously going to be able to play in the off lane. Of course, very comfortable with the Pango, but How different is it just going to be as a whole? You're laning with days and playstyle, item build, etc. I mean, is this really the position you want your star mid laner to be in? But it kind of happens when you get last pick Huskard.
Well, the other position would be running around trying to stay alive versus
Yeah,
Huskar, getting no last hits.
True, top lane.
So you're-
Looks like we got our first blood. Got the juice, going to be able to run him down. Whisper wasn't able to do much.
top lane just with got the juice, you know. This lane truly has the juice, you know, on both sides. They have a lot of spells, a lot of kill potential. So it's the kill lane.
Right. Is it? I do see my Huskar mid being 19-9 compared to the 7-3, and I am a bit concerned.
So am I, friend. On a positive note, the silver lining for PMA is, unlike Kez, he can jungle very early on, right? So you just leave the lane, let the Huskar push in. Once he pushes in, you roll back to mid lane. Of course, Huskar will be, and there's the tip, Huskar will be free farming. That's the negative aspect, but you'll be farming the jungle quite well too. Like, level 3 is all you need on Enigma.
Do you think that LGD have the ability, with how the lanes look now, again with the Enigma being mid instead of the Pango, to actually rotate the support still? Is it easier with the Pango in the off lane, or it doesn't really matter? They still can, even shortly, to put pressure onto PMA.
I think they can. I think the support rotations are pretty simple for them. It can happen. But who would do it? Like a Rubik, I guess. You know, just going through the jungle and hunting the Enigma. But you don't have to. I think this is already a pretty solid position to be in. I think actually moving any of the support would probably be sort of a mistake, because you would weaken the lane that the support leads. If it was like a Tide or a Timber or something that is absolutely unzonable, then yes. So, to actually answer your question, I don't think they need to leave with the support.
Okay. Can just continue to play the farm game. I have a nerdy point I want to bring up about Tai Long. Theolacor gonna run down, and well, they don't even really need the assistance of PMA. He's going to be pretty happy to get a little bit of golden experience, and somehow the Eidolon last right click even yoinks it as well, so it's good for him. Of course, Tai Long's going to have armlet at exceptional timing. I just saw him previously use the choreo for vision on the hard camp around this around the mid tier 1 tower. It was really cool where so we didn't have to run Days bottom.
Days?
Yep, alright. Yuma's going to be able to secure that kill. Meanwhile, Niku as well is in a bit of a problem, especially with Theolacor. Whoa, what a timing of the telekinesis. It's like he knew exactly when it was going to come out. Didn't even have an extra sec with how long that it was used from the Pango. Quick fingers out of Theolacor and a double kill for LGD down bottom.
Laning stages, even with the Rubik dying, going really damn well for LGD. Rubik dying previously on top lane, I mean, so overall they're finding a lot of farm. Enigma has Windlace and Tranquil, so he's quite speedy if they want to make this move on mid. They need to be super correct.
If the sentry in the tree line was because maybe he thought that's where the Enigma was placed that moment.
Yeah, that small little vision that the sentry gives probably was the reason why he puts it there.
This
They're
is
saving the catapult, by the way. They're even the fortification.
careful. They're going to be able to
This is
secure the
deep.
kill. Looks like they'll connect on the bushwhack. PMA will tick out to the burning spears. Now they will rotate pretty heavily though on Na'Vi. Got the juices, going to be able to run down a secondary support as well. They were pretty close to even killing Yuma down bottom, but yeah, with the pressure on mid, they had to bring those reinforcements. Unfortunately, like you mentioned before, that they did a really good job to keep the catapult alive.
Yeah, but this tower will not be falling. Like, with the God Juice rotation, of course, he will be still staying alive. That was a very deep move from them, going on Enigma. At least they do get the kill, which is, of course, important. But I feel like Navi are getting a little bit out of that kind of a move. Enigma moved up, Doom moved mid, Huskar got slowed down a little bit. You're finding some farm.
They are. We've been angling for a potential dive onto Yuma, putting some pressure onto the bottom tower. Make sure the Kez doesn't feel safe in this lane. We've got 3 heroes top as well. PMA close to the black hole and wanting to try and use this instantly. Not just yet. It's to continue farming up.
PMA is basically in this game in the same position that Niku was in game number 2. Right? Like Coral got absolutely destroyed. But there's a difference between Coral and Enigma. When you get destroyed, Coral at least has some impact. Enigma has none.
Yeah, that's another death for PMA. Continuing to have a rough affair. Might be able to assist with the kill into Theolical. Gets the gold as well for that.
Another one.
Gonna have to do some insane things this game. Gotta have a performance here. T1 Tower finally goes down. And let's see how Pylong's actually gonna look to try and play. He wants to continue to play very greedy, which is his farm. Of course, he's got the armlet top lane. Doom used early from Got the Juice. Tyler will try and rotate in, but a little bit too late here to be able to get that aggressive light break onto someone retreating. So big kill honestly from Na'Vi. Just a concern of maybe this lane might be completely shoved out now with no Doom. Might be able to kill Yuma bottom. And actually go for their own play. Reddy's going to come through the portal. Even Got the Juices here as well. Yuma has the Raven's Veil with the Sentry. It's going to be placed down to the south instead. They do get a glimpse of at least the trajectory that he's trying to escape from with a second Sentry from Daze. They will confirm this, but this Kez here is pretty mobile.
Enigma is coming though. PMA.
Should be able to block him off. Yuma continues to run up to the north instead of northwest. Will now look for the deny, the hope for one at that. Unable to find it though, and again, PMA gets the kill.
He's really good at these last hits. His lane really didn't go that well, but he's getting all the last hits.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
If you looked at his kill score, you'd be, oh, this guy's doing well, you know. And then you look at the net worth, and you'd be like, maybe not that great.
How long's Roshing, dude? Oh man, 9-minute Rosh. You're scared I would be. Like, come on! How do you know? How many bastions are gonna come through?
What do you need on Huskar? You just need the armlet. That's it.
Apparently.
Rush. Yeah.
Is this worth it though? Like,
it is. On Huskar it is. Like, the more rushes you take, the better. The earlier you start, it's okay. Like, sometimes with a hero like Meepo and something, you could use your time better just farming.
I don't know. Come on, dude. This is my heart. I can't handle this. Like, surely, man. How much... What happens if he slips up once?
He won't slip up. I mean, if it happens, double bash. It did happen in the past. It wouldn't be the first time, but he does get the Aegis and the Shield Rune as a reward, so... The map is even freer for this Huskar to play.
Okay, so what do you do with this though? You say the map's free, but can they get objectives, or is it really just mainly taking away important parts in the map so Navi can't farm?
Pretty much. I think it's more about just taking over the dire jungle, farming it, taking over their triangle, maybe diving the silencer mid, something like that. But being over aggressive on Huskar, even with the Aegis, sometimes can really be the worst play possible. Just being sort of aggressive, playing on the enemy side is almost always better. He's not going for Blink, by the way, he's going for D-Lance after. So he won't even have that opportunity.
Actually gonna get initiated on as well. But the Global Sun's gonna try and do their best to protect Niku. Niku will play around with the Rolling Thunder. Will be a bit awkward though with the Cogs positioning. Yeah, it doesn't really work out in the end for Niku. Now he actually has to disengage. He also got the Rolling Thunder stolen. He'll make it out though. It looks like the rest of Na'Vi will also... Maybe not, never mind. It's pretty deep to dive. You know Tylong is itching for that. Whisper is here as well. We have pretty much nine heroes in the mid lane at 11 minutes in.
Yeah, they really want this tier 2 tower as well. I Did you see what happened there, by the way? One of those... It's not really a hidden interaction in Dota, but it's a very annoying one if you're playing versus Huskar as Cog. Cogs don't work on him. He has no mana. So Cogs literally do nothing to Huskar. They don't bounce you and they don't take mana that you don't have. I don't know why they don't deal the... Why they at least don't push you away, but they don't. So you literally can walk into Cogs, which is the main reason why he survived there. Like, he didn't take any damage from Clockwork.
That's something you brought that up in the last draft as well, right? This is something you considered instantly when you saw that. So
yeah, it's annoying. It's just annoying for the Clockwork, you know, whenever you play into this hero.
Who really needs level 6. It doesn't have it just yet, and of course this is something we brought up as well. Keep in mind earlier in regards to the teamfight lineup that Na'Vi had. You got Global on cooldown, you got Roll on cooldown, and that means the map is completely free for LGD. This is going to be easy pickings on Teridies, and a continued slow push on the T2 tower.
Yeah, mid lane, by the way, is just solo defended by Tio. Like, he has Rolling Thunder, of course, to work with, so the kill on him is basically impossible. Lotus, by the way, will be the next item on Bat, so he's not going for more or less the standard Boots of Bearing rush. He's going for Lotus. If you are playing in Silencer, it does make sense. It's a good build.
Just burns all Yuma's mana. It's like, screw you, buddy. Just TV's away, alright? What else can you do from Days? We are 700 gold away from Got the Juice to get towards the Radiance as well. Getting it closer.
They really need the 6 of Clockwork that you mentioned earlier. Like, the Radiance on Doom, of course, buffs up its farming speed. You can join some fights as well with it. It's good. But they need the clock to... I mean, the hookshot right now on Clockwork perhaps isn't as impactful as it used to be. But it's still super important.
Yeah, I think it's more just so you can still kind of do something in this game without having an ability that's longer than 60 seconds. Or at least an ultimate or an important spell. So, yeah, he's got the level 6 online now. Do you see?
Because of the 14-minute shrine, by the way. It's the worst feeling as a support. You get your ulti on the 14-minute shrine.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
This is unfortunately the position they've been in. I mean, this is now 3 games in a row where, again, the lanes in the early game have looked exactly like this, but we did see LGD previously. They weren't able to get that victory in game 2. Na'Vi did respond. They're going to look for a potential defense of this tier 2 bottom. They do not want to give up this last outer tower.
Well, keep in mind, Aegis is gone in 20. They have Blink on Enigma, they have Global, they have Doom. There is literally no reason for them to let any of the objectives fall any further. They can take a fight. They smoke up.
I gotta get something big though, Na'Vi. This game, we're already at the stage again. It feels like if you lose a couple of these ultimates, you only get 1 kill, maybe 2. You can just rinse, repeat. Question of how deep they want to go. Riddies is gonna drop an observer inside this south jungle. They haven't seen anyone just yet, but they might run into Yuma. The quick use of the Raven's Veil is going to be able to disengage. Now, KJ in a compromised position, but still importantly, Na'Vi, but he really had to initiate onto a more impactful hero. The Hoodwink doesn't feel good enough, but maybe with running into Thelacor as well. The 2-for-1 with the Lotus Orb gets rid of the Global Silence. They've got now the Lasso drag back into the control. They'll try and doom up with the Black Hole as well, but the Enigma might still die inside his ultimate, but it's not going to matter. At least it guarantees the Huskar's life. The only survivor from Na'Vi will be Riddies. Would have loved at least the core to be able to live as well, but in the end, it will be a 4-for-3.
What do you mean? He's going to be a core. He's got 15 Suffer in Silence stacks on himself right now. He's the one that needs to stay alive for the bonus in. But yeah, the Black Hole was basically given to them. They weren't too afraid of the Enigma because he had like no HP, basically 10% HP Enigma jumping in because of the turn being constantly applied to him. So by the time he jumps in and he uses the Black Hole, the fight is more or less almost over. It's still a good Black Hole. They still rescue a part of this fight. It's a little bit more even in the end.
Back live, Pylon. An aggressive jump with the ultimate's on cooldown. Tai Lung feeling like he's got the strength to be able to take the fight into Na'Vi, and it looks like that's going to be the case with Whisper now running point. They're going to get the kill. Meanwhile, under the T2 tower bottom as well, Yuma pursuing for more. Daisy able to get some separation with the hook shot. Niku, wow, unfortunately kind of stuck inside. Nice bushwhack as well. KJ actually snipes Daze on the retreat, and now Niku's in a bit of an awkward position. And Radiant even going to be able to catch up to him. Yuma can slow him down, but Whisper and Tai Lung won't be able to reach.
Bottom tower is under
They had lasso, but unfortunately, when you're doing this kind of a build on Bat, you usually don't have a blink at this point. So even with all the 9k lead that they have, all the towers being down, he's still 500 gold away from it. That's the problem with Na'Vi. Like, you dissected it perfectly during the draft. Their cooldowns are massive. The Black Hole, the Doom, the Global. So even though they have a decent fish fight in the Radiant jungle, they instantly lose after. The next fight is just a free win for LGD.
And well, because of that, 9-minute Roche, we already have it potentially able to respawn in about 5 seconds. So, see how early this is going to be. Looks like they're even angling for a potential pickoff onto Daze. Should be able to do it. Doing a really good job on LGD to protect their vision across the map.
Yeah, just playing, remember what we talked about, just playing very aggressively on the enemy side of the map 24/7 without necessarily pressuring any huge objectives, without going ham, pushing high ground. Like, there's no necessity. They still have a lot of items that they need on their cores. If you're out of position pushing high ground, you're definitely going to be punished. But these pickoffs are easy. Me too.
Easy pickoff. Thank you very much. Yoinks it. And well, blink completed from Whisper. Might have it just, I don't know, we'll see if he needs a lasso. No, absolutely not. He can always load us off any silence. Or chase down Riddies for a free kill top lane. No messing around for Whisper. I mean, this guy's top net worth as well. Even having a better game than what Tai Lung is with a 6-1-2 count here for the Husker. And then just another kill. The vision game has been perfect for them. He'll actually be able to get the hook shot away. But the Burning Spears won't tick him out. So, Daze will live. It's just really a question now. I mean, you got 45 seconds until Roche. Like, do Na'Vi... Is this a must-fight Roche, or can they high ground defend?
I think they need to fight it.
Okay.
I really think this is a must fight for them. Like, you can high ground defense, sure, but the problem is the moment you give away the Aegis, your ultis, your big ultis are not necessarily useless, but they have way less work, right? So you have to fight around the pit with the big ultis. That's usually the way to go whenever you have these kind of enigmas and faceless voids. You don't want to give away an Aegis. You don't even want to give away the state of the game in which they have buybacks, because even that will hurt you. So far, so good for LGD. Full control of Shard as well for TO, so we have that lift. You can lift out to the Black Hole fight here now, right? So, that'll be nice.
He's pretty close to Greaves too. Actually about to have it with the Greedy. So another way to get rid of Global. An Enter as well for Kez. Mid lane jump, there we go. They got the important hero into PMA with a sharpshooter coming through. No health in the world, unfortunately, for the Enigma to be able to survive through this. And Roche is up, so the question before that I asked doesn't really matter. Unfortunately, when PMA is dead.
If you wanted to fight this, you'd have to buy back. They have clock. With Rocket Player, maybe they can scout it out, but this is going way too quickly. They're not. They won't be picking this things. The thing is, like, the high ground defense, honestly, versus Bat is never too easy. Like, you will be playing into Lasso, into Bat with Boots of Bearing, Blink, Lotus. Like, even the high ground push from LGD doesn't strike me as a too difficult one now that they do have the Aegis. Na'Vi truly didn't show a lot in this game so far.
Yeah.
Like, game number 2, they made some incredible comeback, but this game, Pure Enigma is queuing up the Midas in a 22.
What?
He's got
No!
the- yeah, he's got the Midas.
Brother, you're not surviving
He already
Midas!
He already has gloves, by the way. So
Is under attack.
he wants to take this lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
PMA? Can they be here? Got the juice? Global out, but again, the lasso's down with this Lotus Orb. He at least gets the Doom off before he dies. Maybe they're going to be able to run down the Kez. Hookshot as well will connect, so at least the first life is gone. Kez will die inside the ultimate too. Nico,
Denied.
unfortunately, commits his life for this. But now what do you do? Like, what do you actually do? You just have big ultimates against an Aegis Husker.
You just wait for the Midas to pay off. What do you mean?
Oh, sick, bro.
Chill? You let the side fall, you wait for the Midas for the extra 20-30 minutes until it starts paying off, and then you got it. Even the kill on Kez, by the way, he got denied. He went into the Croakers, so they got the kill. Doom doesn't even get that.
No. PMA now too. This was gonna be a little bit careful. It's Midnight Pulse
Dire's top
doing a
barracks
little
are under
bit more
attack.
damage than he was expecting. Even got the juice. Well, I thought was TPing behind, but apparently he's just farming up the triangle instead.
There's no Aegis on Husker. Maybe they can hold this with just the Black Hole if they find the right angle. And if they control the Rubik at the same time, it's a lot of ifs,
Dire's top barracks has
a lot of maybes.
Hope and a prayer is all they have here. Hate to go to that lower bracket final. There's going to be another initiation from Whisper. Grandmaster Batrider, top net worth. Completely uncontested, but that unfortunately happens when you had a Husker and a performance in particular like this from Tai Long.
This is basically what we talked about. The high ground push really isn't that hard for LGD because they're not necessarily just focusing on objectives. Every time you see a target, Bat can jump him. Bat can pick him off with the lasso. It's one of the best high ground defenders and attackers.
Oh no, they got the silence, they got the juice. Activates the beacon, they're gonna look to disengage. They'll use the black hole and global, because F you, Kez. Like, take everything, bro. But guess what? They stole the black hole, unfortunately. How did he get that, actually? Didn't they cover it with global, or did he... Anyway, what can you do? Now apparently, Theolacor has got his own black hole. Instantly will buy the blink as well. Let's see if we can use this in time.
Yeah, they can wait. They can wait for their Kez, of course. Doesn't really have the longest respawn timer, so 20 more seconds and the bird will be back. They can go back in. Just in time for the blink to be arriving to the Rubik that you mentioned as well. Now, this game is basically a matter of formalities at this
Dire's
point.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Unfortunately, it's only 2% from Na'Vi, so it's looking a little bit dicey.
all.
It's a nice counter initiation, really good cogs as well. Whisper's gonna get no value out of the lasso. Niku will sidestep the sharpshooter, but there's the stolen black hole, and to both supports quickly cancelled though. Niku's Rolling Thunder's pretty decent, gonna do a quick U-turn, but it's just a 90k deficit. Like, no one can run to the middle, no one's even no one's weak on Radiant.
Clockwork will be the only one that falls in the end.
Radiant's get out!
Rubik.
Remember they get Rubik? Theolacor will die, they'll buy back on days, but they've lost another full set of barracks mid.
They're holding this surprising... I mean, they're not holding anything. Their Rexes are dying, but they're managing to get some kills. Some heroes are falling at least. They have a lot of burn damage from the Radiance, from Infernal Blade, from Midnight Pulse. You know, it doesn't matter how fat these heroes are on LGD when you have so much percentage-based damage on the other side. But of course, so far it hasn't truly been enough. There's the DD now as well in Tai Long.
Well, they're coming out to try and D-ward the high ground as well. Just the moment, two heroes. They'll get the last salt, maybe got the juice on the high ground. He's got beacon. Oh, it's actually down. It'll be fine.
Okay. He was thinking, he was thinking about leaving him on top, but they have 4 stabs, right? So it wouldn't really work. For some clock, for some silencers, they would force out a 4 stab. That's pretty much it.
Sure.
PMA. He jumped in. It's just hoodwink, bro. Sorry, he's out. This is a frustrating game. It must be, unfortunately, for Na'Vi in this position. You try and swap the lanes to get a favorable matchup, but now it's we're looking at our silencer position 5, hoping to scale here with Hurricane Pike and this 19 suffering silence he's got.
Why not? You know, like you have to find any little glimmer of hope and cling on to it.
This is it, is it?
Silencer, it's it. You know, you get the Pike on silencer. That's it.
My Midas Enigma's paying off though. Is getting closer to BKB.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. If they manage to hold like an extra side, this might, yeah, it makes sense. But
Oh no, PMA.
might fall again.
Early last one. Now, no one is even remotely close on Radiant to assist Whisper. Enigma will TP up. Does he live? Full staff trying to get him out of the Firefly, but actually kept him in the line instead. And well, the hook wasn't good enough. And you saw the rest of Na'Vi. There were still 3 other heroes that were actually even close, but there's just so much hesitancy from them because they see nothing.
Yeah, very unfortunate by the Clockwork, because the play itself, the idea was okay, like to force out so he can TP and maybe survive on 1 HP. Just unlucky this time around. They're just farming on their side, by the way. They're farming on their side, they're farming on the enemy side. They're literally abusing the fear that Na'Vi have got right now. They're afraid to leave the high ground. And the thing is, LGD isn't truly setting kills up. It's just the bat. Everyone else is just chilling. Like, look at Huskar. He's basically farming the medium camp next to his own tier 2. Completely the opposite side of the map. They're taking no chances on LGD, is basically what I'm saying. This kind of a playstyle makes me think that they're maybe even waiting for the next Roshan to respawn for the ultimate high ground push.
You got to expect there is some insane PTSD from this OGD roster on previous games and being able to end it. Oh, hold that. Looks like it's just a silence that's gonna die. I thought Nico and Got the Juice were gonna jump in, but yeah, we saw when they were, of course, previously under Heroic. I mean, they were having some massive problems with closing out games when they had a lead. There were a lot of throws from them, so play this one discipline. PMA trying to jump in against KJ, but it's alright. Yeah, I think it's just you lose too many games going high ground and some crazy throws, because there were a lot at some tournaments that Heroic were playing, and
it gets to you.
It really does.
Eventually, really, like you said, it does. It gets to you. It's one of those things that mentally hurts you after a while. Like, only so many times can you hit the same wall head on. Hopefully, some teams learn faster than others.
Good position from KJ up on the high ground, so the smoke's gonna pop from Na'Vi. Got the juice, they'll still force the issue. Wanting to try and run on 4, but forced down. They're gonna reposition, continue to play around with their wards, and maybe even bait the Kez illusion. Got the juice.
Up now.
He's gonna be careful about frontline. Whisper actually gets a double lasso, and you look at the damage! And the black hole was still in an instant. They call it. They just know this one's over. Like, they don't want to waste the morale. They just want to get out, go next series, and hope that's going to be different against Pipsqueak. But at least for our first series, man, did LGD make your pretty convincing work of Na'Vi. I know it went to 3 games, but LGD just by far looked like the better team. And congratulations, massive congratulations to them as well. They will be going to play at Paris and play at EWC 2026.
Pretty big deal for them, gotta say. Like, these kind of LAN qualifiers are, they always feel great, especially when you have to play the qualifiers and you prove yourself, especially for a team that just lost an organization and joined a new one. So really happy for them. Like, they did prove to be a better team. Like, game number 1, The game number 2 was a slip up, but in all 3 games, I would say that they looked a little bit stronger, with a little bit of clowniness going on in game 2.
Oh, that puts us in a position where for our final series here, for the final slot, we've got Na'Vi again taking on Pipsqueak. So that's going to be about a 20-minute break, I believe, until we get over to that one. This is just, I guess, looking to the future. You're thinking that maybe Na'Vi going to be able to get that victory with the win of that. We'll see. We'll see if they can or not against Pipsqueak. But at least for this series, LGD just too dominant. I mean, kind of expected, to be honest. We've got to keep in mind as well, they tore through everyone at Blast. This is the team that just came first at the, of course, the biggest event. We know we haven't seen the playoffs there just yet, but with the group stages finishing first with a full round robin, that was an incredible showing from them there. You stick around in Europe, there were some questions about, is it going to be a bit difficult or not? What's going on? But LGD, like, really, just a blip on the radar that game too. They're looking exceptional. It's going to be great to see them over at Paris as well. And for us, we now get to put our sights on the final qualification series of the night. Really, the question is, in the 20 minutes, are Na'Vi going to be able to fix some of their problems and be able to at least take a breather? Because that was a demoralizing series and a demoralizing game 3 as well. But we're going to have to find out. We're going to break, again, 20 minutes. When we come back, final qualification series, Na'Vi taking on Pipsqueak. See you guys then.
never meant to stay. It was you that put me in. Promise me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta end this way. Why is there always a show for you to let me go? You got me like crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Baby, where did our love go? Crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Attention, where did our love go? You would always bring my fault. You were meant to be here forever. Remember when we used to have it all? We were so good together. Why can't we both feel the same way? Why do I need to explain?
さあ進むんだまだ見ぬ新境地目指していこうドキドキしようよ準備快適早くまだまれないこの世界を楽しんでみたんだ
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
I just need your care and attention. Crazy. Baby, where did our love go? Can't get closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift outside, yeah.
gentlemen, welcome back. We've got our final series of the night. One team already qualifying to EWC over at Paris. That is the boys on LGD over there. Of course, the other team, unfortunately, that weren't able to make it, the lovely Navi, now have to go up against Pipsqueak in another best of 3, Liz.
Yeah, another best of 3 and another challenge for Navi, I have to say. The first one proved to be a little bit too difficult. Pipsqueak now +4. Yeah, let's see what they, and if they can do the same thing that LGD has done to Navi. By the way, the last time I think the two of us were casting, remember I was talking about Phoenix Mid and that one guy, and we couldn't figure it out. He's here. He's the one, the NA dude that played. He's not really NA, but yeah, he plays mid. In any case, yeah. What do you think? How do you feel about Pipsqueak's chances?
Look, I think if I didn't see the previous series from Navi, I would say that Pipsqueak's chances are a little low, not super low, but I definitely would say Navi are the favorites. I still believe Navi are the favorites heading in, even with that previous series. But they got absolutely destroyed from LGD. Now, game 2, again, mid towards the later stages, we saw that they looked very, very solid from Navi, but it was just a question of, draft, laning phase, early game. They just look like a step above them. But that's also, this is LGD. Again, not really quite sure how super strong they are at the moment, but they just came first over at Blast. So I would say that regardless, for me, Navi are my favorites heading into this. But I think we're going to get 3 games. The question is, are they even? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I think so too. I think these two teams might even be closer matched than the teams we had in our first series. Navi, hopefully they don't get demoralized by the first series, but instead they take it as a learning process, right? Like you learn a little bit from your mistakes this early on. You take it as warm-up and you go into the next series. They were not the stronger team in either one of the 3 games, but it's a new matchup. It's a new team they have to face against. So hopefully it does work out a bit better for them. I think one of the problems that they did have in all their games, basically in the first series, is like you said, the early portion and everything it includes, the draft, the early game, the Wisdom Shrine secures, but overall just making sure that their mid laner isn't in a very bad matchup. I feel like Miku just didn't have a good matchup in that series, right? Like two games he played, he got bodied on mid, he played Coral into Viper, then he played Tiny into Timber, vice versa, but whatever, and then in the end he didn't even play mid, so they relegated him to the offlane to put something easier versus Huskar. So hopefully they take his pick a little bit later. They prioritize him a bit more so that this game is a bit easier.
Yeah, I think just in general though, the matchup mid lane is going to be much different with Copy playing mid. It feels like he's your typical Storm, Spirit, Puck, Ember, your classic flashy mid heroes. I know Tai Lung can also somewhat do that, but really a lot of it is kind of your more cheese and whatnot, some different kind of style of heroes that he doesn't mind to pull out. So we'll see how Niku can go against Copy, who of course really for everyone really would be familiar with Copy with his days on Nouns. Of course, was over there for quite some time. Has had a bit of a difficult really past couple of months, not even months to be honest, really a year. We haven't seen him being able to land on a team like Pipsqueak. This is, I believe, Pipsqueak 2.0. There has been a lot of different iterations of Pipsqueak as a whole. I mean, this kind of stack has been together for maybe let's just say a year, maybe not even that long, to be just under that. But they've trialed everyone. I think to start they had the roster was Nande, Copy, Palantimos, Eki, and Kadara. So Copy and Eki are really the core duo that have stuck around. Now Ike also joined pretty recently after kind of the first tournament. They also trialed Dark Lord, who he played for a couple of tournaments and then actually got pushed away. He then moved to other third parts or other tier 3 teams, and well, he's back now. He's back on Pipsqueak. And for people that may not be as familiar with Dark Lord, he really, the biggest team he was on was was 9 Pandas. We probably saw him on that roster for, it was actually there for about a full year.
Yeah, he's one of those players that does move a little bit around when it comes to rosters, right? Like he's still not really. He's playing, like you said, 9 Pandas had a couple of stable rosters, but most of the times, has been playing with whoever is there for the qualifiers. You have these kind of free agents, more or less. You have free agents even in the tier 1 scene, even though they're pretty rare, like Lorenov was. But you have them also in down in the trenches. People that are kind of always stacked up, right? Like if you were going for a qualifier, you just get the stack and you play. You don't necessarily have a team that you're consistently sticking with. Of course, for quite some time, not the case with Dark Lord, not the case with anyone from Pipsqueak. Hopefully they managed to get something done in this season, because so far it has been rough. Like out of all of them, maybe Malik is the one that has had the most experience recently, because he had that short Team Spirit stint, right? Like he played with them on the offlane for, I believe, a tournament or two, which of course does give you a lot of info on how a big team like Spirit works.
Sure. I think you can say the same for Eki as well, right? We saw Eki stand in for Liquid actually for maybe a month,
That's a good point. Yeah, I forgot.
So, we'll actually see like how much experience and extra wisdom he can bring to a lineup like Pipsqueak. Because yeah, you mentioned like there's some experience there. Malik really the most. Ike as well as the position 5 is a very I think at one stage he was one of the highest rated supports out there. Position 5s for him was had a bit of a showing on Mouse, was Night Pulse. We saw him on for a while too. So maybe Eki was able to learn a lot from his time on Liquid, and could potentially face Liquid over at Paris at EWC, or again Na'Vi. Maybe they can go back-to-back years, because we did see them there in the previous years as well. But we've got a draft. We're going to get underway here. Again, just to keep in mind, just if anyone's just tuning in, it's a best of 3. We've got no best of 5 here for the qualification series. So nonetheless, this should be exciting.
Yeah, they had a really good, I won't say really good showing last year on EWC. I remember Na'Vi because they had a really bad bracket, like a really, how to put it, a really unlucky draw. Like they played a lot of really good teams in one after another and got kicked out of the tournament quite early. But they're a strong team. I'm sure they want to get there again, and this is their last chance, right? I don't think they can qualify in any other way after this.
No, this is the final road to get to EWC. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make it through points, just EPT points throughout the entire year, so they're going to be kicking themselves there. I mean, they just fell short. Literally just fell short at Dream League Season 29. Wasn't able to get the necessary placement that was required from them, and hence why they are unfortunately currently in this position.
So you could argue that they're probably the team that deserved it the most, right? Like out of the qualifiers, when you think about it that way, they're the ones that got the closest with the points. Pipsqueak, however, on the other side they would definitely be a surprise if they made it instead. But let's see. They have a series to prove themselves, perhaps, to take a game off of Na'Vi, and they open up with a Bane. Yeah, just keeping it kind of close to the chest, not really revealing anything. They are letting this Rubik go through, though, with the Bane being picked up. Like, you cannot, whenever you're playing some channeling heroes, these channeling heroes, they have some ways of covering the channel so that you can still not steal it. Like Pudge with Dismember has Rot to channel, Witch Doctor has Heal, right? Like a lot of these heroes have something to do. Bane, literally nothing he can do about the grip. If he uses the grip can be stolen. The only way to prevent it is to actually use it on Rubik. But it's a very easy spell to steal on Rubik, and anything that you steal from Bane is actually super valuable. Like Sleep is good, and Feeble is really good on Rubik too. It's just dots, they last longer on Rubik, so any sort of a spell from Bane is good.
Just taking a look at the previous first picks we've seen from Pipsqueak, they've really valuing a whole lot of different things. One series against, so one game versus LGD, we saw Huskar first phase. We're seeing Snapfire be prioritized from them as well. Druids, Tinies, Beastmasters. So it does seem like a lot of cores. You see even a lot of Navi's bans early. There's the Druid, the Beast, the Snap. So a bit more different here with the Bane. Let's see if there's anything else that they've been prioritizing a little bit more in those previous games. Of course, they did get knocked down again to the lower bracket in that series versus LGD. A 42-minute loss and a 63-minute loss, unfortunately, for Pipsqueak.
Let's see, like, they're taking their good time, a lot of their time, on just the banning stage. But like you said, it does make sense, right? Like, if Pipsqueak are a team that kind of likes to roam around and pick whatever, it's hard to prepare for them. It's hard to find all the right bans. And sometimes you resort to this. You just ban out the nastiest thing. I think whenever you're kind of considered the favorite, whenever you're playing versus teams that perhaps you don't play against them 24/7 all the time, and teams that aren't necessarily in tournaments together with you, you just won't make a mistake by banning out the cheese, right? Like, you just ban out a couple of cheese heroes. You make sure that you don't get absolutely demolished by some Meepo or Huskar or whatever, and the game is easier. And speaking of Pipsqueak, I know that you mentioned Copy and his flashy mid laners. He does cheese it up a little bit every now and then for mid lane. He has his stinkers, maybe the Viper as well now, you know. Can't do it.
As soon as I went back through the other drafts and saw the Huskar first pick, I'm like, yeah, sorry, my bad, I forgot. Copy is absolutely a Huskar player, and Copy is absolutely a Viper player as well. So, look, yeah, maybe this might not be as too fun of a series as what I was expecting from Niku. We'll see if the Kez is going to be flexed or not, but this is already an early response. Of course, do we go? Was it Brown Boots Blink that we saw the Viper? Or did he? Was it Treads Blink? Regardless, it was first sight and Blink we saw from Tai Long.
I mean, just a lot of bad games for Niku today. I mean, when it comes to matchups, just a lot of nasty matchups for our poor boy. Onavi has to play Viper multiple times. He played Huskar, he played Timber. It's like, just give this guy a break. If he picks Storm, he's probably going to be playing it into a Puck or a Quap or something at this point. So, but at least they do see the Viper. Prophet, of course, banned out, so not something that you can pick. I feel like Prophet, once again, is maybe a viable pick into Viper. Just putting that out there. Because you play around Treants again. You don't play around Sprout and TP. So that's the sort of playstyle that used to be the go-to versus Viper back in the day when he was countered by MP. But in any case, we get ourselves a Hoodwink. They kind of soft protect the Viper from the break that she could bring to the table. But overall, I see Kez. I'd like to see some minus bonus armor on their side. Whatever that may be. Usually heroes that bring it are from offlane, like Slardar, Stides. Perhaps not the best into Viper Bane, but you get some minus armor, you apply it to Viper, Kez jumps him. This hero is free food for Kez if you have that combo. But let's see what Navi go for. Maybe...
What?
Clock is still in the pool, dude. What? I mean, just... It's a no-brainer pick. Okay.
Underlord plus Clock.
Why not?
So they... I was gonna ask, like, what is your typical offlaner that actually likes to play into Bane inside the lane? Because this hero is a very strong laner. Is there any that kind of come to mind that are actually able to, that don't really care about the Bane?
Not necessarily. I can't imagine anything that really enjoys playing into Bane. Something like Brew perhaps doesn't care too much. Darkseer doesn't care a whole lot. Even something like Beastmaster isn't great because pure damage versus boars, like he eats them alive. Like you have to micro really carefully. But yeah, overall nothing feels that amazing into Bane. At least you have Underlord here, you know, like he's very bulky, tanky, so the brain sap itself will not hurt a lot. What's the stupidest hero in the game? Ogre. He should work well against Bane because brain sap can't work
True.
on him. He has
You
zero
got no
in.
brain there, buddy.
Yeah,
No, dude.
nothing to sap.
Sap is dumb. It went.
You
Over
brain
it.
sap him, you hurt yourself, you lose him.
Actually lowering your own IQ points. It's like, what's going on? You're trying too hard to get the brain
Bane
sap
starts
to work.
drooling.
He just starts to make himself retarded. It's just, oh no, Bane. Not like this. Just sapping his own mind. Oh no. Well, there's another silly hero. It doesn't have to do a whole lot. Just slap people, right? Against some, against a tanky melee off lane. It's just like, all right, I'll just turn the brain off, slap some right clicks on him too.
He slaps well though. He's a slapper, and versus Underlord, like Underlord hates slapping. Like he has trauma. Lifestealer can. Like this is a lane where Underlord early on, if you get a lot of damage from killing creeps and stuff, like you can bully the Lifestealer a little bit. But the moment the lane goes well for Lifestealer, you're basically done. Like it's hard to sustain yourself. It's hard to stay in the lane. It's also a lane where you can literally leave the Lifestealer as a support. So if you're Bane or Hoodwink, you can start rotating around and about. Just, mid lane, bottom lane, off lane, whatever. So a bit of a problem right now for Navi, but
10 seconds remaining.
there's a question mark on where Kez is. I would assume that Kez is still safe lane for them, but I'm not 100% sure. If they put Kez mid, maybe they can pick a different matchup versus the Lifestealer. If they put Kez safe lane, then I mean, Kez mid into Viper sounds hideous. I'd hate to see it.
Yeah, I wonder how you play this actually on Pipsqueak4. Like, if the Kez does go carry, does the Viper follow? I guess you don't have last pick overall. So for me, honestly, I'd like to see a Tide ban here. I think Tide and Axe are really the best ones that lane into Kez and play into Kez overall. Maybe the Axe, of course, hasn't got as much value because the Oracle. So you're the battle hunger inside the lane. Regardless, you could say Tide with... Yeah, go, sorry.
What if you picked Slardar, like with the Lifestealer combo? Is
Absolutely.
the matchup that bad versus Kez? I mean, it's playable, right?
I'm not aware. I've only been told that Tide and Axe is all you have to worry about. I've seen Legion be somewhat interesting, but not saying you're picking this game. I'm just saying, like, in general with matchups versus Kez. But yeah, I've only been told about Tide and Axe.
Yeah, absolutely right. They ban out the Slardar not necessarily because... Look, the hero is good versus Kez overall. It's decent. Like, you get Corrosive Haze as well against his Invis if you can apply it properly. It's good with Lifestealer. I think it's a solid ban from them. But they get Pangoed in the end. Okay,
It's a cool pick.
It's a cool pick and it's a flexible pick as well, right? Like if need be, they can put Pango mid, Viper offlane.
10 seconds.
I think that's why I say it's a cool pick too, honestly. You maybe hear me, people shout like, wow, is Pango a cool pick? Like, what is this going on about? Not just because it's the flex. I was struggling to see if there was going to be an option for them to pick a hero that could be flexed as 23rd, both to mid and off. We'll see what Na'Vi go for now at the 24th. What do you got? You got anything at the top of your head?
Huck or something? I don't really know. They go with Weaver, so it's going to be Kez mid. I think this is a Weaver carry, right? Yeah. Basically, at first, when I was talking about Kez being perhaps mid, I wanted to say that Weaver is an optional pick for them. Why? Because the matchup versus Lifestealer is really good. Like, it's one of those heroes that Lifestealer really doesn't like playing against. The matchup versus Viper also isn't that bad. Like, you get on top of them. However, for Gut the Juice to work with this hero, I think he needs to make a lot of plays early on. I think this needs to be like minute 7 mid lane Weaver or minute 6 Rune mid lane Weaver rotating on Viper. I'm being a little bit over dramatic, but if Kez suffers, this Weaver needs to pick up. Like, he needs to be the active core of the game. It's not only on the Kez.
Can he do that? How is the I know Weaver's been known as an insane laner for a very long time. You mentioned that with the Lifestealer pick against the Underlord, this means that Dark Lord can 1v1 far easier, which we can potentially see Bane rotations through the portal. is this problematic? Do you think there are like easy ways for Pipsqueak to actually like pressure the Weaver so he doesn't actually have as solid of a lane to then be that person that you feel like is required from him around, you know, the 7 to 10 minute mark?
I think you can, even without the main rotations. Like, this doesn't feel like free lane. Like, for the game, they picked the right hero. Like, same like the ban on Slardar. I feel like the ban on Slardar was more of a general game idea than the lane idea. And I think maybe it's the same with the Weaver. It's the general idea, not necessarily the lane. When it comes to the lane, you're playing with Bango plus Hoodwink, like two heroes that actually have a lot of physical damage. And you're playing into a Weaver with Oracle. So even if you do get, which is not going to happen, but even if you do get Fate's Edict early on, it's not that incredible versus these two. On top of that, you have so much damage between the Swashbuckle, between the Bushwhack and the Acorn Shot, so Weaver has to be extremely careful in the lane. It's like a kill lane on both sides.
Did they team together? Daze and Melik?
I think they did. Did they?
I know we've got some really old Na'Vi members as well on Pipsqueak. I mean, I know Copper used to be on Na'Vi. I know Melik used to be on Na'Vi as well. I actually don't remember the 4 on... I don't believe... Daze, I think, has only really been with these lads, or, of course, you know, the OG stint. But the other... I know he was on some other Tier 3 teams.
Didn't they play for Na'Vi at the same time, or...?
Yeah, but let's see. Let's find out. I will find a way to do this. I'm sure there was a time at some stage. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, I do know that
maybe
again,
some stand-ins or something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. But
yeah, but
I feel like I've seen them play together. Are they both Kazakhstani or something? Or am I wrong?
Melik? Yes. Melik is Kazakhstanian.
And so is Daze. So
Yeah.
they play
Yeah.
together at least for those ZNC squads and stuff. So
That would make sense. Ike as well is Kazakhstanian too. So you got 3 in here.
yeah, cool. And we have Lifestealer back in the game, so we might
Sick.
have a full game going.
No, wasn't too long to reset the internet. I feel like that takes me like 10 minutes, but it's all right. Dark Lord's good. He's ready to go.
To death.
And we, my friends, are underway. So let's see what the setup's going to be. Early on, Na'Vi going to bring 5 heroes out top. We'll see if they... I mean, against the Hoodwink, we've kind of seen lately a lot of teams... Really, since... I know we haven't seen tree for a while now, but with that big tree patch, and then people were like, oh yeah, you're cutting down trees is pretty good. And then they started to realize, like, hey, this is really good versus Hoodwink too. Why don't we do it versus this hero as well? And sometimes we even, you know, some cores like have a quelling blade, support. So I should say in particular, Riddies of course doesn't. You already see got the juice does, but yeah, the outplay potential I think with the QB is really nice versus a hero like the Hoodwink. So nothing on, you know, no crazy QB onto Riddies. They will even go through the portal and look to try and go for the full way around. So yeah, this is, again, I mean, this is... Everyone has a little bit of a different of a read, you know. Pipsqueak, they drop a pretty aggressive ward over towards the triangle. Just got to ensure that there is no carry that ends up dying. Usually we see like a smoke from the carry where you sit on your own bounty. Dark Lord's actually sitting inside the river, which is a little bit interesting. Edge out the...
2 for 2?
Yeah, easy. 2 for 2. No shenanigans. Nothing crazy. It's just, importantly, I mean, big questions around what Niku's going to be able to do on this goddamn Kez. Like, well,
Let's
I'm gonna
see.
play it.
Like the lane itself is really strong on both sides, I would say. On top, when it comes to mid lane, I would assume that this should be a wash, like easy for copy, right? Like versus Kez. Dude, Niku has played what, 2 games versus Viper today already. The one with Coral and now the one with Kez. Yeah, you can maybe fight him off a little bit early like this, but maybe you can parry a couple of right clicks as well down the line, but it shouldn't be an easy lane for him.
Yeah, not at all. Fortunately, not at all. And again, this was the problems that we were seeing in the previous series from Na'Vi. One was just the lanes, and then really what transpired after the lanes. The early game from LGD was exceptional. Na'Vi weren't really able to manage that. So we'll see already. Mid's going to be a little bit problematic for them. We're speaking about the live Scylla being able to do great versus the Underlord. So top lane is where, you know, this is, we got to see Weaver get through. And you mentioned about the early game, what you're wanting out of him. How can he itemize, though, to be able to play that kind of style that you'd like to see from the Weaver?
I think if you want to be active early on Weaver, you're going for Dezo no matter what. And I think overall the meta item build on Weaver has been Dezo now, on the carry Weaver for quite some time. Nice little pick off. This is a very good combo. One of those rare combos where it's worth it going Pit of Malice level 2 instead of Atrophy Aura, which is really good for getting kills. But it's really bad versus Lifestealer because you won't be able to bully him.
Oh no, it
Niku.
starts. Nice try with the Iron Branch, but yeah, I mean, this is, my friends, just a Viper into melee matchup. What can you do?
He was kinda keeping up so far. He even had an extra couple of last hits over the Viper, like, was doing well, but this first blood basically makes sure that Copy gets an earlier level 3 and an earlier boots, and once he gets boots, this thing's up good.
Nice pushback from Eki. Melik's actually going to be able to run down, got the juice. Gotta be a little bit careful though. Wasn't able to continue to catch up to the Weaver, and if Riddies was able to freely continue spell casting, may have had a return kill in fact. There is a big wave that they may actually dive, got the juice though.
Yeah, these lanes are looking really rough for them already on Na'Vi. Mid lane and top lane doing quite well for Pipsqueak.
It's a little bit problematic, unfortunately, my friend. We shall see. Just gonna hope they're able to get out of the laning phase. If they do get out of the lanes, like, what do we think about the Na'Vi draft as a whole? Is this, because again, there was some concerns around their drafts in the previous series. How do we feel about this with them being able to match against Pipsqueak in the mid game?
I think the two cores that they have on mid and top scale a bit better.
Yep.
And the carry-to-carry matchup is just better. Like, Weaver versus Lifestealer is pretty much Weaver favored. You're playing versus a Viper as well. Eventually a Kez with just Falcon's Rush, you know, can basically blow him up. Weaver gets on top of the Viper very easily too, so... The Pipsqueak draft was made to basically own the lanes. What happens after is questionable though. A mystery, for me at least. We'll see. Depends on how they play it.
Unfortunately for Niku's having to deliver a couple of selves to play this matchup. Both don't have a bottle, of course, not that the Viper needs. We have seen some of this Vipers go for it previously in the past. Niku is, yeah, actually putting some harassment onto Copy. Copy may go all the way back to base here. Niku's going to get a full wave for free and potentially the next if it gets out fast enough. Bottom, Ike. He may trying for the body blocks inside the pit. Won't be able to get the second route.
And the water runes, by the way, on Kez. So 2-3 waves plus water runes, if he gets them on time, like, if he could start bottom lane, still they're fighting.
And can they go again if they got some more spells? Daze is a little bit low with the resources. Ike's got a good angle for the wraparound. They go with the Nightmare early, but Daze, Lotus given over to him. Won't matter in the end, however. Kill's going to be online for Pipsqueak. Now, PMA's trying to fight back into Ike. Nice bait of the Fairy Fire. Now, PMA, has he gone a little bit too far? Feels like it's necessary for him to turn to get the kill because he thinks there's no way out. And with the boots advantage, he'll close the distance and also outrun the Life Stealer. He'll get there. Absolutely he will. There's no way Bane's going to out-juke him here.
Usually Bane, you know, when you have nighttime, it benefits you a little bit for these jokes, but no movement speed for now. So a nice little counter kill from PMA. He's trying to creep skip, so no longer wants to basically be laning into a life stealer. So full on creep skipping.
Oh, nicely done. Get the kill, but is it really gonna matter that much, especially when the trade is your mid laner? Oh, the parry actually does it in the end. Wow, I thought it was gonna be enough to tick him out regardless.
He's not even going base, by the way. A couple of purifying flames, and he's healed up quite a bit. It's kind of nice to have Oracle in this game for both the Weaver and the Kez. All they need is a little bit of extra help so they can reset. Gotta be careful with Fate's Edict, by the way. It disarms again. Like, it used to not disarm for quite some time, but now again it does. After, I swear, like, I don't know, 5 years at least, right? It's been not disarming the teammates.
It's been 5 years that it didn't do that. Really?
I mean, I'm making shit up,
Yeah.
but I feel like it's been around forever. The fact that it doesn't disarm, but I mean, Oracle has been dead forever as well. Like, this hero just hasn't been meta.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't know. This guy has kind of been a little bit MIA. We're seeing it picked up a little bit more at the moment, but really not a whole lot. There are far better supports at the moment that we see consistently as a position 5, but
I think this hero is just unfinished. I think Oracle was in a good space. Blaze, Niku, not, maybe? Yeah, Oracle was in a decent spot, top lane, Malik. They're going on him. Oh, they're using the Fates. Wait.
Did that work? Yeah, hang on.
I don't think that worked.
Why did
Maybe it does. But he still swashbuckle. I think it still dealt damage. I'm not sure.
Did it? Because unless I blinked at a really weird time, I thought I saw it didn't. But I also
maybe it didn't. It would make sense. Like, why the hell would he even be casting it on him if it doesn't work, right? So let's trust Ridis. I trust him. It does work. It does work that way. So you can use it on Pango. All of the damage from Pango is physical, so maybe that's the idea. Plus you have Courage for Shield Crash, by the way. It's also not too bad.
What's going on bottom too? Is that first blood really this impactful? Like 42 last hits compared to the 28 on Darkwood.
He's been creep skipping a lot as well. So he's been farming some other camps and he might fall here. TP.
Yo! Alright.
Tanky boy. Double bracer.
He was so, look at the dude, he was 18 experience off level 6. How miserable that is. He sees his experience, but I was like, oh my, because imagine if he had ultimate now. He could Fiend's Gate into the mid lane for this fight. Because Malik's here as well. You got the Rolling Thunder online for Malik. He won't actually cast it. And because of that, it means Niku gets a shield. Really not that important though, with no bottles.
They're still trying to aggress the same way. Right, like Niku felt this multiple times today. They're trying to do the same thing on Pipsqueak4. Rubik.
Oh, I got denied.
Neutral creep, okay.
Another deny and Ike. Go for it, buddy. Come on. Double deny and the neutrals. Go back. Oh, get the aggro. Double deny. Eki, come on. Your turn. No, that's the wrong direction.
No luck for Eki. He had the medium camp there to work with, but he didn't trust. He didn't believe. They're pinging out the Viper mid. They have Fiend's Gate.
Cute attempt. They got the pit as well. It's a lot of damage onto Copy at the moment. Darkwood's going to TP in, but the Infest won't come in time. And now with the lifesteal is kind of scratching his head like, why am I mid? It'll make a little bit more sense with Malik's Rolling Thunder as well. They've got the damage to get the kill onto the Underlord. But there's 5 heroes, well, full all up, I suppose, from Radiant.
They barely got him by.
Yeah.
He almost survived. By the way, Crimson Guard, this game looks pretty damn good for Navi. A lot of physical damage plus Viper is basically what they're rolling with. I'm not sure if that's what... Okay, he's gonna go for a pipe instead.
Niku, no! Yeah.
I'm not sure if I agree with the pipe as much as with the Crimson on on Underlord. I mean, Pipe, of course, is also good versus... You have some magic damage between the Woodwink and Viper, but... Okay. Goes for it.
Yeah, definitely intrigued. Because like you said, there's not a whole lot that's going to break through mid lane. Niku still continuing to try and fight for the power runes, but won't be able to secure the amp damage, and now is being ran down once again. They've still got a bunch of health to work with, but once the Viper starts aggroing to him, he has to step out, and that means Rudy's, unfortunately, will take the brunt of the force.
Yeah, all I'm seeing is one grappling hook after another, just to escape, just to stay alive on Kaz. And he is staying alive. He's not farming a whole lot. He's got 27 last hits, by the way. By far the least in the game. He's doubled by the next lowest, which is Viper.
This last hit's unfortunately not looking too pretty for Niku. Would have hoped that he got the bounty from that Observer D-Wood, but unfortunately he didn't place the sentry. Days will get that one, so... He's itching for a little bit extra to be given over to him. At least the Weaver's having a great time, and really the Underlord, again, got way more out of the lane than what I was expecting.
He did. They made a lot of stacks, of course, for him as well, which now he's farming. So you have stacks on Underlord, you have a good farm from the laning stage. We'll see how impactful the item build will be afterwards. And if Weaver will be able to maybe compensate for Kaz's weaknesses. These two heroes kind of do a similar job in the mid game if they're playing it actively.
Do you want to see Niku actually take the stack at the Ancients? Like use Firestorm on Pit Lord, and then the Kez can finish it off? Would you rather see the stack go to him or no?
I won't mind seeing Kaz take it for sure. Like if for nothing else, for the experience, just being there, I think it would be a massive gold influx for the Kaz. He's struggling. Meanwhile, Underlord is having a really good time.
That he is, but also his counterpart is having just as good of a time. When everyone is very close, those top 3 heroes, and Malik is... You know, he went brown boots with a bunch of stats, Nell, one bracer, but he's already got the diffusal. So if you compare to this, the Underlord, like PMA, Tread, Soul Ring, Double Bracer, Wand, they both have the same net worth, but I'd love to see the Pengo fight. It feels like his net worth is going to be way more impactful until we get this pipe out of PMA, but where can you force a fight if you're Pipsqueak?
I think your assessment is really correct, especially until the pipe. Once you have a pipe on Underlord, suddenly there's a ton of utility coming from his inventory as well.
They'll try and force it top. A couple heroes will show bottom, then they'll actually move through the portal. It's going to be Ike along with Copy behind Malik. Now, Riddy's in a good spot to be able to pop the smoke. Instant 1 TP will come through. Riddy's will be forced to use the force post on himself. The token he sits gets rid of the group straight away. But the Weaver doesn't have the greatest resources, so importantly with the Stolen Rolling Thunder running through the middle of the team fight, it's a good fight for Dire. Dark Lord doesn't have the health. He gets the infest off the last second, but it will not matter. Malik is making him really work for it. It was a great shield crash. There's actually enough in the end to turn the tide, so he'll be able to run down the secondary support. They're kiting the Weaver pretty solidly as well. They're making sure that they come together and that no one is picked off from the carry, and in the end, Na'Vi will actually lose 3.
It kind of looked good for Na'Vi at the beginning, didn't it? Like, it looked like Rip got used, they stole Rolling Thunder. I think their biggest issue was, even though Grip got cancelled, Weaver got controlled for the majority of the early stages of this fight, right? With the Grip. So he lost a lot of his HP. He just wasn't able to hit at any point. Like, he's using Sukuchi, but he's just getting out and that's it. Like, he's just juking from one side to the other. Meanwhile, his team is fighting 24/7. So he's not really able to contribute a whole lot. And like you said, Malik, at this point, just is a more valuable of a hero, of an offlaner, in comparison to the Underlord, that is.
Yeah, that is going to change. Still, it needs a little bit of gold. It's about 1,000 away until the pipe. So you got to be pretty happy if you're Na'Vi if they get the tier 1 trade, right? I don't know if they will,
It's a decent
though.
trade for them.
Do you defend bot if you're Radiant?
Nah, I don't think you can. The thing is, like, the only way to defend this kind of a tower would require multiple TPs and just putting yourself out of position.
Okay.
Joining fights in Power Rangers way, one after another, it's not a good thing.
Alright. It's like the Radiant jungle actually going to try and run up his high ground to de-ward himself, but once he runs into a bit of a blockade with PMA and Niku already there. Do you see that Pipsqueak4 using this time effectively though? Over towards the triangle, there's about a quad stack at the Ancients that 3 heroes are farming together. Getting something there in the meanwhile. What's Niku looking at as well? Is pretty close towards the Mage Slayer being completed for the Kez.
Recovery mode, right? The thing is though, when you look at the net worth, 5k versus 6k on copy now doesn't really feel that bad for Kez, does it? Any longer. I feel like this is the problem that I'm seeing with a lot of Viper.
Yeah.
Like they dominate the laning stage and then post lane, they just fall off. And it's not even... Honestly, the only item I kinda did like, the item build was the Tai Long one with an early blink. I feel like it forced things. It gave Viper this extra edge where he can set fights off the way he wanted to. In the previous patch, that was the Aghanims, right? Like with the Aghs. It's kind of hard to farm that from the mid lane right now.
Yeah. I definitely agree as well. I mean, the Blink was a super interesting from the Viper previously, but we saw some problems with it afterwards, but how it was able to control the early game and continue the tempo and use that start. Copy will try and scale. We'll see if he's able to do so. The problem we're going to see pretty shortly maybe is the Desolate is actually now online for Got the Juice. So with that, along with the Mage Slayer from Niku, you know, this Kez as well is going to be way more problematic. We got more items as well though. Malik just got the Blink completed. There's a Radiance now finally for Dark Lord as well.
There is everything, basically.
Yeah.
16, 17 minutes in, it's like this... Your usual big item timing, the first big item. Is it the Axe, the Overlord, the Blinks? On both sides. They're pretty much ready.
Mid lane, it takes him a little while to de-ward from Pipsqueak. Navi
You're
going to try
swinging.
and converge
There's
on
a
the area.
sentry,
Yeah,
though.
Got the Juice. He's actually running just blindly up on the high ground. Melik gets the Rolling Thunder off, and now with the Fiend script, they need to try and get in range, and Reddies will be able to do so. So they've protected Got the Juice. Pipsqueak, do they still want to try and continue to take the team fight with the Rolling Thunder shortly to expire? It's a little bit messy at the moment without any casualties, but Melik, he'll be the first. Reddies will be the second as well. On the right side, they're wanting to try and run Dark Lord down. He does have the Infest to utilize. Unfortunately, he's lacking a little bit of creeps at the moment, but that should not be a problem. Get out of range.
Rubik still wants him. He used the Essence Distiller another time, but... Dude, Lifestealer just wasted this whole fight trying to take down Rubik. Like, he was just running him down, but Shield Crash really just juked him in and out of the pit. So in the end, it's a trade, right? Like we get 1 for 1, but it's a pretty good trade for Navi. They take down Pango. The amount of times that I clicked on the damned Fiend's Gate as it's spawning right next to me is so annoying.
Whoa, it's an insane dive on the Eki. They get the kill on the Daze. Niku and PMA, unfortunately, is still sticking around. Niku not going to get enough separation with a grappling claw, and great positioning. He'll drag back the Underlord. They should be able to catch up to Niku, so not only will they get the mid laner, the off lane is going to die as well. PMA... Oh, they actually got a TP cancel? No, they do not. So very well done from PMA. Gets the kill, TP's out. You get the mid tier 1 tower as well with the space, so really not the worst in the end for Navi.
Yeah, not the worst, but the aggression did get countered, right? Like they get another kill on the Kez. I feel like at this point maybe it would be better if he focused a little bit more on himself, you know, like this hero can still scale incredibly well. And the kills that they're trying to get are almost impossible. Like between the 3 of them at least. I feel like the biggest damage dealer on Navi currently is the Weaver. And it's something that we talked about earlier. This Weaver really needs to step it up in the mid game to make a difference for Navi.
Does he need to itemize at all defensively this game?
Well, I'll tell you what he is itemizing. He's going for Dragonlance into Linken's. Linken's into Bane into Viper does feel good, right? So
okay.
he's gonna get that. It's a good itemization. Not bad.
Hopefully that single defensive item is going to be enough for him. There's concerns that maybe with a perfect rolling thunder, but it's not going to be easy for them to chain control. Regardless, we're 20 minutes in, so we got Tormentor up. Radiant have a very crafty ward. I think they got a glimpse of Eki somehow. I don't know if the Tormentor damage hit him.
Well, he did hide well, no matter what. Maybe a sharpshooter?
Oh, it's so hard to find that angle, especially with how they're all lined up. Yeah, or just give it up.
Yeah. Maybe he could have... yeah, of course. Nothing he did that would have made a difference. They couldn't get the last hits, couldn't really kill anyone. They're all pretty healthy. Shard does go for days. Out of the two shards, definitely a better one. Like, now you have another kiting ability versus Lifestealer, and whenever you're playing versus this hero, it's all about kites. It's all about getting Force Staffs, getting Ghost Scepters, any sort of mobility items. Of course, Lift Shard on Rubik is amazing.
I see some desert charges who got the juice. Hopefully the kill onto Eki will help, but cute sharpshooter. Brady's not going to be able to get in range. Well, Malik.
Not playing though, Malik.
Bottom Fiendskate, yeah. He's got the ag shot into the rock. What happened? Did he get a... What? Is he actually still going to live? No, Pit's there.
No.
What happened? Am I missing? He just
used the shard, but he didn't... Yeah, he used roll up, but he didn't use roll after. Maybe was there a cooldown that I didn't see?
No.
Or did he just cancel it?
I'm really sure there wasn't, but...
Yeah.
But anyway. Okay, big kill. Very big kill.
It happens.
That's also a massive kill if they got the juice. Yeah, it's messy. And surely with Riddies here, that's not going to happen in the end. So yeah, got the juice is going to be alright. False promise will be used.
They messed up the sleep, right? Into Bushback combo.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I don't know how Fiend's group was... I guess that was purged off instantly.
Yeah, unfortunate, but that's the job of Oracle in this game. Whenever anyone gets Fiend's grip, he's there too. Save mid lane though. Finally they get something for them.
Is that Roche?
With poison attack? Yeah, I think so. They aren't really ready on Navi. They don't have Underlord and no one is... they're not converging. Okay, Weaver is nearby.
Is there even a fight you want to take though? 4v5? If there was a possibility. They're going to try and attempt it. They'll use the bugs to scout. Too late, they won't set up a formation.
Honestly, the way they played, it looked like they weren't sure that Pipsqueak were rushing at all. The way they moved. Only when scan connected, Weaver used bugs to check for it. You know, usually if you know that they're rushing, you're just instantly spamming the bugs. You're trying to get closer. They got kinda got caught off guard.
How would you like to see the Aegis actually be used though from Pipsqueak without like too large of an advantage? Can they start to kind of force a bit more aggressive fights with it?
Yeah, you can play the enemy side of the map. Maybe pressure a tier 1 down bottom, maybe a tier 2 on top as well. We'll see. Like they don't really, like you said, they don't have any sort of an advantage besides the Aegis. And Lifestealer are actually going for Aghanim. He will have it in 300 gold. That's the next item from him.
Malik again on the high ground has been scouted out. Nicely done though. Niku had to step slightly down the stairs, and as soon as he did, just quickly able to blink away. Still got to be a little bit careful. Niku with the Raven's Veil trying to wrap around, but this will expire with the Invis. Well, there's something going on inside the river too. Eki ran into PMA along with Daze. He did Fiend's Gate for that. I didn't know the Fiend's Gate gets the glyph over it. It's over now, UNC.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. Bane mid.
Great position once again from Britty. So he's making sure there's really no opportunity for Got the Juice to die. He's actually going to try and prioritize to kill the Bane, to take the Fiend's grip out of the team fight. And now this should enable him, along with Niku as well. He's used the Raptor Dance early on. They want to try and get rid of the Oracle as well. So both sides
Copy.
realizing how important the position 5s are. But Copy as well is in some danger to the left. He protected with the Infest. No stuns to prevent the time-lapse out. So got the juices, got a fresh amount of resources to work with. There's no stuns, unfortunately, for Pipsqueak, however. So Na'Vi can simply just reposition accordingly. And it's just a 1-for-0.
They got both of the supports, right? I think respawn, they got the Bane already. Overall, it was a really dangerous play from Navi, by the way, but it worked out. Why was it dangerous? Because Bane almost survived long enough to just turn and grip the Weaver. And when you dive that deep, Oracle will not save you. He doesn't have a blink. Like, he does queue it up right now. And I like it. If your Weaver is this crazy, if he's diving the high ground, you need to buy a blink on Oracle. Your job is to press your ult on him. So.
Oh man, let's see if they stop going through the portal. Because they see the Kez. No, they're actually going to continue to play through top where they have I currently hoping, and well, he's at least the one that's actually continuing to signal them to go this way, but Eki wants otherwise. He's calling the forces back through the portal.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Only problem is again Riddies. Smoke's gonna pop.
Cool.
Niku's in a lot of trouble, but Riddies again should be able to get the ultimate in 1 second on cooldown. Oh, it was just on cooldown. How unlucky, needed 1 extra second, and now he's dead too.
The life of an Oracle, basically. Even when you're in the position, sometimes it just happens. You don't have the cooldowns to save. And though I thought he had them. In any case, very good pick off. The cooldown is unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a toughie. There's still only 1,000 net worth lead for Na'Vi, so these kills were 13 to 13. Very even game between the two, which is great to see. Because again, all things considering, the first series was very one-sided. I know, again, you got the game 2 victory, but Na'Vi had to work for it. They looked very good through the mid to late game, but this one, at least, we're finally for the day is going to be able to get our first even game heading into the mid stages. So we'll see. How do you actually even read the game? With everything being dead even, we're in a perfect position where no one's really playing too far behind with the cores as well. Kez a little bit, but not really that much. So is there a side that you think is actually more favored in a 5v5 with all spells up, all items up, and everything?
I would maybe value Navi's draft a bit more, just because of a couple of things. The chaos impact that Ruby can have, depending on what kind of a spell he steals, he can have a massive impact. He's pretty big as well, as Blink plus Essence Distiller already. But also, if you are even and you're playing with Viper, I feel like maybe the game isn't that even, right? Because this hero generally, there are players that swear with Viper's late game potential. They believe in it. They pick this Viper for late game. I'm not one of those, and I feel like in most scenarios he falls off. On the other side, the counterpart is Kez. Completely the opposite, right? A hero that just every single item that he gets, he just becomes stronger and stronger. He scales quite well. So maybe I'm still valuing Navi's draft a little bit more, but it's that even, like you said.
Is there any lifesteal shenanigans as the game goes on? How good of a lifestealer game is this if he can maybe help with some of the problems of the potential Viper scaling?
Well, he's got what? He's got Aghanims currently going for Basher into MKB. It's not a bad... I shouldn't say it's not a bad. It's not a terrible lifestealer game, but it's not that incredible either. You're playing into a Weaver, into a Kez, high mobility cores. So your job is to basically use Ags on one of these two as the fight starts, or chew down the Underlord. But yeah, he definitely can scale. He can make a difference eventually.
Okay. Well, he's currently got Basher, MKB, into probably a BKB that is queued up for Dark Lord. So 305 top net worth, but of course the Weaver is very close to usurping. It's kind of going back and forth between who holds the lead at the moment. Let's see if a play is going to be made around top for Na'Vi. They got a really good lane ward that was placed pretty recently from Daze. They'll see Melik, they'll see Ike pretty shortly. They don't have the Fiend's Gate, unfortunately, for another 45 seconds, but Daze will start. They're just going to go for the easy kill onto Ike. Get some much-needed Desert charges as well. Got the juices, still only got 8.
It's honest work. It's not a lot on the Weaver. He's going for crit, by the way, so full on right-click damage. Not really. The only maybe a little bit unordinary item is the Lincolns on Weaver, but of course he built it for the Bane, for the Viper, so it does make sense. Everything else is stock standard from him.
You say unordinary, dude. When I first started playing Dota, it was instant Lincoln.
It was
rush.
always, yeah. I know. That's correct. Like the old Weaver, it was his core. It was the same for Morphling and a couple of heroes, right? Like you had the insta item 1 Lincolns.
Copy. First point of contact, gonna run straight into the smoke. Got the juice, but the Envy is gonna give them the information. Now Copy will be blown up. There's gonna be no response. Or will
nice
there?
Infest.
Copy's actually still alive with the Infest. It's gonna take them a little bit longer to secure the kill. And can Malik use this time to their advantage? They're not able to get any extra onto Got the Juice. So the Weaver's gonna be able to survive through the chain control. They might turn to Niku next, but no, Niku's fine. They're not gonna be able to hold anyone in place long enough. And now Na'Vi will continue to look for an extra member. Melik held in place inside the pit. Dark Lord actually going for an aggressive Infest. This is going to prove to be a little bit problematic for him. I mean, he's full net worth. This guy's absolutely topped out in the resources. It is not easy for him to go down at all, but it's also not easy, unfortunately, for Pipsqueak to get some kills. Maybe this one would have a different fate. But even then, PMA's shrugging it off.
He's trying to, at least for now.
Is this a good
Look at how low they all are.
Is it tip? Maybe now with the Infest. Okay. This time it's fine. You got that with the burst of the sharpshooter. Far out. Felt like this fight lasted ages, though.
Dude, I was doubting Dark Lord, but this man just played a pub with Lifestealer and he was like 17-0, 17-3, something like that.
Damn,
he's feeling this hero, and you could see it right here. He had so much damn impact. First he saves the Viper, then he kind of heals him up again with the Infest Bomb. He gets out, he attacks all the right targets. He's the one, like, if you look at the damage cap, of course, I just wanted to make sure, but Tango is the second most damage dealt on his team, 3.2k. The first most damage dealt in this fight was 8.9k on the Lifestealer. Like, no one even comes close. He's doing some massive work.
Might have to go back live, Niku. Smoke up here from Pipsqueak. They're going to run straight into the Kez. He does get the ultimate off pretty early on. It's going to buy some time for Daze to TP in, but does he have what it takes to keep his kid alive? He'll attempt with the stolen Infest, but it's not enough. Daze close, but no cigar.
Alright, this Lifestealer he's doing some massive work. Overall, that last fight, I feel like even wasn't that good for Pipsqueak. Like, they didn't play a lot of their spells properly. I think Lincoln's even was used on a Grip, or Grip was used on Lincoln's, to be correct, so that was wasted. Still managed to take a very good fight. Impressive. They don't have any Orchid, by the way, builders, or any silences for the Lifestealer as well, so he isn't forced into buying anything defensive so far.
Which is problematic with how much we've seen Dark Lord be able to output inside these past couple of fights. Without any defensive items, he is going to be a real problem here for Na'Vi, but it's still 31 minutes in and we still have a absolutely dead even game.
Yeah, absolutely. Insane game. They do have BKB, by the way, now up on Underlord, so he will be a little bit safer in these fights. Not unnecessary to use anything defensive on him. He's got a Hex recipe, by the way, but nowhere close to a Hex on the Underlord. Okay, let's see if Pipsqueak will allow this to happen. Same thing happened to Na'Vi, but it looks like they know. They're rotating in.
I think they saw the bugs on the Viper coming through the pit. They're not really scouting,
Sweet.
though. Yeah, PMA. Is he going to be a bit careful? Jump in. Malik? Did he time it? It's so close, but just a little bit too early. So Dark Lord's going to try and run to the pit. He doesn't get the Aegis, but they will kill the first life. PMA's also going to tip out. He can rejoin through the form of the Fiend's Grip. Riddies is going to be able to get in range and protect up the Juice as well. But the Nightmare timing, no, they caught him! Oh my god, Ike! What a timing out of the Nightmare! No, Weaver, you needed this man! And without the main damage source, Na'Vi, they're going to have to try and duck and run, but with Dark Lord onto PMA, this guy is locked onto his target. When I say that, Malik has found another target instead. Day's telekinesis out, Niku back in with a bunch of damage onto Malik. Malik, gotta be careful about the katana. He'll get the Ag Shard off, and Niku gets a bunch of health back. They're doing a pretty good job towards the second round of the fight from Na'Vi, but it just doesn't matter in the end. This Dark Lord Lifestealer will just lead them to victory in the fight. It's a 5-man wipe, and they started against the Aegis as well.
Yeah, they 6-man when you count the Aegis too. Like, just wonderful fight from Pipsqueak once again. Underlord moved out of the pit a little bit too early to try and, you know, set the perimeter to rescue his teammates while they're taking down Aegis to create space. But man, like, they just do not care. Beautiful sleep to prevent the Oracle ulti, which killed off the Weaver, of course, and it looks like maybe a side as well. Lifestealer is now level 23. Like, this is literally some hard carrying by the Lifestealer. 7-0-10 on the Beast.
Yeah, insane. Absolutely insane performance from Dark Lord. This guy is putting in so much work here. Full set of barracks, they're going to get mid lane. But we see at this stage though, like, it's looking a little bit, I don't know, something could be going on, and then he gets the bash in front of the tower, and turn towards the Rubik loss, get that wipe, and, well, game was even, but now this is blown out a little bit here, Pipsqueak. It's 600 gold away from the Abyssal Blade even for Dark Lord. Damage is going to change pretty shortly from Got the Juice though. He's pretty close to a Daedalus as well, along with the level 20 talent.
They need it. They need any sort of damage, and it's going to be helpful, of course. Like, Daedalus is a massive spike for the Weaver. We'll see just how much it does in this upcoming fight. But the thing is, it's not necessarily just the damage. They're lacking some serious control. And I know we talked about the grip and all this stuff, like how much it does or doesn't do versus Rubik, but so far, yeah, Pipsqueak, they definitely had an advantage when it comes to just controlling a target and taking it down. The difference between the offlaners, by the way, and how they play. On one side you have perma-stuns, on the other side you have perma-roots. A little bit easier to reset if you're Pipsqueak.
Look at this angle. Cutting all the way through mid. They went past the triangle first. Wanted to try and head to top. They're a little bit too slow to unfortunately take a fight by the Tormentor. So Shard's going to be aligned for Riddies. They will actually now double back and go to the opposite side of the map, expecting Na'Vi to completely leave top, and they will be correct. See if they run into them though. Looks like they're going to try and cut the wave on Riddies and Days, so look at the Wisdom, look at the tier 2 tower as well. Just a moment of peace here with a bunch of chaos shortly about to continue in our final qualification series of that night. Days is about to have enough gold for Scepter if he wants to buy out for it.
Yep. I think that's... Let's see how much it will. Like, the Scepter on him. So far I haven't really felt a massive impact between... besides the kiting that Rubik has, right? Like with the telekinesis. I haven't seen like massive big ultis being stolen and stuff, but...
Top lane. Got the Juice, gotta be a little bit careful here. The tree line, Ike is gonna be able to pop the Lincolns. And still has that... Oh, I thought he didn't get the Fiend's grip up, but nah, finds it for last second. They had a sentry still in range, and what a find from Ike on his Bane. He has been very, very impactful in our game one.
Beautiful positioning from him, by the way. Stalking the Weaver. They had a very nice ward, of course, that helped him out with that, but still. Why am I saying this? Because he doesn't have... he doesn't have any neutral that upgrades his range. It's only the Aether Lens that he's working with. There was no blink, nothing like that. Now he will have a blink as well, by the way, flying out to him. So.
Oh well.
From this point onwards, Weaver is not safe, ever, to creep skip the way he did, or to rat.
Is PM... Okay. I was going to say, is PMA safe here? But they were maybe going to have point of contact at the top of the stairs instead of behind the barracks. So he's fine, but it doesn't look like the buildings, unfortunately, really are for Na'Vi.
Just the Infest to heal up. They have a Shard of Viper with the Butterfly, so he's absolutely fine to take objectives even without the Lifestealer being a part of this fight. Nice little lift, by the way, on the cart.
They have stalled long enough for the Weaver to be back alive. Malik looking for an angle to charge the Rolling Thunder, but he really wants Na'Vi to come out of the base. Be better opening for him to take the team fight. They won't heavily commit. They don't want to give Na'Vi an easy way back in, so it'll just be a tier 3 tower that is claimed. Back out of the map.
What do we have stolen? Infest and Nightmare. That's it on Rubik. Not terrible.
Yeah, a bunch of save that Na'Vi have. We've seen through the fights, really, the supports have been ever so important in regards to their positioning, and continue to be the case. Bunch of pings with this high gun. Pipsqueak well aware that they're playing around it.
Can they even... How easy it is for them to take down the Viper at this point. Like, even he is becoming a problem with the Butterfly. Because of the way they itemize, there's no MKB, there's no True Strike, right? So you have to find a different solution for him.
Problematic for them. Niku's got the MKB queued up. Malik's going to be in with the Rolling Thunder as well. Might even stun, got the juice behind him too. He's going to be careful. They get a glimpse of the Weaver. Is pretty low. Nightmare to the follow-up. Control. Eki's going to time the bushwhack. And is he getting any help? Where's the Oracle? Daze will do his best, but Daze, it's just not good enough. Oracle wasn't able to get there in time. And without the Weaver, they have got nothing. No damage, no carry. This is just probably game.
This looks like a game. Underlord, yeah, GG is called. By the way, Oracle used his ulti on Niku, on Kez. He had to be saved as well. He was the one actually that was gone on, but Weaver got saved by Rubik. Like, Rubik used both of the spells that we just talked about a little bit earlier. He used the Infest, he used the Sleep, he used everything he could to save the Weaver. And once he used Time-Lapse, like, he was rescued from the stun lock, but once he used Time-Lapse, somehow he was even lower HP. So he just dies afterwards immediately. Unfortunate one for Na'Vi. I feel like maybe I have this matchup read wrong between the Weaver and the Lifestealer, because this was historically always super good matchup for Weaver. But it truly didn't feel that way in this game.
Would you, and you feel like you would attribute a lot of that to the Lifestealer? How much would you say a factor is of the other heroes as well?
I would say Lifestealer played like... There are some games where your carry gets carried. This is a game where he truly did the carry. I think he made a huge difference. There was nothing on the enemy side that truly bothered him a whole lot. They didn't manage to ever steal the grip. And also, one extra thing, copy on the Viper. I know you talked about other heroes. I think he shut down the Kez hard enough for Kez to never really feel like a hero in this game.
Yeah. Man. Tough for Niku, though. This guy wants to play a game of Dota. He doesn't want to play against Viper and Huskar and, like, all these frustrating mid heroes. Niku actually wants to have a game where he's able to showcase his talent and prove why Na'Vi can play over at Paris as well. But they are now one game away. Pipsqueak looking to close this out in 2-0 fashion to find that first big land that they have been waiting for as well for about a year time as this organization and Stack 2. So one game away. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. Find out after the break.
On the night shift, outside here.
しようよ準備快適早まだまだこの世界を楽しんでみたんだ
We are back here with the EWC Road to Paris. One game is all they need on Pipsqueak for Na'Vi. This would be a hell of an end to the EPT season as a whole for them as well. You have to keep in mind everything that is going to it. They were 200 points away from being the final slot, the 12th to make it through EPT. VP just were able to overtake them there. They came first in Dreamly Season 29 groups. They were 6-1. They destroyed every team in the groups. And then when it came to the playoffs, they lost in straight sets to Aurora and then to Playtime in, of course, a lower bracket. That lost to Playtime, and that Playtime were able to pole vault, put themselves in a position where they had a low bracket run, and then they directly qualified themselves to Paris. And now for Na'Vi, they're scratching their heads again. This goes back to what we spoke about earlier. This is a team that had lots of problems with actually the mental. The mental for them has been a serious issue since Zayats has left, and I cannot imagine right now it's any better.
Yeah, probably it's not. Like, just one thing after another, you know, like you almost qualify through the points. That's demoralizing. Now you get into the qualifier and you're basically one game away from being eliminated. Like, this could be one of those situations where honestly, Pipsqueak just pick something like a Viper again, and the guys on Na'Vi aren't able to respond to it in any good way. Like, they did manage to win against Viper today already once, but damn was it hard, and it wasn't only on the Viper matchup itself. It was a little bit of clowniness happening across the series, across that game. So overall, I hope they find a way to reset their mental. Can I ask you one thing? When did you start using this word, this particular word, mental, for someone's like psyche, for someone's state of mind? Because I have a theory that everyone started using this shitty word for someone's like mood ever since Trump got elected the first time, because he started saying cyber. Like, we are beating them in cyber. My Trump impression is bad, but all he did is like, cyber, we're beating them in cyber, we're so strong in cyber. And then everyone just started using, like, cyber suddenly became a word that everyone is using. Then mental, suddenly mental is a word that everyone is using. Mental was used only as an insult before. Dude, you're mental. Anyways, rant off. We have a good game in front of us, guys. Sorry for hijacking.
I don't know what happened to this word. It's just, sometimes there's days where some words stick in the vocabulary. You repeat them a couple too many times. It happens when you have it's just, mental's I don't know. It's a good way to describe it. The mental right now, the mentality. It's also, I know. Well,
mentality is fine.
Yes.
Mentality is great. I'm down for mentality.
But you don't fuck with mental.
I don't fuck with mental. It annoys me. Same like with cyber.
Yeah, cyber's not good for you. No, don't like that word either.
No. All
right.
It's annoying.
You let me know if I say mental again. You cut me off instantly. Just absolutely abuse me. Tell me how much of an idiot I am, and then I'll learn. Okay.
I would never do that.
Oh, come on.
I'll accept mental. My mental needs to improve. That's the problem. My mental, I need to make some improvements so that I can be more accepting of these
strange words.
Meta words. Yeah.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I know. It's it happens. There's too many words you got to keep up with. So.
No cap. For real.
Oh my god. Insane. So, all right, let's get ourselves underway. We got our draft. See what changes we have heading into it. What do we got already? Druid Beast, Snap, Axe, SF, and Tree again actually getting banned versus Na'Vi. So,
oh, not the tree. The tree.
The NP.
Tree
Yeah,
daddy.
the tree.
The
Yeah,
Nature's prophet. That one. The Bane is a ban, by the way. That's something new. That's the ban we didn't see previous games, and it is the hero that got picked in our previous series and in this one. No longer a Bane. The only question is the Viper. Like, does it go through again? Do they pick it? Probably not in the first phase. First pick, right? They get the bat instead.
Okay, now what is the response from Na'Vi? What are they going to be able to pick up at the 9th then? What even slipped through? Clock's there, Kez is there, but again, I mean, if you're picking them bat, just in general, some of the strong heroes at the moment. Is there any like meta broken heroes that slip through into bat you'd like? Too late.
What? Yeah, I mean, not necessarily Hoodwink. I don't find it as a hero that is like super great against bat in any way. You get some nice things, of course, but you're not laning into him. Your interactions are
10 seconds
whatever.
remaining.
Heroes that are good against bat, of course, there are still a
5
couple of them left
seconds remaining.
in the pool as a carry or as a support. Like as a carry, it's usually these illusion-based heroes that have the Dispel built in. Your Slarks, your Lifestealers aren't that terrible. Your Faceless Void is also pretty good as a position 1 for Na'Vi. Abaddon as well is an option when it comes to supports. Of course, anything with the Dispel is still nice. Maybe on a position 5, anything that can do decently in the lane versus bat also is fine. This could be Eki, by the way, playing bat as well. So you gotta keep that in check. It could be Copy as well playing bat mid. They're very versatile on the hero as a team.
Team ban.
Damn, they ban out the Timber. Okay. Interesting. They probably have some plan behind this ban, why they ban it out. Maybe some Tiny or one of these Trent boys, Tide Hunters, whatever, something that
10
looks really
seconds remaining.
love playing into the Timber.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, definitely interesting. We'll see. I imagine the picks will make a bit more sense in why the Timber's banned. Coddle as well. So yeah, definitely seems like we're potentially getting a bit of a tanky hero from Pipsqueak. Also, I guess the Coddle was pretty important in that victory. I know it was all TB and some other stuff, but
10 seconds
you still can't really undervalue the Chakra in particular. And we saw some value out of the blast inside those team fights in that game too earlier. So
considering how badly that lane and that game started for Coral, that was fantastic. By the way.
yeah.
That was a really great recovery by Niku. They ban out the Huskar on Na'Vi, so they don't want to be playing into any Huskar cheese. The Viper cheese is still available. The green cheese is there for Pipsqueak if they want to go for it.
Dire team pick.
They would be playing into a break already, right, from the Hoodwink, which is more or less annoying. And they go with the Alchemist on Na'Vi. This is a hero that was literally the main pick of Wallachia at the start. It was the main hero of all the pubs recently.
10 seconds
He did drop
remaining.
off a little bit, like the nerfs were good enough.
5
The bonuses on
seconds remaining.
his Aghanim Scepters given aren't as great as they used to be. He farms a little bit slower too, so overall, I think the nerfs were definitely deserved. If you are picking Alchemist, I would love to see something with the good Aghanims. So far, Hoodwink is not it. From the mid lane, Storm, Puck, these kind of heroes, Pangolier maybe as well. All options for Na'Vi.
I know previously you were pretty vocal about that you believed Elk lineups, at least Elk specifically, thrive best when he could give 2 scepters over. Do you think that is still the case after the patch?
I still think so, yeah. I still think the double Ags is great, but I love the Quap Snatch, by the way. It's the last hero I mentioned. It's the hero that would, if picked, you wouldn't care about Bat going mid as well. And they pair it up with Lion, so picking up a Puck against Pipsqueak is kind of difficult. It's a really good pick, by the way. Really good second stage picks from Pipsqueak. This is fantastic from them. They put a lot of thought into how they can deal with the Alchemist. Not only the Alchemist, the hero that he will tentatively give the Aghanims too on the mid lane. So let's see. Like Na'Vi now have to dig deep because you have to find a way of dealing with the Pop. You also have to find a hero that gets the Aghanims. You also have to find a hero that isn't that bad versus Lion. I feel like Viper comes to my mind again, honestly. They go with the Pango. Okay, for now. It could be offlane Pango too, but if it's mid Pango, it's alright. Like, you will be given an Aghanim Scepter eventually, so even if the lane isn't amazing for you, you should recover.
I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I've seen Pango do so fine in this quad matchup more often than
5
not.
Yep.
seconds remaining.
So I don't remember honestly what quad player Cop is. I have a feeling he's a dagger enjoyer, but I also may be mistaken. We'll see anyway. If it's necessary. Na'Vi though, we'll get their secondary support from them here. So back into the Oracle.
Oracle again.
Instant pick from Pipsqueak at the 18th.
Oh, Doom was left. in the pool.
Yikes, they got Doom. Oh,
What?
wow.
I wasn't checking, honestly. I also didn't pay attention, but to all of the bans
10
once
seconds
Alchemist got
remaining.
picked. But yeah, that's right. They picked Alchemist, and they left
5
Doom.
seconds remaining.
I think Alchemist might even be relegated to the offlane or something. Pick a different carry at this point.
Can you even? Can Elk be played 3?
I mean, it's not optimal. It can be done. You know what debated them, probably? The Bat first phase. The Bat first phase maybe debated them into thinking that Bat will be offlane, so there's... But, I mean, there's no way Doom can be played safe lane as well. It's no excuse.
Yeah,
It's
but
no
because
excuse.
you
If you're-
picked the Elk at the first pick and the second phase. Oh no, but there was a line. But still, like you mentioned very early on that this Bat Rider was insanely flexible for Pipsqueak.
Navi's turn to ban.
Well,
Let's see, like, Enigma will be panned out by Pipsqueak, so they're expecting an offlane still, which does make sense. You can still sometimes play into the Doom, you know, if you play the game fast enough, if you give out enough Aghanim Scepters, in the end it's not really on the Alchemist, it's on his other cores that get Aghanims to carry the game. He's
10
just a farming
seconds
machine,
remaining.
he's a factory worker.
5 seconds.
would
remaining.
you? Where do you want to lane the Doom this game? Would you like him to be 1 or 3?
I won't mind picking a different carry and just putting Doom on the offlane. I see no reason not to play him against Oracle and Alchemist. Like, the lane is fine. And you can choose who you lane with. Like, you can lane with the Bat, you can lane with the Lion. I think Lion is maybe better because you're playing into
Navi's
Oracle.
turn to ban.
But honestly, even Bat as a support into Oracle can work. You can choose your laning partner. So far, Navi banned out 1 carry, so they're expecting Doom to be offlane as well. They're expecting it to
10
be the Malik
seconds
hero.
remaining. Dire team pick.
I was gonna say us actually with the Enigma ban.
Navi's turn.
But could have played pretty well to the Elk. Don't know what the the offlane matchup is. Tiny into insta pick from
So it is
Navi.
Alchemist offlane. Right? Yeah.
All right, Elk offlane in your elimination game. Oh yikes! All right, I was really confused as to why we were not getting Elk flexed at all with how insane the Scepter was, and I guess it's just because he was super broken as a carry that like why the hell would we play this hero anywhere else? But I was really expecting with at least the previous patch for this hero to be flexed. Now we get to see it at least for Na'Vi. Probably not the position they would like to see the Alchemist in, but unfortunately it has to be done for PMA.
They're no strangers
10
to
seconds
mixing things
remaining.
up, right? Like when it comes to putting different heroes in different positions,
5
like they do
seconds
it.
remaining.
Different players even, which we have seen today already. Wind Ranger looks fine this game. I think it's a decent pickup. I think this lane of Alchemist and Hoodwink actually isn't that weak. Like, you'll be playing into
No, not
what
at all.
Tiny plus Bat. Tiny doesn't have a lot of armor. You're playing with Corrosive Haze, with Hoodwink, with stuns, like 2 stuns. Like, overall, it's a strong lane. The thing is, like, how do you play the mid game without your off lane? That's always the problem with when you ask why Alchemist isn't flexed. Playing the game around the 15-minute mark without your carry is not only okay, it's normal. Like, you kinda expect it. Through history of Dota, it's like your carry is most likely just farming his item, whatever. He joins some skirmish and goes back to farming. But playing the minute 15 without your offlane, that's rough. Because this is your utility builder, this is your hero that usually has a huge power spike just built into his spells or abilities, whatever, at that point. And having him being AFK in the jungle farming can be rough sometimes. You have to compensate.
how can they compensate in a game like this on Na'Vi? Someone, of course, is going to have to, unfortunately, get shafted a little bit. You know, Wind Ranger may have to be a little bit more active. Of course, we know that the Pango can, without a doubt. We'll see how this is represented in the item build. Probably nothing too crazy, to be honest, with, like, you know, whether it be Diffusal or Mage Slayer. But is that then, like, if you know that PMA is going to be a bot for 15 minutes, just the hero, not him, and do you then want to go more so into the daggers for copy to then bully really the only person who can control the tempo on Na'Vi?
I think it's a good idea. Just shut him down in the lane as much as possible. Eventually he will get the Aghanim, but if he's shut down completely, maybe it won't matter.
Oh, nice
Double
stun from Eki. PMA is actually
Look at
finding
PMA,
a pretty interesting angle with the wraparound. Look at the initial stun over towards the Tiny, but the second will follow as well. And it's just so much control. Got the Juices, got First Blood, and it's an absolute chaotic mess here. Melly's going to be ran down as well. It's a double kill for Got the Juice, and
maybe a triple.
They're going to find a third. May as well give him the triple. Come on. PMA even. There's no blink for copy, so he's dead. What's going on, bro? It's 4 heroes down on Pipsqueak. Is Ake also going to be ran down? I mean, it's a concoction. It's a fucking team wipe. We just started this game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dota. It is insane at the moment. You got to get a team wipe.
Alchemist?
No,
Alchemist? He's dead.
No.
Oh no, he has a stick.
What's going on? There's 7 kills, dude.
7 kills, 0 minutes into the game.
What?
When is your League of Legends ever going to give you something like this?
Oh, it's such a slow game. You finish the game, 10 kills all up. We got all the kills that you're gonna get in League and before it all even starts. Welcome to Dota.
Yeah, no, not a bad start. Not a bad start at all. Especially for Got the Juice, by the way. Top lane, Ike. Oh, nice avalanche. Actually saves his life for now.
Oh, sleeping to that.
He's to the lane.
Interesting. Oh, he has a solve.
Okay. Yeah, had a solve, so it's fine. But yeah, this lane, by the way, for Doom was never going to be the easiest one. And now he's playing into basically a full Bracer and a full null tally Wind Ranger as the game starts.
He has 500 net worth already on the Doom. That's crazy. Oh
Just,
my.
a kind of a mistake that you really didn't have to make if you're Pipsqueak.
And Na'Vi were on the low ground as well. Like, it was looking honestly dicey for them to start without the angle from PMA. This has to be like, again, I'm not gonna say the mental, the morale from Na'Vi. It's gotta be up there, dude. You just get 4 kills. My Wind Rager's 3-0-1. My offlane PMA doesn't want to play this hero. He wants to be on like a normal offlane hero. They say, sorry, buddy, gotta be done. We're gonna give you this. And he has a very impactful team fight there. Multiple solo concoctions. So, yeah, this is everything you need from Na'Vi. Again, we'll continue to reiterate, this is a team that has been very, very much fighting just the emotions overall when Daze was re-added to the team. So, hopefully this will help out.
Is Daze the emotional one? Do
no,
we know
it's more of a team just thing, not having the age from Zai. It's just not having that older person who not only brought experience, because it was him and also CY. But as a player, like he was kind of the older person, the older brother, people that they would look up to, and also kind of he could kind of calm things down. Now you don't really have that. Like it's really just CY from what I heard in the interview. But like you said earlier, it happens. Dude. These are all insanely young. Like again, what's the youngest? I don't even know any. Like at some stage it was 16.
11,
I don't even know.
I think
11. I think that's maybe a little bit too young. I don't know. What is
professional 11-year-old player? Imagine that.
11-year-old. Jesus.
Is Sumail still like the youngest that kind of came into the scene and owned? It was like 15, 16, right? Satanic is pretty young, I guess.
Satanic was insanely young, yeah. But I guess Unknown probably Sumail, but maybe even I guess I was going to say one of these Na'Vi members, but they were didn't hit that full roster.
Top
Top lane,
lane, Tiny.
Dark Lord is just dead. This is that minus sum we were talking about. Man, he died quickly.
Yeah, it's just too much damage. They have too much damage and too much physical damage coming from basically everything on them. Pushback. Magical, but that's about it.
Do you go... I don't actually know how the Hoodwinks normally level, but would you go 2 points Acorn in this lane? Because that'll...
You could, but 2 points in Bushwhack is also good. Like, usually you'd go Bushwhack level 2. In most lanes, like 90% of the lanes. I feel like it's also good here because you'd have a certain way of tying them down in Acid Spray too, right? Like,
True, okay.
for a while longer.
Just
Yeah,
touch
the
in
lanes
on-
are not going great for
No, not at all.
Pipsqueak either.
And, Melik was able to devour the heal creep. He's got this at least. Like, he's got a salve already delivered as well, so that'll help out a bit. It was questioning what the build was also going to be in regards to the skills for Copy. Went for a 0-2-2 build, so no points in Dagger against Niku.
Just honestly, most of these matchups, even without Shadow Strike, you feel good on Crop. Like the lane itself with the Scream of Pain spam is good enough. Like, it just deals way too much damage and it's super spammable. Plus you get a way of farming anyway, which is, of course, a big deal. Not having to level up Shadow Strike early on it means you farm the double camp next to your tier 2 much earlier and much faster.
Yeah, and I think we've just seen way too many cops where you go this Dagger, you do well in the lane, then a couple of deaths, and it's just, like you said, no catch-up. You can't farm, so it's a way more stable build, it feels like. Potentially you're not destroying the lane as much. I mean, it's still 26-8 compared to the 18-1. Still doing fine on Copy. Oh... How is Dark Lord going though, importantly? 20-7 still with that previous death, so haven't been able to put too much extra pressure onto the Tiny. See how we...
Yeah,
Top lane, I missed on the pushback, so just PMS the charge concoction, sorry.
it's Tiny that's being pressured all the time. It's not really the Alchemist. So even though Tiny isn't killed, he's farming alright, but so is Alchemist. Usually you want to really mess with the Alchemist as soon as possible, but Hoodwink is even moving bottom, leaving him alone. Will be scouted by a ward though. But they know that Alchemist is solo now. They should give them some sort of an aggressive potential on top.
They're going to start to go now onto PMA. A little bit of harassment, which is always with the concoction of those one charges. So he's fine, and yeah, they don't get anything really out of this move, so Hood's actually going to TP over towards a triangle. These will stack up and then look to try and contest for the power rune. We've got both sixes online for the mid laners. Got to keep in mind though, at this stage of the game, Coppers is probably a little bit more impactful just with the Sonic Wave pushback onto the Rolling Thunder specifically, but Niku's other spells, well, we'll see if he uses it defensively, you know, maybe probably not going to use it to keep Ike alive. We might have to now if Niku continues to run it down. Hang on a second. Oh, quick Hex. Now they'll actually use it aggressive. They copy straight to the dome. And tips out on Niku as well. And Iridius is in no man's land. He's going to look to TP. They've got no stuns. So, very nicely done. Copy. Top last hits and a big kill to his name.
Yeah, pretty big one. They tried saving the Pango with Fate's Edict. Of course, it doesn't really work versus Sonic Wave. So, all of that damage went straight through. Didn't really help a whole lot. We will be invading, by the way. Queen of Pain is rotating through the triangle. She doesn't have ult, of course, but with the Scream, maybe this is just a play to snatch some of these bastards.
Yeah, looks like it is. We'll just kind of posture around the area. Takes away
They stole it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to get both. Copies even took away a stack at the hard, even made his own, so got a little bit of extra farm, so Okay. How important is, I know you mentioned earlier that like really still giving away 2 wisdoms, not good at all. What about this game still specifically in regards to the supports? Is it, are you as important where you feel like the level 6s really matter at the early game?
I think it does. Like, it always matters. Like, very rarely do you have supports that don't really care about level 6.
Okay. Or bottom,
Most
Malik?
of them do.
And a bit of a tricky position here from Malik. Looks like he's just trying to... What?
Doom? Really? Okay. Rage Doom. Right there.
What?
I don't know. I don't know why you would waste a spell that has over 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 20 seconds cooldown. One of the longest cooldowns in the game, by the way. Level 1. Mid lane. Nice double stun.
Copy, got it. I'm still just kind of scratching my head a little bit of that, Doom. Stop my track. I was speaking and I saw the Doom. I was just so confused.
There are some offlaners that just use their spells when they're dying. Old 11 used to be like that, if you remember. Like, the neck god Ravage, every time he gets gone on, just uses Ravage, dies and dies, who cares?
Now, this move from Pipsqueak, I believe, was scouted up, but the Observer would admit they're still able to somehow find an angle around, but Niku with that swashbuckle, just the perfect timing to get away and farm. Do ping out that there's a ward at least nearby, so nice read from them that they probably smoked on Division. They don't have any sentries to D-ward, however. They want to kill Malik again. They know there was a Rage Doom. Gonna bring an extra hero down. Yeah, they'll try.
Nice Quelling Blade attempt.
Gonna be able to. Malik will get one tip in the form of Eki, but not really much he's able to do on the low ground. Can really use one stun. And man, would you love to have Doom right now, but unfortunately you don't.
Really
Maybe
use it.
Copy is gonna turn it instead. It's a massive Sonic Wave onto 2 and got the juicy
he's
stuck.
still alive!
Malik's not dead! Kiting through the trees, comes the Pangolier, but he's gonna jump into a stun. Ike is here as well. And Na'Vi lose 4. Who cares about the Doom's ultimate? It baited them. He used it deliberately to think that he was tilted, but that made them overplay their hand and then dive him under the tower. He just outplayed.
That's Giga Brain right there. Every time I waste my spell, I'll just say I'm baiting for the next fight. Absolute Giga Brain play by the Doom. Damn, they thought they had him. Like, he was always so damn close, but he's healing. He's using this little creep that he devoured to heal himself up. Then he has a raindrop. He had some sticks as well. Just constantly, look, the moment it comes off cooldown, he uses it again. And another thing, of course, is Purifying Flames. Kind of working in his favor. Remember, those Purifying Flames, if they don't kill you, they make you healthier. They heal you up.
Gonna end up dying, but Silver turns on Malik's block. Okay, phase boots back up, runs past the creeps. And there we go. Right, Doom will secure the kill onto the Wind Ranger. Very important kill, especially with...
Deny.
I like
efficiency
that
right there. Mid lane.
Well, he blinked in for this. He's still got Strength, Tread to chain shoot. Wand as well. Blink's gonna be back up to the high ground. TP out, and Niku will drive right past him.
He pings out the right position, of course, but it's... Yeah, the pings don't kill. Pop is fine. Pipsqueak definitely recovered from that abysmal start to the game, where they fed so many kills, like Wind Ranger starting. Literally, she went into the lane with a null and a bracer. She had a triple kill, starting things off. And, it hasn't all fallen apart, like they're still farming really well, but Pipsqueak are in a good position once again. This is like an even game.
The only thing is, how does... Because this is going to be a far early scepter than what we usually see with the Alchemist. So we've already got the Diffusal on Niku. He's gonna go Treads and Mage Slayer as well. How close?
Yeah, he didn't go for Radiance at all. Yeah, that's true.
So how much does this actually change things with a far early scepter than what we're kind of used to with like an Elk Pango combo? Hold that, Niku.
Speaking of Pango, mid,
Yeah, Eki just unable to get in range, pretty close to the Earthspy. Just got the blink, actually. A 12-minute blink from Eki. He's 3-1-5. Dude, he's so farmed. Look at... What?
He was a part of a lot of kills. 3-1-5. 8 kills involved. Only died once. The supports, of course, on Pipsqueak, they just got their levels earlier, so they were able to utilize their spells a little bit faster. They play the tempo. I don't know, back to your question, by the way, not to avoid it. Sometimes it feels like this Aghanim Scepter, if it's given to a target that isn't ready yet, doesn't feel that great. You know, like a target like the Pangolier, but he does have Diffusal, so it should be fine. I would definitely give it to the Pango, though. There's no one else that benefits from this Aghanims as much. Like,
Yeah.
you can eventually give it to the Wind Ranger, sure, but the first one needs to go to the Pango, and I think after that, maybe Radiance BKB.
So you still Radiance, you think?
I don't know. I don't know if you... Because he didn't go for it immediately, but I still think you might want to get it. Like, you want to scale eventually.
Mid lane, Cop. Not going to step too close here to the tree line, so a bit difficult for them to start with the bushwhack. Top PMA is farming very far out with Eki's blink. Look at the only stun they really need. Chemical Rage is activated, but with the damage coming through shortly from the Quap, it shouldn't matter. They might have to use this. Oh, maybe actually didn't in the end,
well,
but regardless, it's used, and they saw the scan, so didn't actually know if Riddies was going to get the false promise. Quap does blink in. Copy's completely out of resources.
He did a good thing, like he blinked in, but he didn't use the shield drone immediately. He waited for the Purge. And once Purge is used by Oracle, then he can use the shield drone, which he did so. Was never really in true danger.
Yeah, so to go back to it, you believe the Radiance is correct? He gave the... Yeah, okay, gave it to Nico as well, just to confirm.
He's just going for second Aghanim.
Okay.
So that's I'm okay-ish with this, but this basically means you won't have an offlane for a really long time. Like, you will have 2 Aghanim Scepters from him.
If this was Blizzard from 2 months ago, he would be trying to convince about the Hoodwink Scepter.
Look, I could try to do it again, but let's not. Let's not for now.
The Oracle one instead?
I don't know. Goddamn garbage. Like, what the hell is that, Aghanims?
Come on, dude.
When I talked about Oracle being unfinished hero, I'm like, what is this Aghanim Scepter on him?
Yeah.
I really... It's... In before it's broken, when people figure it out, but to me it looks pretty damn bad. Right, top. He went on him, but he was fine. Firefly away.
Okay, so 2,000 net worth lead when all things are said and done. Top will go down, mid will follow as well. So still playing into, of course, the Alchemist lineup. I don't know, that still matters even if you're an offlane Alchemist, so... they are trying to play a little bit more aggressively on Na'Vi. We're seeing Niku be more proactive, hand in hand with Daze, of course, that attempt for the top tower. They want to try and force engagements. PMA is going to get jumped. Chemical Rage is still on cooldown. This time, still, they'll need the Sonic Wave. They're lacking a little bit of damage. He almost denied himself, but the timing was just shy. Regardless, it will be a 2-for-1. Got the Juice, gets both the kills as well. So the Wind Ranger is super happy with that, at least. Would also like a little bit of an earlier Scepter, but 2 kills is fine.
They just evaporated, by the way. In an instant. They jumped the Alchemist. They couldn't take him down fast enough. The TPs came through and they just evaporated on the 2 supports. Like, look at this damage. Just one Ags jump from Niku and then got the Juice as well coming through. Insane.
I was 8-2-1 on Got the Juice at 16 minutes.
Look, every bone in my body tells me that this Alchemist should lose and that this shouldn't work. Like, the offlane Alchemist literally with Power Treads and that's it. He's got Power Tread, Soul Ring, he's going for double Ags. But he does have a Blink queued up after though.
And he's trying to fight. Actually, won't get Malik.
What's surprising is the low amount of farm on Doom, by the way. Like, he's really struggling. For a Doom, I mean, with Devour, this isn't looking too incredible on him. He does have a Shard to work with. He's got the Fireball and the Splash Attack, of course. Helps out farming quite a bit.
I feel like I rarely see this on Doom, actually. How nice is this Splash Attack? Is this the one you ideally want when you get the Ag Shard?
It's pretty good. Yeah,
Okay,
it's pretty
okay.
good. The fireball is good, but the splash is pretty massive. You clean waves much quicker.
Overall, like, do you have a preference on Shard over Midas? Is there a way to look at it when you kind of want one maybe over the other, like an easy way, or not really?
I don't think there's like a straight up way. I think it also comes down to the comfort zone of the player, not necessarily just the item itself. Midas is a bit better for Infernal Blade because you get faster attack speed, of course, but yeah, overall, it depends on the player. Doom is one of those heroes that you can literally itemize in the same game in multiple ways.
Instant jump. Now Redis is playing behind the Pango though. He's actually going to try and swashbuckle into the middle. We saw previously where the supports melted in an instant, and this will once again be the case.
They're melting. The Saghanim Scepter on Pangolier honestly is working out so far. Like, he's top of the net worth charts, almost 12.4k to 12.5k net worth at this point. I think a really, really good game. They don't have an offlaner, but the Agams are working.
Find him? Absolutely they are. So, third death now for the Dark Lord Tiny. The BKB that he's going to be going for next, but unfortunately, even though he's very close to it without it in his inventory, will result in another kill. So, it's another game though, in this series in particular, where we are very even once again.
Yeah, one thing that I'm noticing is from Pipsqueak is like the amount of work that the cores are doing, the other two cores, like the Doom and the Tiny. It's not really super impactful so far. A couple of nice Dooms and that nice bait, but that's pretty much it.
Well, they're going to try bottom, but they are not aware that Riddies along with Niku are behind Pete, and it looks like they got the read now. They're actually going to back away and Smoke can go through the portal where Daze is actually already set up, and if they go a little bit too far to the right of the portal, Smoke will pop in the maybe a bit confused. But that will not happen. And no one's home top, unfortunately, so this is going to be potentially a swing and a miss. Try and get over towards the triangle. He wants to get back towards his courier with the scepter back online, even thinking about farming the area as well with the minute camp. Unfortunately, that's the wrong time to come to the neighborhood. He gets a chemical rage off, but it's not going to matter. No one else is even remotely close. The Doom dies. What are they going to use for this? Just Lasso along with Finger, which probably means that Tormentor should be free.
How is it that it's always the Alchemist, by the way? It's like, in this game, when you think about the rotations, like 99% of them more or less connected on the Alchemist. Like, he is, for that sin. Sometimes he survives, sometimes he dies. Most of the time when he is found, he does die.
So funny looking Elk at bottom net worth. What are you doing down there,
Literally
buddy?
bottom net worth, by the way, yeah. And the least farmed hero in the game.
Oh, that's crazy. So let's see, what do we just go? Blink BKB? Like, it's an insane Lotus game. So, Doom, Lion, Lasso, Purge off Quap. I just don't know if this is something that you kind of want Blink BKB, and what do you go after that?
Speaking of Purges, by the way, thank you, Purge, and it's really important to have it in this game, because like you mentioned, you're playing into an Aghanim swap at this point, and it's just absolutely necessary to have a Purge. So you have one on Oracle. Wouldn't be bad to get some BKBs or Mantas or whatever, Lotus Orbs that you just mentioned. You do have a basic dispel as well from Chemical Roots. Also helps out a bit.
Do you agree with their read that they can just walk into Roche without forcing a fire?
Well, let's see if Dire agrees. Let's see if they can fight, because I think they can. You have Blink Doom and Doom available. You have Blink Bat and Lasso available. You have Sonic Wave available. You have a BKB on Tiny. They just need to get there in time. This is a very quick rush, so maybe they'll be able to get away with it if they're fast enough. You have Acid Spray, got Wind Ranger, of course, with a lot of right damage and Pango.
I guess the problem is the how would you take the angle into the fight from Pipsqueak, because you know that Na'Vi are already going to be set up with a formation, which means the Oracle is probably going to be tucked very far away. Pretty difficult for you to get the jump and then kill someone before the Oracle is able to respond with false promise. And how many ultimates and what spells do you want to commit to just try and kill someone straight away?
Doesn't really matter if you ults or not, if you doom them, right? Like if you manage to get doom off on the Windrunner or on Pangolier, I feel like it's still a valuable target as long as you continue dishing out the damage.
Okay.
The false promise won't really help a lot. So.
The net worth looks so fun. I know we speak about the elk before, but again, you have... There's a 5k difference between the Doom and everyone else. Like, you have 5 heroes down the bottom, and then the other 5 all the way up.
Yeah, clean split.
Yeah.
He's going for a Blink BKB next, so he... Like, sometimes when Alchemist was played on offlane this way, you would see Solar Crest after, you know, just a little bit of utility, Solar Blink, something like that. This time around, he's just going for full-on... He wants to be able to at least blink in and stun, basically, is what I'm seeing here. Like, he has some value in team fights.
Let's see. Got a amp damage on copy, you got an illusion rune in the bottle as well. This amount of value with the... not really. There's not much he's going to be able to get rid of. Fortune Zen, speaking of that, Riddies getting scattered by Dark Lord currently. Shadowblade's about to expire, unfortunately, so won't be able to continue to
Lion
run.
is still chasing.
Yeah, actually, maybe. Eki, can he get him? No.
We'll take that.
They had the idea, even the medallion used on Lion. It's like, you can do it, bro. Go, go. I give you medallion. Go jump. Jump the fog.
Just testing, you know? It's like, oh yeah, sick Lion with a bunch of extra armor. Your 6 base armor. What's medallion? Just give 7 medallion? Yeah, 7 extra. Surely that's enough. For 13 now for the Lion. You can jump the Oracle. Come on. You got 5 fingered stacks as well. Plus 150 damage from Eki.
Actually, not that bad.
He
At
has
this
the,
point, 23 minutes in.
he has the crowbow too. Crossbow. Holy, I can't. He has a crippling crossbow as a neutral item. That's a very interesting choice as well.
Reduces health restoration,
Yeah.
right? Versus the Alchemist versus Oracle. It does make sense. I always forget to use it, by the way. Whenever I have
Same. It's like the really the only one. I don't know why. This one over all the others. Constantly forget.
the counter smoke, though. What can they find? Lion is not a bad target. Quap would be even better, of course.
He's gonna be able to get that concoction opening, but should spawn. Do they find the Lion?
Copy.
Actually, are they gonna get any? Nice separate blinks.
Oh,
away.
no
The
way.
Pushback was very close.
Both of them, by the way, really finding the right angles to blink out. I keep it sloppy. Very nicely done. The smoke was given away, by the way. If they didn't use Acid Spray, they probably would have gotten a kill. But the Acid Spray gave away their position. And it's one of those sinful things that all Dota players still do. When you're smoked up, you just want to fire a Fade Bolt or a spell that will take care of the wave as you're passing through. And if someone happens to just be watching that wave, your smoke is just done. You gave away all the info.
It's hard though, man. You want to farm. You see these creeps.
You're pushing the wave in. You're not farming. You're setting up the stage.
Oh, there's so much damage. All right. Wow. I mean, 22,000 net worth is quite insane from Got the Juice. 5k lead we're working with now here from Na'Vi. Selk. A lot of it is off the back of him, just with that extra gold that he was able to farm pretty rapidly.
He almost has as much farm as the Doom.
Bottom, are they going to get baited? Actually, they're going to kill into the Oak. Eki and Melik were standing in the tree line, but Radiant did react to this effort. Or he came through the portal, but Pipsqueak won't jump.
He continues farming this way, like 2 minutes, and he'll...
Inside the river. They catch Riddies. So no Oracle to be able to protect them. Darklord with an early BKB trying to disengage, but going to have problems with the Wind Ranger on top of him. Melik will hold down the Wind. A nice Doom ultimate out along with Copy's Sonic Wave. They're going to be able to continue to chase. They should be able to. But the BKB will expire shortly. Riddies, but the buyback though is solid, and now the false promise actually keeps him up. The Doom doesn't last long enough to be able to counteract Oracle's ulti, and meanwhile, Niku is creating a bunch of mess towards the backline from Pipsqueak as well. They may even be able to catch up to Eki, so really nice buyback out of Riddies and a great fight from Na'Vi right at the front of the Roche pit.
Just a wonderful buyback of him, saving the Windrunner. This should mean Rush as well. Oh, this might... It's not game. Of course, it's not yet, but this fight was wonderful from him. They took down the Tiny so quickly. He had no impact in this fight. He started going back. More or less same goes for the two supports on Dire. It's a very quick pick-off on Oracle that didn't really work out yet. And sure, the Aghanim, sorry, not the Aghanim, the Doom is good on Wind Ranger, but she has a BKB. So the BKB and then she just starts running away, and that's pretty much it. The false promise, of course, came in super clutch.
I mean, how different this would have been. I think that fight does showcase, though, some concerns about how the rest of the game is going to look in regards to the Wind Ranger and Tiny matchup. Like, now that I just see that fight again, it feels like I'm reminded of your previous Wind Tiny, where Wind just runs you down, and there's really nothing you can do on Tiny.
I mean, that's true. I agree, but I feel like this game, when it comes to the two cores of Pipsqueak, like the side lane cores, the carry and the offlane, I feel like they could have been doing a lot more work across the map. Alchemist now with the BKB, of course, cannot be killed that easily any longer. Where's the farm? Like, if the Doom has been farming this whole time with the Shard...
Oak actually still runs back into them.
Okay.
Want to try and force the fight, but the rolling thunder from Nico actually keeps PMA alive, and look at all the spells he's tanking. False promise once again from Riddies. Copy should be okay to blink away, with the bushwhack being off the mark. Feels it necessary to actually use that BKB to escape as well. So just a death on Lion, but also, it comes at a cost in the end. It's still not clean at all from Pipsqueak.
Yeah, they're getting even better. Like, Wind Ranger almost about to have that Daedalus in the inventory as well. Even at this point, she looked like she's just obliterating heroes, right? Like, with the Daedalus, it will just start looking silly. Oracle, if you don't kill him, you're not winning fights. And if he buybacks, you're also not winning fights. So he has to be the first target they pick off.
Unfortunately, they're still going to have to try and take some potential fights into the ages for just under another 3 minutes here. Looks like they are kind of position themselves, or maybe Ike's actually just going to cut top. Maybe they won't need a full-on engagement to defend their tier 2 tower. They'll glyph the wave, so they'll glyph the tower. Even Na'Vi actually defensive. What's Eki on to?
He had such a fantastic start on the line, but it's been quite downhill since the beginning.
Yeah, it's... Yeah, well, it was 2,000 net worth over some of the supports as well. Copy. Also fine, unless randomly Niku's actually able to find him with the Rolling Thunder. Well done from Niku. Copy still got BKB Blink. They're going to be a difficult chase. Actually going to try and go through the portal instead. Alright, meanwhile mid lane got the juice. Shaco's there. Last up at the last second. Melik's actually going to be able to get the Doom at least under the Oracle. And meanwhile Darklord with the chain control. Hang on. We got some problems, or do we? Do they set up for the second round? Got the juice protected with the BKB. There's Radiant slowly starting to funnel towards the Wind Ranger, so dieback death time with the Oracle. BKB on cooldown. They lose the Aegis for about minute 30 they would have had left with it.
They didn't really have a Doom, by the way, so they couldn't kill her twice, most likely anyway. No Lasso, no Doom. They would smoke up anyway. Why? Because Oracle... That was a dieback from him. He's dead for 40 extra seconds, maybe a chance for them to get the top.
Looks like there's some respect being played from Na'Vi. He's all the way back, although Niku, we're starting to reposition. But they're going to be able to catch him out in front of their base. It's not the best Sonic Wave, to be honest, and now we've got the Juice and the rest of the team being able to respond. They just disappeared with Dark Lord.
Protection?
Oh, where's the health ball? Are they going to be able to run him down anyway? Dark Lord, Shadow Blade, so about half duration. Meanwhile, got the Juice over towards the left side, trying to go towards Copy, but Malik can't really do a whole lot. There's a lasso out, but it's a hope and a prayer that they're going to kill Got the Juice. There's just no way this is happening without the spells. They need these ultimates. Without the important ones, he's going to be able to get away. Meanwhile, Copy Swash is there from Niku. He closes the distance. It looks like we're gearing up for another potential Game 3 decider.
It definitely feels that way, especially in this fight that they kinda took on their own volition, right? Like 4 against 5, there's no Oracle, he's still dead for 20 seconds, and they just couldn't find the right targets. Dark Lord just gets eliminated way too quickly. He doesn't die, but he could have just as well, because he was just absolutely deleted from the fight. And they couldn't really get on top of the Wind Ranger fast enough to kill her off before Oracle is up. They didn't have Doom though. That's one thing that I need to mention. Doom will be up for the next fight. But they have just way too many things now. There's a Shard and Hoodwink. Maybe next Aghanims from Al. If he had a better target, he probably would have bought an Aghanims. But these two supports are not really that great, so. Even though it's not terrible on Hoodwink, can work. 1 out of 10 games. He's scaling for himself instead. Late.
Another easy kill. What are we up to now? PMA 4, 4, and 12. Got the Juice 12, 2, and 8. Niku's going to reconnect with the team. They've got the bottom lane pushed in pretty heavily. Won't be able to keep the range creep alive, but another wave should be there shortly for them to take this tier 2 tower. This is... Fights up being victorious even far before this level 25 is up here for the Wind Ranger. Already seen how problematic she has been. It's got Hex queued up as well, actually, from Got the Juice. They have a bunch of Hexes. Even PMA changed. He did have Basher. So, currently triple Hex queued up from them. Lasso.
Lasso?
Ooh.
And the DC at the same time. That's rough.
Oh, wait, me.
Yeah, rough time to crash. Definitely. Not the best timing. I mean, honestly, this Lasso was a bit wild. Queen of Pain is on the opposite side of the map, so is the Tiny. Like, they're so far away. Even if you do get the right Lasso target off, like, killing the same set target is almost impossible.
Yeah, it's a, it's a tough one. Yeah, optimistic Lasso at best. Alright. See if
Maybe
they're
the
gonna
idea was to bait out the false promise, so they have a way of dealing with Doom, or using Doom properly after.
Sure. Yeah, makes sense. Copy is starting to move over towards his location. Elk is slowly running over. The rest of the team starting to TP to the T2 tower. Niku was smoked, so they know that Copy's actually still here. Did he... Oh, you didn't see him? Okay.
Didn't see him, and he also didn't get bashed, which could have happened, by the way.
Oh, importantly, this will give time for Pipsqueak to recontrol their triangle, so... Need a bunch of sentries, but they'll finally get that observer. Radiant are beelining it towards Pipsqueak.
Very quick twin gate play. And the smoke will run out, so they can't really make a massive play here. There's a DD, by the way, as well in the river that no one has scouted, unfortunately.
Who is Windranger the Doom target for Malik?
I feel like she has to be. I don't think you're killing her any other way. But you also need to deal with your... Like, it's 2 targets you have to deal with, basically. If you aren't dealing with the Oracle, you're probably not killing the Doom target anyway. At this point.
Actually, I'm
They
gonna...
did scout the DD.
Yeah. Now, Dire might also see it if they continue to run around this area. Like, he's getting pretty close to the rest of the team. I thought they were going to swing on over too, but not going to be the case. I guess at least with the Doom being used on the Windranger, if you still don't kill the Oracle, is that hopefully that you still maybe takes him out of the fight for a period of time. But I guess he doesn't really need to disengage. Like, he just stand and right click, so maybe it doesn't actually slow him down too much. That Roche wasn't slow at all from them. Died in an instant.
The acid spray, AC. That down bottom should be fine. Eki will not.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's a good elk off lane right there, yeah. Buy those gems, buddy.
Yeah, the net worth is actually, like, he has more than the Doom. Keep in mind, the Doom is one of those offlaners that usually is on top of the net worth charts, or at least the top 3. This hasn't been the biggest Doom game from Malik.
Yeah, no, he's had a difficult time to be able to find that opening. They're going to have to somehow get it. With the Aegis into Got the Juice now. It was already difficult previously. They'll look for the toss back. Lasso was able to get him further inside the base. He used the beat getting on the first life from Got the Juice. There hasn't been a rebuttal yet from Radiant. But with the Doom out on the Wind Ranger, they'll absolutely kill him. And can they do it a second time is going to be the ultimate question. With the spell was on cooldown, the Juice should just be able to simply walk out. And that is all, apparently.
I'm not sure if that was a mistake or he wanted to do it that way, but Oracle, after the Aeon Disc, just ulted himself. He didn't save it for the Wind Ranger, just wanted to use it on himself. It does make him survive the attack, but Wind Ranger lost the Aegis.
Unfortunately, we saw the potential, but now it's 70 seconds, no Doom, and Na'Vi actually quickly trying to head down to the bottom portal. Even PMA will set up top. Are they, or are they hesitant? I don't know what's going on. No, some are coming. PMA even potentially setting up as well. We'll see. I believe they scouted out the Alchemist with their Observe Ward by the secret shop. They run into Ike. Nice blink.
He tried. He tried to get him.
They see Malik, though. Malik's also out. Is he? No bash. Okay. Man, no bash is unlucky again, but they'll get him with a Hex and a sharpshooter along with the Ag shot. He dies insanely fast. And they're even looking on the other side. We've got to be careful because Eki and maybe some important cores are going to be running up the high ground. Copy out of the base. Blinks away. Eki with the vision.
With the courier.
The courier. Yeah, but they won't know. They'll think it's just a courier that's potentially scouting out the high ground, the deer wall, but there's just a random lion there, apparently. Really not the best focus fire as well, which should mean Quap's not going to die.
That was weird. I think, yeah, he jumped, used the gem on high ground. I feel like he probably expected someone to be there. I'm not really sure. Mid lane, stun from ult.
That's silence timing. No way, can they go in on this? Okay.
He's really tanky at this point. It's not really the easiest hero to take down, but they don't have an Oracle, so Pipsqueak are still trying to poke a little bit.
Radiant are scanning.
Another Krellas we get. Did we get Krellas earlier in the day? I don't remember. I know it was queued up, but I don't know if it was finished or completed.
No, it was just a ghost. It was just a ghost in the previous game where they queued it up.
Oh, Malik farming pretty aggressively out of the base, and they don't really have any defensive support to protect him. But the force and BKB, that'll do it by himself. But you need this. You need this for these fights. You're down 20k gold for Malik to be in the middle and to be able to freely use his big ultimate. Like, far more difficult now.
Yeah, they're just forcing these BKBs way too easily. Not even a big spell was used. Like, they still have Rolling Thunder, they have Refresher Orb as well to combo it up with.
Copy. They're not fearing too much at this stage, apparently. But Eki's back on his high ground. Gets the Hex onto the Alchemist, so he actually can't jump in. And meanwhile, Malik as well does find the Doom opening with Sonic Wave follow-up, but of course, BKB False Promise completely protects the Wind Ranger. Copy. Gotta be careful. Bash, Blink, just gonna be able to get away at the final second. Copy's okay for the moment, but that will not continue to the second stage. And now, Niku once again is gonna be able to continue to hunt down the Bat Rider with a second Rolling Thunder. This is gonna guarantee them potentially a set of barracks?
Potentially, Queen of Pain is dead for 80 seconds. I feel like this is at least a set, maybe even two. Depending on Navi, if they think that there is no buyback on top, if they believe that they can take another set. And they do. Actually, they're going for 3. Alchemist is already on top. 50 seconds without a pop. If she had buyback, she probably would have used it already.
Let's see if they... What are they able to do on... Oh, it's just going to fall too quick. You could glyph potentially, but... Maybe just going to have to sack that up. Go against Megas and use the glyph in case there's a final push eventually from Na'Vi. And alright. Mega creeps installed here. 42 minutes in. Na'Vi surely. It's a 95% probability this Elk offlane. Looks like it may have done it for them.
I think it's definitely the Elk offlane, but it's also the Oracle. This hero is doing way too much work. If he's not taken down immediately, Pipsqueak just don't have a chance of taking a good fight. They don't have the damage to burst. And yeah, like Oracle just mitigates most of the damage that's over time. He's dispelling Queen of Pain's dots, he's also mitigating most of the physical damage, healing through everything.
Did you feel like overall, like this Oracle hero needs to be looked at a little bit more? I know we're getting it a bit more frequently. Nice kill from PMA. Kill off Ike. They also scan Eki, so they've got a pretty good idea that Pipsqueak are going for this bait, and we might just get a Rolling Thunder straight on their head on Pipsqueak. They're going to be careful. Malik's going to be in with the Accepted Doom. Brittis is all the way to the left, though. We still haven't had to see the Oracle showcase his position. Meanwhile, Got the Juice was able to just slightly get out of range, and he will now easily kill off the offlaner. Not much, unfortunately, the Quap's going to be able to do. There's a buyback from them, but they also have to be worried about inside their base. Copy will look to try and BKB TP up. That was a hope and a pray. He's got a buyback, but it's just not going to matter in the end. Dark Lord has had too difficult a time to enter this final team fight. Killed the Hoodwink, but this one is looking mighty over. 2v4 is what it requires.
They have two buybacks on 1 and 2.
Okay, well, might have to... Yeah, alright, well. Giga.
GG's. Pretty straightforward from Navi. Like, they had a very good start with the Alchemist. Like, the lanes went well. Of course, the triple kill Wind Ranger definitely did help. I wonder if this game would have been any different. It probably would have if it didn't start with such a disastrous bounty rune fight, where Navi basically wiped it, right? So you have a triple kill on your Wind Ranger, And even with this triple kill, I feel like Pipsqueak did manage to claw themselves back into the game. Before I look, what do you think? Copy in comparison to Dark Lord and Malik, what's the damage dealt? I would say that for his team, he dealt 70%, and these two maybe did 20 and 10% combined, like out of the 3 cores.
Yep.
Would you agree?
I would agree. I would agree. Maybe even 80, to be honest.
Yeah, let's see. Copy dealt 45k, Dark Lord dealt 14, and Malik dealt 15. So it wasn't as crazy, but I mean, look, your carry dealt 14. Meanwhile, at the same time, Ike and Eki dealt 13 each. True. There was, I don't know, but I just didn't feel the 2 cores. The Tiny and the Doom for me, through the game, just were invisible. Shadow Bladed, Ghost Scepter.
Yeah, and with that being said, we were really impressed with the Doom pick. We're like, how could this be let through the pool with the Alchemist? There's a lot of concerns about what the hell. I don't remember if there was an Ultra already in the draft as well, but regardless, it felt like this Doom was going to be able to provide a lot for them. Unfortunately, Malik wasn't able to get the job done. Pipsqueak weren't as well. But that puts us in the exact position we want to be in. We get that game 3 decided. We saw it earlier. We saw it already earlier today with LGD again, beating Na'Vi. Now we get to see for 1 game is all it takes. Na'Vi or Pipsqueak are going to be going to play over at Paris. It's going to be an exciting blockbuster affair. Hopefully we just get an even game 3. We'll find out if that's going to be the case after a quick break.
Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Can I try it? I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside. Baby, can you feel me? Can I try it? I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah.
One game is all it takes. Pipsqueak or Navi being that second team to represent Western Europe over at EWC Paris. We already got a bunch of Europeans over there. We got four Eastern European teams as well. There we go. That's insane. 4 slots for them. You got a bunch of teams already there, bunch of Western teams, and we will see if it's going to be Pipsqueak against Navi. We got a, I don't know what's going on. Coordinators kind of, it's down at the moment. I don't know if we're getting some random patch, mid qualifier or what.
Maybe we're getting the big patch, the one that everyone was summoning a couple of months ago. It's gonna be a big patch with Cavern Crawl. We're gonna get Aghanim's Labyrinth again. It's gonna be Year Beast. Come
on, dude. It's not code. Wait, come on, man. It's wishful thinking. It's possible.
We got all of it.
Hey, it's coming. This is why we're not in just yet, because Eddie's coming. We're gonna have a break. The coordinator is still down. What a amazing way. I'm completely fine with filling for as long as necessary if we get Labyrinth and Cavern Crawl, Battle Pass, everything. It's all good. Well, don't stress about it. Listen, we got this.
Which one would you like the most, by the way? Out of all the events that we had, which one do you remember being the fondest memory? Like, which one did you enjoy playing the most?
Probably Labyrinth. I think Cavern Crawl can get effed. That's definitely the thing is in Cavern Crawl, like you just run into a bunch of people that are playing. It's like, have you ever played this hero before, or are you just actually playing with a blindfold on? Like, what are we doing? But it's fun, you get to experiment. It gives it gives everyone a different reason. I like Cavern Crawl. I definitely do prefer Labyrinth. Tide, I kind of missed the first or second one, so I wasn't really around where I believe it was at its best. I did get like the Halloween Tide where it was cool, nothing crazy. What about you though? Is there one that stands out for you that you wish for the most?
Volvo gift Dire Tide, I think.
Tide? Okay.
I'm a Dire Tide enjoyer, yeah.
Tide.
Dire Tide was goated. Like, realistically, it was too good. What else? Like, the Year Beast was kind of fun for me. Like, I kind of remember playing Year Beast a lot. Like,
what was that?
It was the one where you would figure out the best combo to kill Primal Beast before Primal Beast was a hero. It was Year Beast, remember? I think that's how he became a hero at first. It was basically a mini game where you had to kill Primal Beast as fast as possible or deal like some insane amount of damage, but he had like 1,000,000 HP. Was ready. So everyone was doing this build where you had like you had a Veil in someone, you had a Necro for the Reaper sight after he hits like 50% HP. Basically you had to get all the amps, all the damage amps that you could think of in the game. You had some Ursa constantly right clicking and stuff like it. It was a good game. By the way, the coordinator is up for me, so unfortunate. So sad we're not getting a patch. It's not there yet.
Yeah, not there just yet. But with that being said, with the coordinator up, it should mean that we should be underway pretty shortly here. So won't be too long of a break. But because I remember Primal from Labyrinth, because he was one of the final bosses, right? From Ag's Labyrinth. But I guess there was something beforehand, like you're saying.
I know, I lied. It's not.
Okay.
He's not. Primal was not from Labyrinth. I just googled Year Beast. Year Beast was. It wasn't Primal Beast. It looked different.
I see. Okay.
It looked. It looked. If you Google Year Beast Dota2, like you'll find it. I had to check again because I wasn't completely sure. I thought it was Primal, but I guess not.
Surely though, we get an event with a new hero. We don't know it's a new hero, but they're kind of teasing that it is, that maybe. But yeah, unfortunately, not just yet. Sorry guys, to get your hopes up. Yeah, go.
The name was New Bloom. Sorry for interrupting you. If you remember the New Bloom.
Yeah, vaguely. Yes, I do actually. I don't 100% remember, but it sounds like familiar with what you're saying. I think I was playing Dota when when it was introduced, at least the
2015.
events.
I think.
Yeah, I was playing.
2015. Damn, I'm old.
Far out,
This was
dude.
a long time ago. Yeah, crazy.
Oh, you started. When did you play Dota 1? Oh, you were Warcraft, right? I always forget.
I'm old.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Never mind.
Old school.
That's even older. Like, oh,
Dinosaur years, yeah. I played Warcraft. I didn't even play Dota 1 that much. I played a lot of Warcraft.
yeah.
Dota 1 was like a relaxation after Warcraft matches. And I started Warcraft. I started Dota 2 in like 2012, I think, 2011, something like that. 12.
I see. Yeah, for me, I think my first game was in 2013. I think my first Dota game was.
More or less, we started at the same time, I guess.
Yeah.
It's not,
13 years since, and here we are. We're still kicking it. Still, Dota's an amazing game. Bunch of fun. Hoping for, some new events, but they will come. They will come, hopefully. The coordinator is actually back down again, so I apologize about these guys. Of course, this is completely nothing we can do. Usually, it is Lizard's fault. When we're ever a little bit late, it is Lizard's fault. Coordinator is now back up, so hopefully it's gonna be fine.
I did joke, by the way, just when the last game ended, I joked that we were gonna have some patches, some coordinator being down. That's happened. What day is it? It's Tuesday, right? Wednesday? Oh,
Is it?
it's
Yeah,
Wednesday.
well, yeah, I don't even know. It's 2:30 a.m.
Tuesday.
So is it? Do I say Wednesday? Do I say Tuesday?
For me, it's Tuesday.
That's for you. It's Tuesday. Okay, yeah. That's
I'm
good.
asking because there's this like general opinion that all the patches hit on Thursday, so we're 2 days out. It shouldn't happen.
We're just a bit early. Oh god damn!
It's like
come on.
you know how the Valve janitor, he comes in, he presses the button to release the patch, and then he takes the prolonged weekend like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Like, cheers,
what's
noobs,
up.
have fun.
He's a good man right there. He's got the system down pat. There's been plenty of Dota patches. He's got it worked out now. It might be nice if he rolls them out a little bit sooner. Not the the patches where you change the heroes, but the events and all those things. The fun stuff. It'd be nice if we see them every now and then, but that's okay. That's okay. They'll be coming, hoping for the best. I don't know about you. My Lizards 1, 2, 3, and I love you, chat. So, yeah, it looks like got the juices. Give it a little bit of 3, 2, 1 backs as well. So, yeah, it looks like we're gonna try and get things settled. Hopefully, we're not gonna have too long of a break. Yeah, hopefully not too long. We'll keep you guys updated. We're gonna settle a break, but we'll be back pretty shortly here for our final game. See you guys in a bit. And not too long of a break. We're back, ready to go. No more coordinated problems. We got our final game. Hopefully a close and even affair here with the all-important final slot. Make it over to EWC at Paris. NPSF will start with the bans from Pipsqueak, Navi. I'll get rid of the Druid and the Beastmaster as well at the moment.
To me, it looked even. Like game number 1 looked pretty even. Game 2 as well. I gotta say though that I feel like Pipsqueak are a team that my take from just seeing the 2 games of these 2 teams is that Pipsqueak are a team that are as good or maybe even better if they're in their full comfort zone. If they're not in their full comfort zone, they're not as strong. So Navi are perhaps, even though they're this young, they're very versatile with the heroes that they pick. They're not really they aren't afraid of experimenting mid-game, switching up the lanes and stuff. So let's see what happens in game number 3. I expect a lot from both of these teams to entertain us. They brought us here to game 3 of the series. I want to see some good action. Yeah. Kind of hard to top what happened in the last game though, at the beginning at least.
Yeah, especially starting with that. I mean, that'd be crazy if they're able to top that. I don't want to say these Alchemists again. Like, what? If you're getting a little bit too confident, you're able to pull off offlane Elk, and now it's like, alright, let's first phase it.
Yeah, first phasing the Alchemist, Queen of Pain is banned out by Pipsqueak. Pango is as well. So you have to find the next best thing from the mid lane to give the Aghanims to. I think it's Ember. I don't think there is anything a lot better than the Ember. Void Spirit is okay, but I kind of value the Ember a bit more. Is there something else from the mid that you're seeing?
No, not a hero that's been as convincing as the ones that you mentioned.
Navi's turn to pick.
None at least
Okay,
come
then
to
out the
mind.
Necro. So they're still leaving the Doom in the pool, by the way. Even though they have Alchemist, Doom is still left. Alchemist is still a flexible hero, like we saw it on the offlane in the last game. It could also be like some crazy position for Alchemist. Why not? The way he played last game, like
10 seconds remaining.
basically he felt like a 4, but you don't know what I said about the carry. You can expect your carry to be AFK, and that's why the Alchemist carry kind of works, because he's just farming anyway, giving you Aghanim Scepters. I would say position 4 in the early to mid game has the most work to do. You know, like he has to do the highest amount of rotations, he has to be there in every play more or less. So putting Alchemist on a 4 and letting him farm Aghanims honestly feels like a massive grief.
Yeah, we're going to get a draw. It actually slips through. So I know first series we were getting this hero first phase banned. I can't remember if the previous games in this series we were seeing the Drow banned as well.
We did, like she was banned quite often, I think in all of our games more or less. And I want to see why, like have you seen a lot of Drow in Blast? Like
China
strong?
love this hero. I don't necessarily understand. I think largely it's because early on they are playing Drow instantly as a response to Slaughter. It was either Muerta, Windrange, or Drow, and then China really liked the Drow answer. And then apparently they just started really liking Drow in general. I don't know what happened. Arme was playing it a bunch, and then of course your Arme kind of your sidekick in Shiro was playing a bunch, and then your Arme fan over in Eastern Europe, your Toro started playing it, and then some other people, it's getting picked up. So yeah, Drow's getting played a lot. I'm not necessarily sure why, but yeah, it is getting prioritized a lot.
Yeah, but already here it has its merits, right? Like you're playing into an Alchemist, so Hypothermia is all right if that's still a part. I think it is. So having it against the Alchemist is okay, but Alchemist will not be the carry. It will be the Ursa. Now you have a hero that really likes jumping on top of Drow. It's these kind of heroes that always were decent against her, like Ursa, Slark as well, right? Like whatever position one can get on top of her. I'd still like to see some Ember or something from the mid lane. Interesting. Never mind. Not interesting. I was gonna say Snap went through, but she didn't. She's banned out.
This, I don't say this can't be because that's way too certain, but like, are we really happy with the fact that they've already showed that this Alchemist is offlane? I know we're more than likely we're going to see that with them first phasing it, but again, like, are we too confident? Or have they just been like, oh, they were drafted in a corner where they had to put the Alchemist in the offlane, and now we're like, hang on a second, like, what did we miss? This hero is insane in the offlane.
He was really strong in the last game because the matchup as well was good for him, right? Like
Yeah.
he wasn't shut down. He was playing into a tiny. They were abusing him with Hoodwink Alchemist combo. He has very low armor versus Acid Spray. I think Drow and Treant might be a little bit tougher not to crack. Like you're playing, and you're also not as strong. Like you're playing Alchemist Rubik. It's all right. It's a strong lane, but it's nowhere nearly as strong as of a lane that they had in game number 2. But Navi, what do they have? They got themselves a Lich. So this hero, by the way, is pretty damn good right now. Being picked a lot in pubs, of course. Some players are rushing Ags, some are just doing full utility. But overall, Lich is in a pretty good spot. Like he's a strong laner. And there you go, that's the Doom. The same hero we saw in game number 2 being picked into the Alchemist, of course.
You like the Doom this game?
I mean, they picked it into an Ursa. The lane itself is a bit hit or a miss, let's put it that way. It can be alright for Doom, because you're not playing around Devour, you're playing Scorched Earth and Infernal Blade, like you can pressure him, but you're picking Doom into Ursa and Lich. I mean, if the lane starts going badly, it's gonna go real bad real fast. Ursa with phases, your game is basically done, the lane itself. So I'm not sure that I like it a whole lot.
Yeah, I think usually my concerns with what would be with like a Drow Doom is just that I think Pipsqueak honestly would be insanely slow. I think this Drow hero is ridiculously slow. I know it can be a little bit different depending on like situationally the game, but it feels like it plays better for the late game or some like 25-30 minute timing. I know you can kind of group up and take objectives a little bit early depending on it, but you're able to do it this game because you have maybe even a greedier draft with an Elk off lane, so maybe it's completely fine. You know, we still need both sides, their mid laners, to control the tempo, and the question is, like, again, what Scepter hero do we actually get for the Alchemist mid? They banned the Void themselves. Ember absolutely is going to go. So what else you got left?
I think you ban out the Ember here for sure. What else do you have that's really good from the mid lane with Ags? Like, because when you look at these 3 heroes, I mean, honestly, Ags is kind of good on the supports.
Yeah,
that's the one difference that they have in this game that they didn't have in game number 2 is like the Ags on a Rubik and on Lich is pretty massive. So you can give it to both of them eventually. Like some Lich with Aghanim's and Blink, like good Lich Black Hole. But I would like to see a mid laner, of course. There's Puck, maybe, but I don't like it too much. Sand King is good. Yeah, I like the Sand King call a lot. And maybe that's the best one that's left. Ember, of course, as well.
Don't think it's... Never mind, I was going to say Slaughter potential. Yeah, I think Sand King.
The Ember.
Okay.
Yeah. With the Ember banned out, I feel like Sand King is the Quap banned out, Ember banned out, Storm isn't that good. Void Spirit, of course, is good, but they banned it out. Maybe there is like a hero that we're not seeing. Like you mentioned Sand King, I think it's good, but I was thinking Viper, but then you would be playing Viper into Drow. That doesn't feel that great. There's a break as well on the other side.
I think we've got to keep in mind Kez is also in the pool. How would that... It probably depends on what the mid laner is for Pipsqueak, but we know Na'Vi absolutely love this hero, and I don't know if, again, how greedy it would be, but...
How did Kez go through it? Like, the last pick with an Alchemist in the game, like, that's crazy. Pipsqueak probably just gonna Viper here, right? Pick something stupid up front. Good with Drow Aura.
Yeah,
you don't have the ultimate last pick, so it's kind of hard to pick the right hero here. I think they have to Viper even.
Let's see, where do they go? They're gonna Slaughter. Okay, so... Does anything stand out more seeing the Slaughter?
There aren't many great counters. Like, there's like a Timber in the game, maybe,
10
which is
seconds
an option.
remaining.
But you're still playing into Doom, into Drow. It doesn't
5
feel
seconds
incredible.
remaining.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that great, maybe.
Let's see, where do they go? I was just gonna say Invoker's also still in the pool.
Do you like that? I mean,
I
this
don't
is-
know though. I really don't
This
know. I
draft
yeah.
of holy shit, dude.
Like, far out, man. If I ever see Elk, Ursa, Invoker as
What
my
the-
core trio, like,
Look,
my oh my.
I would love this draft to work because I hate it and I love learning different avenues of playing this game. But for me, this lineup of Navi looks extremely hard to play. They have some things, of course, like you have Tornado for a Dispel, which is nice versus a lot of these heroes. You have an Invoker that will have Aghanim's Cataclysm, I suppose, but you have no setup for it. You need Lich's Aghanims as well for it. Like, you have a very low amount of stuns. It's just Alchemist, basically.
5 seconds remaining.
Some Sinister Gaze, sure, Rubik with the lift, but it's nothing crazy, so I don't know just how exactly is the kata going to work for Niku. Everyone gets Ags though. That's the flip side. The positive side of Navi's draft is that, which PMA of course with his nickname Positive Mental Attitude should know. It's the positive sides of life that you need, the aspects of life that you need to look towards. So he can give Aghanims to everyone. He can
Sick.
truly empower his teammates.
Nice. This is why we first picked my Alchemist, my offlaner. All right. Well, again, the concerns are just how is the lane going to look? We mentioned before, you know, with the difference in the Tiny and the Drow, just the matchup. I am intrigued still though that with the double stun they have and the repositioning from Rubik, if there is a moment where Drow is, you know, slightly out of position, you know, they could definitely capitalize. Maybe the living armor, like an early level, actually might fix it, and just in general having a stronger lane in the tree. But you still have to be absolutely, like, insanely careful for the Drow.
Look, if they, all jokes aside now, if Navi have a pretty solid draft if their lanes don't go, like if their lanes go well enough, like you have a lot of armor versus the Slardar with the Lich, like you have a lot of magic damage, you have a lot of spells, a lot of things that you work with. On the other side, when you actually look at Pipsqueak, this is a kind of a draft that is mostly centered around physical damage. Like the two supports deal almost no extra, besides Sharpshooter, of course, a little bit Bushwhack, but it's not a lot. The Doom, the way he was played in the last game, doesn't really contribute a whole lot when it comes to the damage output. So it's mostly on Corrosive Haze plus Drow.
So did you see this from Radiant? They ran, when they left the base, they ran up and around the Ancient to then get to bottom because they wanted to avoid the Sunstrike. And this might mean that Na'Vi aren't 100% sure. Of course, you know, maybe Sunstrike's going to miss and you're still never going to know, but it's interesting from Pipsqueak. And it's
cool
probably
play.
going to be if we're going to get a 4v5 here. Smoke's going to pop in, and Na'Vi, what do? Like, you got an Invoker. He can only use Sunstrike. He's nowhere to be seen. Whereas your Radiant, you got 5 heroes. We'll see how strong their level 1's going to be. But the slow out on got to juice the position from Ike. Actually, it's the Lich Seed leveled up. But yeah, they're going to be able to get out.
Yeah, well, you can't Bushwhack if all the trees are already gone, so you can't really start things off. They had the Calling Blade on Lich, by the way, as well. Super value this game. Like, you're playing on 3 versus 3 on one side and Hoodwink on the other, so
Battle begins.
you're gonna see a lot of 3 cutting this game.
They're going to be too slow to clash at the bounty as well, so... I will get 3. There's still 1 left standing top. So, lanes. That's, like, the most important thing for you that you're looking at. If you feel like Na'Vi, like... If they can get out of the lanes, then you're actually favoring their draft. But if they can't, you believe in Pipsqueaks?
I won't say I'm like super favoriting them. I'm just seeing some weaknesses that Pipsqueak have got as well. Like their mid game is a little bit difficult to pull off. Like when I look at the kill combos, it's every kill combo needs to involve Hoodwink and Slardar, one or the other for sure. That can be a little bit hard to execute with sometimes. Meanwhile, on the other side, like there's a lot of potential. A lot of magical damage from Lich, from Rubik if he steals a nice creep. Sorry, a nice spell. Let's see if feeds bottom, by the way.
Bunch of damage on Days. Do you like Leech Seed 1? I don't even remember how trees usually skill build. Am I mistaken?
You can have a level of Nature's Grasp. Leech Seed is level 1, usually, yeah.
It is? Okay.
You can have Grasp and then you max out Living Armor. Basically, you're just maxing out Living Armor 9 out of 10 games. I mean, 10 out of 10 games you're maxing it out.
Already get a hard camp pull from mine. It's going to be open. Small camp should be open pretty shortly as well, unless Dave's able to get there to block it. How's our other side lane shaping up? Early on, but of course this is also a lane that can be pretty brawl heavy. To pretty strong laning supports and do maybe a bit better of a lane compared to the USR.
I would say both lanes, like both the side lanes, are super brawl heavy. Like you have Lich, Ursa, Doomho doing kill potential on both sides, bot lane as well, kill potential on both sides. Especially when you get level 2.
Niku's question is if he's going to be able to land the Sunstrikes, really. It's the ultimate thing for him, already 11 and 6 compared to the 7 and 2, of course expected. With the early levels from the Invoker. Would be honestly kind of insane again though for Na'Vi not to make it to EWC. I know what we mentioned earlier about the fact that you miss out on qualifying by 200 points when you came first place in groups at Dream League, and then you bombed out in 2 straight sets in the playoffs. And for Pipsqueak, dude, they haven't even made it to an event. Like we've seen, we haven't actually been able to cover them at, I think they were competitive at Division 2, I believe. Actually, even the first Div 2, they may have qualified to Division 1.
PMA bot?
He may. Can he deny himself? Yeah, unfortunately, there's not too many trees that he's got to be able to run around, so...
He had,
what can you do?
Quelling Blade. He had Quelling Blade, but he couldn't decide which tree to cut. Where to hide. But yeah, in any case, nice little first blood for Dark Lord down bottom. It would be crazy to see Pipsqueak. Imagine them qualifying for this and then qualifying for TI after.
Yeah.
Your whole season you do nothing and then you have like 2 strongest tournaments back to back.
I wouldn't be too mad about that. You definitely take that again, considering like this this stack, or because I don't know if there's any backing actually with them. Maybe there is, but regardless, they've been going under Pipsqueak for 10 months. And they've had many different rosters. They didn't play together even the last Dream League qualifiers. I think mainly, maybe it was because Eki was playing with Liquid. Speaking of Eki, he's getting run down top lane. We've already used, in fact, actually no Sinister's Gaze. So not going to have this to set up for the Sunstrike. It's not going to be necessary though. The Juice has got plenty of Fury swipes, so it gets the kill there. Easy. 23 and 8 compared to the 13 and 2 mid though. Man, Copy's absolutely destroying Niku.
That was the last pick Niku, by the way. Of course, this Invoker pick always struggles early on. It's never an easy start for Invoker. There aren't many matchups that he does really well against level 1. Like up to minute 3-4. Yeah. Eventually, like this hero just bounces back from some Sunstrike kills, farming the jungle with Meteor Hammer, of course, as well works. So I'm not too worried about him so far.
See if they get any stacks going as well for him, importantly. Daze is already moving pretty early. Still with the daytime, so a bunch of the first wards are still out on the map. Wasn't sure if he was maybe going to try and drop a ward around the mid lane or not. Just go back and make some stacks for Mr. Niku.
Bot lane Alchemist, they're
Yeah,
fine
PMA?
too. He should be fine, right? Nighttime, can't really catch him. They're rotating the Rubik mid fight as well, so maybe some potential Stardark is sitting on half HP.
Be careful, Copy. It's a fine line to play. You don't want to give away that there was a ward, but I mean, it's also about to expire pretty shortly. So I mean, you're pretty happy with making sure you don't die and wasting the rotation from Daze. because Elk is being pushed completely out of the lane as well, which does mean then that Ike is set up for a dive on this top side of the map. Ridis is going to use the frost shield, in fact, on himself. So Got the Juice doesn't have this to maybe enable him. With Daze rotating in, however, looks like Pipsqueak will have to respect the extra support. What Dark Lord's coming too. Do we? Let's see. Daze is... I thought he was going to walk up the high ground. Doesn't actually scout out Dark Lord, and now with the multi-shot, should secure with the kill onto Ridis. There's going to be a bushwhack as well that lands onto Got the Juice, but he's already too far over towards the west side of the tower.
Is that my Dark Lord, my Drow Ranger rotation? Gets a Lich, goes back through. I mean, value.
Come on, bro. How much gold's that? Are you 191?
It's not bad. It's not bad. Got some XP as well. Now he's hunting for the Alchemist kill. Probably will not work, but Slardar is here.
Got the important Corrosive Haze. Niku's also rotating as well. Pup is actually going to be a little bit careful with the bushwhack from Eki, who'll pod back Niku. Very nicely done. Oh, Malik dies.
Yeah,
the two supports were still top. Wisdom Shrine, by the way, will be taken by Rubik and Lich most likely. Not knowing that does that, but Ike should be the one that takes down bottom as well. EMA.
Oh, you got the bash. Thought it was a little bit awkward with the neutral creep actually purging up Copy. A bit of a rough timing for him, but was still in fact able to find the kill.
That creep is such a hater, by the way.
Yeah,
the small
I know.
little Setar shitter that purges you. Like, he's so annoying. Especially when you're playing something like Darkseer, you know, like just purges Surge, purges Iron Shell, thanks, bro.
Niku mid lane? Whoa, so much damage with the Acorn shot. Copy doesn't even get the stun off in the end. Eki's right clicks maybe were enough, but actually kind of fumbles a little bit. Now, got to be a Copy. Well done. Thanks to Sunstrike, just in case for the brother.
The Hoodwink was healthy enough, but
Yeah, I think it was fine.
It's a nice, yeah, it was a nice play anyway. Team player.
Amateur.
Malik's here, bro. He's level 5. What's going on?
That's an interesting rotation. I mean, he does have Scorcher maxed out, so with level 5 Doom, maybe there is something to do here. I don't think there is, but maybe they can get another kill. They have 4 heroes mid lane, by the way. Only Drow is not here.
I do wonder what the build is going to be from Dark Lord. I know you brought up the hypothermia in the draft. It was a... The Scepter was something that was far more situational than what I was actually expecting on the Drow at Blast. I thought this was going to be more of a core item. A consistent item. But yeah, it was very much dependent on the
probably
game.
not going... Yeah, it's probably not going to be it, right? Like, I'm seeing a lot of Shard whenever I'm playing with Drow. I see a lot of glaciers being built, you know, very early on. Like, you have some Dragonlance being planted in TV, Butterfly, whatever. You know, just, a Pike as well, of course, very good in this game versus the Versa. 1000 gold, by the way, on Slardar, together with Bracer.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What's this? 2 supports on Radiant, the T2 tower just beating onto Ridis. Gotta be careful, Ike, you don't feed a kill over to Niku. Don't want to feed this Invoker. With the early works, he's got the meter. Not a whole lot of damage at the moment with the lack of levels in Exort, but it doesn't seem like it's
gonna... Oh, no way!
My lord.
Dude, I was literally joking. When I said deny, I was being sarcastic.
Is he gonna get dived?
Meaning...
Wait, Lizard. No. Oh my god, Niku. Not
That's
like
sad.
this.
That is so sad. Like, first, he juked the meatball by walking straight back into the Invokers. The brunt of that damage just got negated immediately. And then he just gets random denied. Like, that kind of a situation, I feel like if you're Invoker, you're just right-clicking him because you're thinking, there's no way. I have Ice Wall, I'm right-clicking him, I'm gonna get him. Crazy.
Alex? Throwing his hands up in the air, he does end up getting the Doom onto the Ursa. And there's a Drow Ranger here as well that's going to slow down the bear. Let's see if he gets a deny on the neutrals himself, unable to connect. And this was a big concern of yours, was how the lanes want to go. At the moment, you got 8 kills from Pipsqueak solely off the back of the rotations from everyone looking to manipulate their other lanes, but the tower's going to drop pretty early, and I imagine your concerns are potentially coming into play.
Yeah, they are. Like, I was worried about this. Look at that. Moves back. Meteor doesn't really do a lot. He has living armor, of course, level 2. Then he just stands here, and that's it. Heals up a little bit. I mean, god damn it. It's so annoying sometimes. And the fact that he died after, just cherry on top.
It's a 10-minute blink. Oh my lord, Copy's massive.
Yeah, this is where my concern really becomes reality, because not only did these lanes go badly, they went badly enough for Slardar to have a very early blink. What does the Alchemist give the Aghanims to make a difference early on?
Malik, what? Remember the haste rune from Niku. It's like they'll be able to utilize this to convert onto a kill. Get ready, we're trying to make something happen down bottom. Just a slight push with some of their other supports and heroes. They want the blink reveal from Copy to work out, but I believe Dire were able to scout this. Blink is back up, PMA. Makes it too far away from, however, the rest of the reinforcements from Copy. Now, he's going to be careful if he ventured deep into Navi's territory, but he'll be fine.
I have one question to you. Do you think that this is like some sort of an Aghanims on Invoker where you use the other options, not really the Cataclysm?
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I think honestly,
so. Like,
maybe.
Your setup is just so bad for the Cataclysm. Unless you're hoping for an Aghanims on Lich with Cataclysm. I mean, which can happen. I mean, you give the next Aghanims to Lich, he goes for a blink, but it's such a gimmick. There's no way that works. Hey, cool mid. He's gone.
Yeah, I'm just... I don't know if you can go... If you do get the Scepter over to the Invoker, if you can go for the Wex option, because you're not going to have points in it. Lucky, bro. Guess he can TP up.
That's usually the one, right? Like the mini tornadoes.
Yeah.
It's the one you go for if you aren't going for Cataclysm. This is a rough game for our Walker. Like, he's sitting on 3.8k gold. He doesn't have Meteor Hammer. He basically doesn't have the first item that activates his farm. It's like delaying an anti-mage before he gets Battle Tree. That's how it feels like for Walker right now.
Yeah, alright, well, we're gonna have to see. Navi down 2,000 gold with the Alchemist lineup. They are trying to smoke down to his lane. You've got Chain Frost. Daisy still only level 5, unfortunately. And Niku, like you said, you're doing stuff on the map without your Meteor Hammer. Without this farming accelerant that the Invoker really needs. Meanwhile, Malik is going to Radiance too, so no Ag Shard, no Midas, Copy. Finds the Ursa pretty deep in Navi territory. We'll just bait out the Enrage, trying to see if he gets a reaction.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Lich ult on the Doom. Sunstrike as well.
Sure.
Still not even close. Like 40% HP.
Emo as well. Copy. Running into Daze. Daze didn't get any damage over to the Slardar, so he's still able to blink forward. Puddle, unfortunately, is going to run out. Doesn't have too much extra water to work with, but close the distance for the Acorn shot to slow down Rubik. Absolutely, he can. Copy 6-0-1. I think I got a glimpse of the Ursa. Rage is still down. Can he make it back behind the defender's gate? Is pretty close. Bushwhack's there to push him out. Surely, if they got the little bit of extra damage, got the juice finally. The kill's going to be secured, but they're very long. Is no one going to die? Melee gets away. Copy slips out too. You serious?
You don't have an offlane. Like, keep in mind, like, we keep on backing, going back to this situation in which if you had some offlane at this point, he would be joining, like 15-minute mark, but you don't have one. You have an Alchemist, since he's just farming the Axe. So you have to wait for it. I don't know if the Aghanims in this kind of a game where you're just being crushed everywhere across the map will work. Because I don't see that big of an impactful Aghanims carrier on Navi. This early on at least.
So be it.
No, I don't either. I'm struggling to see it. Obviously, something crazy has to come from them. Might even be giving these stacks away as well, so that extra gold that was necessary to finish the Scepter, he's going to be lacking it without the neutrals. They're trying to come on over or thinking about contesting, but how is this even possible from Na'Vi? Let's get some of the creeps at least, okay. D-Ward as well, importantly. Copy and Pipsqueak still want to try and take the team fight. Eki's going to be able to connect on the Bushwhack, only onto Niku, but that's the important target. Copy Wolf, what a tornado! Stops the follow-up, but still, but the Crush will come out. Niku gets a deafening blast, but it's not going to matter in the end. With a multi-shot will guarantee the kill, and Copy's not even dead as well. I mean, Elk can do nothing. And you've also got an Ursa with a Battle Fury. This guy doesn't want to run in.
There's no one that wants to. Which is why I expected maybe a Spirit or something like that from the mid lane. At least a hero that can join fights earlier. Walker is your backliner. And Alchemist is your no-liner. He's just not in the game at this point.
I'm trying to make an attempt at the Dark Lord, but Dark Lord's actually going to push down the Rubik. So with the nice Absorb Ward at the remnants of Dire's tier 1 tower was actually able to help him avoid that gank attempt and practically get a solo kill onto the Rubik.
This was a messy fight, by the way. The tornado was nicely timed, but the way that Pipsqueak played, they weren't really certain if they wanted to go in or out, but in the end they did, and it was a good decision, of course. 2 free kills basically for them. And then another one down mid lane.
And then more. 5 deaths on
Slardar
Riddy.
is just super
Yeah, Mimo
carry.
actually, they got the juice. They're able to get all the way behind the tier 2 tower. Copy and Eki, this combo that, I mean, it's just so easy. Hoodwink +1. There's so many melee heroes you can, so mid heroes you can play with the hood, and it's just, you can do whatever you want on the map.
Remember, I was saying that there aren't many combos on Pipsqueak that work well after the laning stage, but this combo works extremely well. And everything is connecting for them. The Hood and Slardar, like, they've been involved in almost all the kills. They have been involved in all the kills.
I don't know, my friends. He went the Exort route. So we got Kata. We got Kata, which will be it's going to be a stupid amount of damage inside this fight. Concoction's maxed out as well. So you've got the stun there. You're absolutely praying that PMA gets a Ravage. He's got Blink queued up before the next Scepter, which I absolutely love. So at least you're going to have that. But, man, you have to turn yourself into a Tide Hunter here.
Yeah, usually Unstable Concussion isn't as good as, as that.
Oh, yeah, I wonder.
Yeah, you know, it can work sometimes, but it's going to be extremely difficult. At least they are playing versus some squishies on the other side, right? Like you're playing versus Drop. So if you stun her with Kata, that should more or less be a kill. But you gotta keep in mind the living armor, of course. Well,
and apparently Roche as well needs to be considered too. So you've gone all in for this kind of Wombo combo-esque, and potentially having a second life is going to be problematic. They will scout out Roche, which a fight in an area like this, maybe with a deficit, is something you're considering, but they didn't. I don't think they saw the health of Roche, and regardless, they will now, and yeah, nothing's going to happen. The Aegis of the Dark Lord's hand, 7,000 net worth lead, 68% probability at the moment.
I'm just waiting for something from... I'm just clicking on Na'Vi heroes and I'm trying to figure out, like, when do they come online. Because even the Ursa queued up a Manta next, by the way, just so he can get rid of the silence.
Oh, wow.
And, of course, the root from the Trian. Even his itemization isn't really that simple this game.
It might be a free kill for Niku. Nice telekinesis from Daze, going to make sure Eki can't use the sharpshooter. It does get stolen as well. All that going on. Mr. Copy. God-like Slardar. 19 minutes in the game. This has always been a hero, even as of late as well. the scaling potential has been a little bit problematic, but we've seen if you can get over that hurdle, get like your blink shot, 15 minutes, you can really get the ball rolling.
Yeah, I feel like this is a hero that used to be very bad at farming, but right now Slardar is really strong, like, and has been for quite some time, specifically because of this trio, like this triple build, Blink, Soul Ring, and Shard, and then you just farm all the time. Usually it used to be like he gets a Blink and then he rushes a BKB and his game is basically done. Most Slardars by the end of the game are top 3, top 4 net worth.
Copy's definitely put himself in a position for that to more than likely be the case, even against, of course, the Alchemist lineup. They're going to get baited a little bit. Ike actually down by the Tormentor. They scanned it, so they thought that they were completing this, but thought it was going to be a problem. PMA was able to somehow tumble his toy down. They do get the vision with the Essence still, and nicely done from Eki. He had an idea that he was actually still sticking around, and he was correct in the read.
They're trying to dodge them. Invoker is already moving top, like maybe trying to set up the tier 1 tower on top lane or something like that, because they cannot fight. There's a Doom with Radiance, by the way, already, and the BKB flying out to him. We haven't really talked about Malik then. But he's been around, he's been farming, you know, saying hi to Malik, his Doom.
Now, what up, Malik? Navi? Gonna force the fight, got the juice. Smoke's gonna pop Eki. In a bit of a compromised position. For the telekinesis doesn't get him down to the low ground. And a both supports are gonna be jumped from Navi. Unfortunately, didn't even have the cause. I mean, PMA still farming up that Scepter. He didn't actually want to go the Blink second item, so trying to force the issue around mid, but yeah, it wasn't gonna work.
I like this build. The double Aghanims build is basically, if we lose, it's not on me, guys. Like, I gave you Aghanim Scepters, you didn't carry the game. It's not on me.
Come on, bro. Look at all the gold I gave you. And the extra, like, spells or whatever. That's just... Yeah. Not my problem. It's a you problem.
It's rough. It's rough. Like, they have a mid laner that can't really go in. Can't really set things up at this point. Like, Invoker eventually gets there, but he's far away from all these items that he needs. All the mobility that he needs for them to work.
He's got detection. Gonna get the sentry just in range, but Niku's runs out. Now back in. Essence to Scylla. Now Niku in a bunch of problems. A world of hurt. And apparently not even necessary for the Doom with Copy coming through the portal.
It's so well read. Way the Hoodwink to use the Distiller exactly where Invoker was.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And meanwhile, mid lane, here you go. Manta Pike, ages for a minute still from Dark Lord. You know what, I kind of said in the draft, you know, draft can be a little bit of a slower hero. I said, you know, 25 to 30. We're a bit early. It kind of helps when you're against some heroes on Na'Vi. You know, it's a 9k lead against an Alchemist lineup. You can kind of do whatever.
Kind of helps when your mid lane is 11-0 is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, you know,
yeah, it does.
It's nice to see scoreline like that.
Mid lane, got the juice. Gets gone on, but should be fine, I think, yeah. He needs his Manta. Like, once you get the Manta on Ursa, he's already got the Blink. So maybe with the Manta, you'll be able to jump and blow up the Drow without worrying about the overgrowth. By the way, Aghanim's Ursa. That's the second Aghanims that has been given.
Okay.
It's something. Yeah. Cooldown is really low.
You're not really getting rid of Marsh, unfortunately. The Crush, what is it, a 1 second? 0.8 second stun. And Bushwhack is up to 2.1. Still gonna have, unfortunately, Gust problems, but the Manta will fix that.
You got some stats, I suppose.
Dark Lord?
Overall.
Oh man, there's multiple jumps actually at the same time. Dark Lord's gonna be able to kill off the Lich. Meanwhile, Daze to the east. Even PMA or the far east. Copy. Oh, one massive swipe and it's just solo killing my offlaner. Now it's like if they lose, well, It's what do you do? The team's like, hey buddy, solo kill. It's like, okay, well, come on, he's 12-0-4. What do you want me to do? But
there's an offlaner in this game with 15k net worth, and there is an offlaner in this game with 3k.
He's got 3.
That is a 5x difference between the two offlaners when it comes to gold.
What?
Yeah. Of course, he did give 2 Aghanim Scepters. That adds up quite a bit, but it's kind of rough.
What like... I'm just really intrigued on the thought process to go behind this Alchemist again. Maybe this is not the right time to dive into it. You got the juice?
It's always the right time. I think it is. Like the first phase, first pick Alchemist for me is fine. It's how they combined and what they picked after, which is, to me at least. I feel like they just didn't find any good targets to give the Alchemist agonist. Like the Invoker would be good if you had like an offlane Mars or
Sure.
Tidehunter or something.
Yeah, absolutely. It just unfortunately feels like they got baited a little bit with the performance last game. They thought they could repeat it, like you first pick it and then you show very early on that this is a offlane elk. And no one else is doing it, so you're trying to completely change the wheel when you just had a very good showing, at least in Dream League groups, keep in mind, of course not the playoffs. You did have solid ideas, and so in a qualification series, the EWC, you're gonna have to have some crazy stuff.
Hold
Maybe
that thought,
this
bro.
fight, maybe the fights with the Scepters, Dark Lord, we'll get an issue on a little bit of awkward with the Yor Scepter, but once the Ursa falls back down, the dude was used on the Enrage. It does get stolen as well, but Cop is crushed. Where's Niku? Where did Niku go? The Invoker health pool evaporates in a second. You're stolen Doom. All for what? I mean, the Slardar shrugs it off. He actually jumps back in onto PMA. So, yeah, this elk ain't making it too much further away and got the juice to sole survivor on Na'Vi. It is a 14,000 deficit.
It felt like it couldn't have started worse for Pipsqueak, by the way, because they used the Yules on Ursa, so there's no instant Doom, so Ursa actually gets to enrage before the Doom, and he enrages and the Doom instantly evaporates, right? Like, look at this. The shortest lasting Doom I've ever seen in my life. And the Doom gets given away, and then it still doesn't matter. You're still just getting absolutely destroyed. There's just way too much farm. Slardar with an Echo Saber at this point going for Harpoon, and we'll have it in 30 gold. Copy is 1307.
Oh, man. Gotta imagine what the feelings are like for Pipsqueak at this current position. Surely, you gotta know, but you don't want to be too happy. Want to get too excited just yet. So, got to close this game out. You got Tormentor available, you got Roche available as well, because you slip up for a moment, and that's when potentially Niku is able to use the Kata. I don't know if he hasn't maxed out the Exort at this stage. Go back into putting far more points into the Wex. So, we shall see how his spells are going to be used inside some of the fights.
I like the Alchemist
I
thought
just
process.
saw.
Blink and double raid band. Gotta get that armor, baby. Gotta have as much as I can to sustain versus the Slardar.
They got the Tommy. They're gonna be able to get away. Oh, so close to losing the Invoker as well. Copy's actually going to try and follow him through. He won't get him though.
Almost found him. He has a gem on Slardar, so Ghost form, Ghost Walk doesn't really work for Invoker anymore.
Copy's level 20. Off the Tormentor, they'll look to try and recontrol the triangle, but Malik and Eki are already waiting nearby. This time the Doom's not going to get stolen, but the Sharpshooter being off the mark and the Enrage means it's got the juice again. We'll waste the Doom, but it just doesn't matter. Like, it's Coffee 15-0-8. I'll continue to say it. I mean, this guy is a insane performance in a qualification game.
I like the approach from Malik, by the way. He's wasting so many Dooms. He's like, screw that, I'm buying Axe. Like, he's just going to use on himself. Then you can enrage all you want. It just follows you through. if he even manages to complete it. He probably will, but this game is basically almost over. He has that attack, he's flying out. They have Aegis as well. I'm struggling to find a way for Navi to come back into this. This Alchemist on offlane truly... it's not the Alchemist got first phase, it's how they combined it and what they combined
no. Niku! Not like this. Still cooldown, but you're in the river now, my friend. This is Slaughter's home. Have we seen a Kata? Besides maybe scouting Torm, I think.
Once on top lane when they fought, when Doom got stolen, but it didn't really do a lot.
Oh, Daisy's got multi-shot. Right?
He's trying to steal Gust all the time, but Drow Ranger keeps on using multi-shot and giving that away instead. He's on point Dark Lord, by the way, when it comes to giving away spells. He has 2 spells to give away. He's not giving the valuable one out, at least.
Making sure that they do every little thing right. Oh, the boys on Pipsqueak. This is, what do we... Still got plenty of time to work with in regards to the ages, so they can very easily be able to try and formulate a plan with going up high ground shortly.
He's 400 gold away from Lincoln's on Drow. 300 at this point, so I believe they're just waiting for the Lincolns and then they can perhaps pressure high ground. So, like, when you look at Lincoln's this game, it's good. On Drow, not bad. I don't think it changes things a whole lot. She already has Butterfly Manta and Pipe. This high ground push is honestly already very possible for them.
That's just a, you know, it happens when you're in a game like this. It's like, all right, we are mode X Tundra, you know, mode Falcons. Just guarantee. And Niku's trying to get whatever little bit of farm he can here with the Ag Shard. But this is these are rough here. I imagine the comms aren't too much here from Navi, unfortunately.
Let's just wait for our Alchemist to buy 2 raid bands and a 4-staff. Like, that's gonna make a difference.
Double damage.
No, you don't believe in that?
Well, I have my doubts.
Yeah, my 0-6 offlane, oh, goddamn, lost net worth.
060, by the way. It's not just 06, it's 060.
True. Oh man, we got the 6 kills on Navi. And, alright, here we go. Happy with leading through the bottom side. Ben is going to get laid down. And well, what do you do here from Navi? There's your potential for them just to even give it up. What are we really close to? Niku's still a little bit away from the Shivas. God, the juice has come back.
They're 1 minute away from Aegis being reclaimed. Oh, Daze is gone.
Gonna buy back at least if the fight's gonna break out here. But those concoctions are the only stuns you really have to be able to set up for a Kata. Still close to being maxed out, not there just yet. But the juice. Rage out. Nice tornado actually from Niku. Complete. Oh, in, out, Niku. The 4-star's going to be able to separate himself from Malik. Malik's BKB will expire with the Chain Frost. Going to follow as well. Cat up, but they just kite it. The 4-star's out from Ike. Helps them separate. And you don't really have a whole lot. Yes, you wasted Doom, but let's see if the respect is going to be there from Pipsqueak. Guess maybe with Aegis
At least
out.
they lost. Yeah, at least they lost only one side, right? Like with the Aegis being gone in 10 seconds. they didn't force out the buyback on Rubik, and they might smoke up even. Now the Doom is gone. Maybe if they find an angle to jump the draw, they could get a good fight for them.
It's going to be a bit difficult, especially if Copy's going to initiate first. And with the Harpoon, will drag back the Invoker. Down he goes in 3 hits, and everyone else is going to follow as well. But the Ursa can't even kill Malik. They'll buy back on Daze, but got the juice. More than likely going to be chased to the ends of the world, or they'll just go for the dieback on the Rubik.
And now that's aside, 100%. Ursa, he has rage to work with again, but he's basically the only one viable that's alive right now to fight. Alchemist doesn't really do a whole lot at the moment. This could be Megas even. Invoker is up in 15 seconds, so we'll see if Pipsqueak takes it a bit more defensively, disciplined. They don't have BKBs on Doom or Slardar. They don't care. It's a level 23 Slardar.
Concoction charge up from PMA. The follow's going to be there from Got the Juice as well, but nothing. Just no extra, no Kata, no Chain Frost. And just Radiant, they can itemize whatever they need to help disengage.
Yeah, just the double Force Staff and the double Yules on Hoodwink and Tree. And they basically recognized, okay, this Ursa is the only problem. Let's make sure that he doesn't kill anyone. So double Force Staff, double Yules. All they needed.
And
Perfect
Radiant
itemization.
they have 2 wards inside the base, I believe. So you've got one at the mid lane that was scouting out the Ursa and the Alchemist before they went for that jump, and there's another one as well they're protecting too. So come on, man.
It's also a very sad sentry from Dire. Ridis planted it just outside of the range of the observer ward down mid.
Yeah.
That's the reason why it's still standing.
He's pinging out like can someone D-ward? Can Forge Spirit or something? But still a cooldown from Niku, and now these creeps are back in, and Pipsqueak will continue to have vision. Copy.
Poker?
Oh man, I mean, it's just no extra words really are gonna come out fast enough with how quick that Pipsqueak killed the Invoker. He'll buy it back, but we've seen that the itemization from Radiant has meant that the Ursa can do absolutely nothing. I'll force him away once again. That is a buyback out of Niku. Just the siege will commence.
I didn't have the BKB anymore on Slardar or the shield drone, but he's still ready to pounce. Just waiting for the right target.
Megas, unless they're able to find some opening, they try and go with the combo with the Concoction and Kata, but there is just, it's a 32,000 net worth lead. It is just insurmountable. There's nothing they could possibly do. Pipsqueak would need to run into the fountain 5 times in a row, it feels like, with this status of the game. Like, we needed a Concoction as soon as the Scepter was out for the Invoker, but unfortunately it is too little too late. Pipsqueak with the upset victory over Na'Vi. They will be the second team and the final team to take that qualification spot and to go play at EWC Paris. And a massive congratulations, it has to be said. There's, as far as I'm aware, there are 2 players in particular on Pipsqueak that have not played at a major event at all. We have not seen Dark Lord play at a LAN event, and I'm almost certain we haven't seen Ike play as well. Of course, Copy, your Eki, along with Malik, we've seen them be at these events, but that's going to be such an insane feeling to be able to play at Paris as well for your first event.
Yeah, it's a really big feat for these guys. Unfortunate for Navi, of course, but honestly, it was a little bit of a self-inflicted wound as well when it comes to the last couple of drafts that they've had. They didn't really put themselves in a very good position from the get-go. The guys on the other side, however, definitely did. Like Pipsqueak4, yeah, they just did everything correctly. Like, this was a very good draft. Copy, I don't think he died. He didn't die a single time in this last game, right? Like, he just ended the game with a flawless score, just getting one pick off after another. That Cataclysm that we were all waiting for, it dealt no damage. Like, by the end of the game, it got used in this last fight, and I swear it took like 5% or 10% off of one hero, and that's it.
Must be miserable for Navi. Again, 200 points you just missed out on. Dude, they had to win. They had to win like 1 series in the playoffs, even then, like, you really just had to hope that playtime weren't able to go on the run that they did. That they're going to be kicking themselves. There's so many thoughts that are going to be going through their head. You're not able to go back to EWC, because if we were expecting previous year for them to be competitive, like you mentioned, they got a little bit unlucky with the seeding and the teams that they faced in that EWC. And well, now for them, they're going to be standing on the sideline, trying to wait to see if they can play in the next biggest tournament of the year, which is being TI. Like, we're not going to have many things in between then, so it's going to be a long time until we see Na'Vi.
Yeah, it will be. It will be a long time. I hope that these guys stick together. I hope that they improve. I hope that they continue playing. The showing today was definitely not representative of how they can play and what they've got. But they also need to work a little bit on the draft. Like this last game, I was struggling to find a way in. I was just struggling to find a way in which this is kind of justified, what they did, you know? Because you're buying Aghanims to a hero that cannot really do anything with that Aghanims unless he has an offlaner that sets things up for him. But your offlaner is the Alchemist that's just buying the Aghanims. So, yeah, it was a little bit of counter synergy, unfortunately, for them. It happens.
It happens, but unfortunately, it's in a important series, a very important one with the qualification game on the line. It is what it is from Na'Vi. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board. They'll have some time through some other qualifiers, other tournaments, but for Pipsqueak, again, a massive congratulations, not just to them, but LGD as well, the previous team that we saw earlier today take the first slot. So for us, over in Western Europe, we are done for the road to EWC. Plenty other regions are going on as well. We got North America, South America. I think Eastern Europe is starting, at least a while ago. I know that's going to be starting tomorrow, I think, for all the Europeans. So yeah, you got plenty more action here to keep you guys entertained for qualifiers. For us, so yeah, that's going to conclude our show. Congratulations, Pipsqueak and LGD. Wishing you guys the best at Paris. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Thank you for watching. See you next time with some more qualifier action here for EWC.
Taking over control, can you feel it? Our body's moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Can we try it? I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Can we try it? I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Bodies moving closer, is it real?